New tab here, refresh. All right. So, let's go. We are live. Oh, yeah, I need to do the announcements. Derp. At everyone. This is a server announcement. Please don't tell people when you are going to masturbate. All right. Yo. Wait, what was that? Boom. And now. Yo, shit, thanks for the sub, Kino. Appreciate it. Wow, Kino, keep up the good work. Thank you. Viewer number one. Yeah. You mean harasser number one. Holy, wait a second. There we go. I had the overlays in the wrong order. That's better. Yes, I am restoring chat to the full camera view. I'm addicted to your stream. I can see that. I'd say, please don't DM, like, fucking harass me in DMs about when I'm starting my stream, Kino. It's not very funny from my perspective. Just don't do it. It's already cringe when you do it in like SGG chat, but like you're taking the cringe to a whole other level right now. Like, I appreciate that you enjoyed the stream, but no, not feels bad, man. You're fucking DMing me to ask me when I'm gonna stream. Like, dude, chill the fuck out. Not ouch. But just chill. Anyways. Smoked and rolled. Welcome to the stream. All right, what happened in my Discord afterwards in the serious discussions? Oh yeah, nothing more. The convo didn't continue. It's an interesting convo about the Crimean referendum, and the Crimean referendum isn't that interesting. It's pretty clearly a fake invalid referendum. But what's interesting, and we've talked about it at the beginning of the war as well, when I just uncovered the UN polls. It is interesting to see how there actually is a lot of support for autonomy, and fair enough, there actually is also a lot of support for like Russian influence, or was a lot of support for Russian influence in Crimea. And at this point, there still is, right? At least the Levada Center polls show satisfaction with the state of the of Crimea up until the military operation. So whether it's continuing now, I don't know, because you have to realize. I'll hop in Discord if you're done eating and want to chat. Yeah, I want to have that chat. I want to have, honestly, I want to have that chat with Lord Gon as well, because Lord Gon wanted to like it seemed like they wanted to discuss it further as well. So I don't know. Maybe I'll like DM them and see if they want to. Yo, let me know if you want to discuss the Crimean pool stuff in a bit. Still eating, but would love to continue the discussion from the Discord channel. Anyways, are you going to come chat about the lab leaks and come clean? Yes. And to be fair, I've never. I memed about it by saying that I need to apologize to my friend. I've never denied that it's a possibility. It's more so that I did the thing that people are now being criticized for, and rightfully, which was conflating legitimate questioning of the source of the virus, or no, it's not the virus. Well, actually, yeah, it is a virus. And the like fucking full-on conspiracy theories. And the problem is, you're not going to deny, but you're not going to confirm either. Dude, fuck off. The article itself is not a confirmation that it comes from a lab, okay? It is not a confirmation that it comes from a lab. It is a report, if you actually, fucking read it. It's a report that the opinions on the on some departments, including now the energy department, seem to be changing on it being likelier that it's actually a lab leak. So, and even that opinion itself, where was that part? Is tentative. The energy department deemed its level of confidence in its judgment as low. The energy of department itself, if you actually read the article, the energy of the department is telling you, hey, we think there is a decent chance it came from a lab, but it's low confidence that it is. We are not certain. Which is how, rational discourse happens. You don't make wacky statements with full confidence and little proof. That's normal. It's it's low confidence, but the opinion is that the energy department thinks a lab leak is the most probable source. Yes, but most probable could, there's a huge difference between most probable being 51% confidence it's that, and then 40% confidence it could be something else, or 85% confidence it's that. Those are both most probable, but the mean of those conclusions is completely different. So when they specify that it's low confidence, that means we're closer to the 50-60% confidence range, which still is a lot. That is a lot. That is a complete change in discourse from where we were a couple of years back, where people, including myself, I don't want to include myself because I never was gung ho. I've always fuck me. I actually do put in a lot of effort, and when people come to me with hey, for example, the Seymour Hersh article, I'm not sitting there being like, yeah, Seymour Hersh is anti-American. I'm not character assassinating. I'm not dismissing this conspiracy. I'm reading the article. I'm researching the claims that are verifiable, and then I come to my conclusion based on that. I don't dismiss the theory in and of itself. I never dismiss the theory of the lab leak in as of itself. What I've personally found until now was that there are good arguments to dismiss the arguments that it was a lab leak. For example, the coincidental, the fact that the genes, there are gene sequences that were found to be the same between the between some COVID strains and some laboratory strains, but I hadn't seen anyone address the idea that those gene sequences might originally come from out in the nature itself, or they may be very simple mutations from natural gene sequences, in which case there is, they could just appear naturally. So I didn't really know if that was a good argument or not for it coming from a lab. And clearly, the experts don't find that argument that convincing either. They still are on the fence. It's just radically different than what the scientists Fauci were saying previously. They were explicitly declaring the lab leak hypothesis was a racist conspiracy theory. Yes, exactly. And that's what I'm complaining about right now, is that we denied ourselves the actual... I need to change the title of the stream if we're going to talk about this. Maybe not on YouTube, because YouTube is like super aggressive with like shadow banning virus talk streams or videos rather, but COVID lab leak question marks. They are explicitly declaring the lab leak hypothesis of racist conspiracy. Yeah, don't put question marks. What God? We don't know. We don't know. Anyone, like, this is my problem with the conspiracy brain people as well. Like, they are the ones who ruined the discourse, okay? Partially. It's not just their fault. There is low confidence and probability that Russia will nuke us, but that doesn't mean anything. Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark. Just like COVID, there are millions of dead. No, there aren't millions of dead in a nuclear holocaust. That's a hypothetical scenario. Jesus Christ. Everything should be treated as important when uncovering the cause and not just brushing it under the rug as low confidence. It seems to disparage the 6.87 million who died. Okay, like, let me take your argument in good faith. Yes, of course, finding out the cause is really important. Not as important as preparing for future pandemics, because, that will happen naturally or man-made. It doesn't matter. We live in a globalized world. Epidemics spread really fast. That stuff happens. But regardless, yes, it is important to figure out what the cause was. Now, we still don't know what the cause was. You're misinterpreting the gist of this article. The FBI also determined in 2021 with moderate confidence the virus came from a lab leak, but the agency came to this conclusion for different reasons. Other federal agencies disagree. 4 agencies have reportedly determined with low confidence the virus was transmitted naturally through animals, and 2 others, including the CIA, remain undecided between 2 origin theories. So, like, once again, we don't know. We have hypotheses, multiple hypotheses, and none of the departments see them as high confidence. But, I guess today's the call-in day. You want to debate? Hop in Discord, okay? Let's go. Let's fight. We're doing it. It's a fight to the death now. Let's see who will survive. Defend your ideas. Anyways, what it does show, and I agree with Magic Turtle. What it does show is that governments don't really like being honest in times of crisis. And we've seen that with Chernobyl, for example. Governments like to see themselves as managing public opinion more than managing the crisis itself, which I have to accept it in good faith. That is part of the government's responsibility. The government is supposed to be very, very careful about what it posits as a theory, what it makes public. But I do dislike this approach to leadership, which is based off of thinking everyone's a fucking idiot. I think it is okay to go public with saying we don't know and we aren't sure yet and we're investigating it. I think that's an okay stance to have. And I think that should, like, it should be more common and more appreciated for leadership in general, and especially political leadership, to be like, we don't know. And that is fine. You don't have to have an answer. And just to give perspective, in case we've forgotten, YouTube took down congressional hearings 2 years ago because someone who was testifying talked about the lab leak hypothesis. No, YouTube is fucking horrible with that. Like, that is why I'm not changing my YouTube stream title to include any mention of COVID. Like, you cannot, you cannot, even if you're sharing the mainstream opinion, you still can't talk about COVID on YouTube. You'll get aggressively demonetized, if not just outright shadow banned, if not just outright, like, striked out of get the video striked off the platform. You cannot talk about COVID on YouTube. No matter what opinion you're trying to talk about, it just doesn't work. But that's not a government policy, that's a YouTube policy. Because of government pressure as well, we can maybe argue that if I want to be like good faith, but that's like a YouTube thing. I got a meeting in 15 minutes. Okay. Nice dodge. Exactly, but that's my point. It's smoke screens. They say it's low confidence, but it's high confidence for real. They're capping at the Pentagon. Okay, come on. A crucial quote. Some elements of the intelligence community have reached conclusions on one side, some on the other. A number of them has said they just don't have enough information to be sure. President Biden has directed, repeatedly, every element of our intelligence community to put effort and resources behind getting to the bottom of this question. But right now, there is not a definitive answer that has emerged from the intelligence community on this question. The Department of Energy's report reaffirmed the belief that the COVID-19 pandemic was not caused by a Chinese biological weapons program. It's very unlikely it's a weapons program, and the reasons for that are simple. If it's man-made, it's a strain based off of the SARS stuff, right? It's like the same family, if I recall correctly, as like one of the SARS scares. It is very normal for biolabs in Asia to be studying those viruses. That is where they've had the most issues with SARS and those specific varieties of viruses. It's very normal for them to study them, and as part of their studies, it's normal for them to study the mutations of those viruses and to study the strains that can appear, or the strains that are for now endemic to other species, but that could eventually transfer to human beings, etc., etc. An actual bioweapon virus would probably be based off of much more aggressive strains. Like, some of the criteria for a bioweapon are that it would be very, very deadly and also very, very effective, and but in a short time span, right? You don't want to unleash a virus. Like, if you're trying to wipe out the population of a town, your goal is not to unleash a virus that will incubate for 2 weeks, spread to your own army, and then kill everyone. Your goal is to unleash a virus that will kill everyone in the town in the course of like 3 days. So very, very transmissible, but very short incubation period, which means it's not going to transfer outside of the town. Yes, I have played Plague Incorporation, exactly. Like, a virus that's designed to transmit as well as COVID has is not a good bioweapon. The proof is in the pudding. If it's a Chinese bioweapon, it's dog shit. It killed more Chinese people than anyone else. Kino, stop. I'm like 99% sure you're trolling me, but you're scaring me at the same time. Anyways, I don't know why I'm spending so much time on this after confirm, like, state once again that I can't even make a YouTube video out of this. I literally can't edit this. This cannot be edited into a YouTube video because it's actually dangerous for the channel to post videos about COVID. And maybe we'll try it anyways, but holy shit, it's a harsh world out there if you want to talk about this stuff. But yeah, it's very unlikely it's a bioweapon. What is much more likely is it's an accidental leak. And many people back when the epidemic happened, many people were talking about the biolabs in Wuhan. It's very likely that some of those biolabs studied SARS strains, and it's possible that one of those SARS strains is the originator of COVID. It's a possibility. A mistake was made, some security regulation, some fuck up, something. COVID came from Fort Detrick. What is that? Hey, Landphobe, welcome to the stream, and thank you for the follow. I saw you followed when I was offline. Where is Fort Detrick? Let's see. Fort Detrick, military base at 810 Schreider Street. Oh boy. Where is that? Where are we? In Frederick, Maryland. Okay. That's... Oh, so the whole military base is like in the middle of town? Oh, Battelle National Biodefense. Oh, so they have like a biolab on the military base. Army Medical Research Institute. Okay. Oh, it's Bolsonaro. Oh shit, did you get... Oh no, did you get banned by Twitch? What the fuck? Who would have thought shitposting could get an account banned? I hope you didn't get banned or whatever. Why did COVID start in China then? I don't believe this idea that it came from Fort Detrick or from like the U.S. The logical conclusion is if the pandemic started in China, so the logical conclusion is whether it's natural or man-made doesn't matter. It probably started in China. I don't see this as a very reasonable hypothesis at the moment. And then if it's man-made, it's probably a mistake done in a lab that allowed it to escape the lab, unfortunately, or it's natural. That's still a possibility. It's a military research biolab that was shut down months before the outbreak. U.S. military went for war games in Wuhan to release the virus and blame China. Look up the unexplained respiratory illnesses in Northeast USA in mid-2019. It was shut down due to safety problems. That sounds really wacky. Like, I'm not going to deny that there is also potential for not that crazy. I know tons that got mini COVID before 2020. Huh. I'd never heard about that. I guess I would need to look into it. I'm not going to dismiss the claim outright, but that's my first time hearing about people getting like mini COVID before actual COVID. But the WNDs wasn't media lying to us. It was, well, media not doing their job questioning the government, but it was the government lying to us. Hey, Thinking Cat. Uh-oh, here's the BBC predicting COVID in 1975. Uh-oh. How are you doing? Spooky. Very spooky. What is this? Moskva. Berlin, Singapore, New York, Montreal, Roma. The super spreader. The super spreader.
No.
The crossfade intro sequence was hot in the 70s with burn transitions. I see. Yo, the laughing fish, how are you doing? I got banned by a streamer and had to make a clip of him saying that Nazism will exist unless Jewish culture changes. Goddamn anti-Semites. What the fuck does that... Okay, do I want to get into that? What the fuck does that even mean? Super fear-inducing. Yeah, it's clearly... I don't know what it is. From the BBC serial created by Terry Nation. Clearly it is about, like, a pandemic. So, a global pandemic. Hey, Ben Beckdorf, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. All right, I guess I'll do I'll redo this since we have some more people coming on. Are we roasting the president of Mexico? Yes, we are. In a little bit. We aren't there yet.
Relationship with Russia, they're the dominant. They're on top. They're the dominant player. So I think they're more than comfortable just saying, you know what, bygones be bygones. Give me all that cheap Russian oil and gas.
Okay, he's talking about Russian oil.
UN un-Nazi the world. I know about getting rid of Nazis. The problem with anti-Semitism is the conditions that lead to it aren't going anywhere. Like, fundamentally, unless Judaism does a massive cultural revamping, it's not going to change. Because it's a small knows in a relationship with Russia, they're the dominant. The UN un-Nazi the world. I know.
What does that mean?
The problem with anti-Semitism is the conditions that lead to it aren't going anywhere. Like,
okay, I need more context. Okay, that is either super sussy. Also, iCow Rich, who is that again? I think I talked with him on a panel once, but I'm not sure. He is streaming right now. Oh, yeah, it's this guy. Yeah, I remember him. Okay. He's a sub in Plain Talk John's stream. Okay.
Russia, they're the dominant. They're on top. They're the dominant player. So I think they're more than comfortable just saying, you know what, bygones be bygones. Give me all that cheap Russian oil and gas. Can the UN un-Nazi the world? I know about getting rid of Nazis. The problem with anti-Semitism is the conditions that lead to it aren't going anywhere. Like, fundamentally, unless Judaism does a massive cultural revamping, it's not going to change. Because it's a small group of people that keep themselves as a tiny religion. They're easy to marginalize, and the way they figure out how to survive is trying to find success in any society that's there and make sure they're part of the elites. And protect each other and work well with each other. And it works as long as the elites are well liked in society. Obviously, 1800s, 1900s, Europe as a whole was a seriously problematic time for them. But nothing has really changed. Jewish people find the best way to keep themselves safe, which is smart, I would agree. Typically, it's just averaging for the group, is find success in societies, try to be successful in education, start businesses, do all the right things. But it also leads to a lot of hate naturally.
Oh. That's where who's in the sub in John's stream? That's where the cool kids hang. I'm not. Okay, that's like a really fucking bad way of putting it. But I get what he's trying to say there. Nazism will exist unless Judaism changes. Pretty fucking anti. Yeah, it's a terrible way of saying what he's trying to say there. But if I'm gonna listen to it in the most charitable way possible, that's not what he's trying to say. What he's trying to say is that because of how Jewish religion is very, very yes, I'm a fucking Jewish Nazi. Fuck off. Hey, Marsupilami, welcome back. So what he's trying to say is that when you have a culture that is that's a minority culture that stays within themselves, that is an easy target for xenophobia. That's what he's trying to say, if you want to look at it charitably. But he does put it in victim blamey in a victim blaming fashion. He uses victim blaming language, which is fucked up. But the original idea that he's trying to convey is actually not wrong. Of course, the way xenophobia works is you go for the weak, you go for the easy targets, you go for the ones that you can easily foster hate against. National Socialists are extremely nationalistic, but Jewish people are Israeli first. Not really true outside of Israel, and even there's a lot of it's just like you can't generalize. There's a lot of non-Zionist or even anti-Zionist Jewish people. That's a crazy statement. I mean Israel as a concept, not the state, but even that, like Zionism is a like a different concept from Judaism, and like you're kind of making the same. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you, but to me, you're kind of making the same mistake that like the Anti-Defamation League often does, where like accusing people of being anti-Semitic because they're criticizing Zionism. Like, of course, everyone who's anti-Semitic will also criticize Zionism. So you sometimes are like, wait, is this a dog whistle or is this just like anti-Zionism? And it's annoying. It's hard. It's sometimes really like pisses you off to have to make the distinction. But you shouldn't. You should not equate Zionism with Judaism. Those are two different things. There is obviously, a Venn diagram of it, but I don't really have a problem with Zionism as long as it doesn't extend to the actual state of Israel. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not a big fan of ideologically, I'm not a big fan of the concept of a religious ethno-state, fundamentally speaking. Which, like, obviously a modern interpretation of Zionism might be like more secular, but I don't. But like, if you want to go like literal Zionism, like the state of Zion for Jewish people, I think I would have to oppose that, honestly. There's bad precedent set by religious ethno-states. I went into a Bad Empanada stream for 20 seconds and I already feel dirty. Oh god, why did you do that to yourself? Bad Empanada is based. Okay, yeah, of course you would enjoy his fucking insanity. Why did you link me this? My voters don't care that I'm homophobic, says Israeli finance minister. Oh, in a leaked recording, Bezalel Smotrich said he could take measures against the LGBTQ plus community because his voters don't give a damn about the gays. Oh, nice. More culture war conservatism in another part of the globe. Yay. I may be a far-right person, a homophobe, racist, fascist, but my word is my bond. Well, at least you know he's not wearing a mask. Jesus Christ. Or he is, because it's like a leaked recording. But yeah, you know that saying, when someone tells you who they are, listen to them. There you go. He's the head of the far-right religious Zionism party and is a key figure in the new government led by Benjamin Netanyahu. Of course, Benji would love him. No one has any arguments against Bad Empanada's position, so they just ad hom. No, Bad Empanada is a piece of shit a content creator because he fucking attacks people for the stupidest fucking reason. He's like the worst possible version of Chud Logic. Like, he creates drama to create attention and outrage over the stupidest fucking shit. Like, Chud Logic actually is pretty based when often when he has something to criticize or whatever. Bad Empanada like outright makes shit up and like is just a horrible fucking person. I'm not even talking about his ideology. I'm just talking how he treats like his fellow human beings. Human trafficking doesn't matter. You shove that fucking strawman up your ass and see how it feels. I'd say Bad Empanada. Oh, President Sunday. Yeah, you're right. President Sunday is the better analogy. I cited Chud Logic because Chud Logic really like leans in hard into the drama streamer thing, but he doesn't make shit up. Like he still tries to actually base his conclusions on the evidence that's out there. But President Sunday and Bad Empanada, they both just make shit up to create drama. Absolutely. I just like the guy for his positions on South America, but that's just me. He's just a classic tanky as far as the ideology goes. America bad. America bad is everything, and then what did Bad Empanada make up? He intentionally misinterpreted, for example, aristocracy's statements in order to paint her as like a fascist, pro-Israeli, whatever. Going so far as to like say some fucking insane shit like she deserves the wall or some fucked up shit like that. He manufactures beef with other streamers to stay relevant, which is why he's like an even worse version of President Sunday. Aristocracy is an ethno-nationalist. Maybe if you point me to a clip of her being an ethno-nationalist, I'll change my mind. But I've never seen her be an ethno-nationalist. No, everything I've seen her, I've even talked to her once, I think, about Israel and Palestine, and she actually had reasonable and nuanced positions on that. Why are the aristocracy clips taken out of context? Yes, he loves. Bad Empanada loves taking stuff out of context when he's manufacturing drama. Anyways, enough talking about other fucking irrelevant people. Is this new? Sorry, I missed your message. Is this news, Jokes? No. Far-right politicians being part of Benjamin Netanyahu's government is not news. That is true. That is more or less par for the course, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that is pretty classic. Anyways, yeah, fuck. Plain Talk John, you fucked up in how you've said this. But I get what he's trying to say. When I hear far right, I assume racist and homophobe. Yeah, that's a pretty fair assumption to make, I think, Jokes, though. Yeah. That seems pretty reasonable. TBF. There is no context that justifies Eris' horrible takes. Link me a horrible take and we will see. Instead of just making shit up. We can comment on them. Anyways. You're fucking outraged at the Plain Talk John's thing. But like even that there is a charitable interpretation of what he was trying to say. I would fall into far right, I think, and I'm neither a racist nor a homophobe. Man, why would you define yourself as far right then? The culture war is like a huge part of far right rhetoric. I'm Sabercat. Bad Empanada, pretty much. Like I'm like 90% sure I've seen him be on record. On this, Bad Empanada's pretty much claimed that anyone living in Israel, deserves to like be killed. There is a chance I might be misremembering the exact quote. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing. Oh, there is no N in his name? Okay. But yeah. Yo, Party Animal, how are you doing? No, Shangyang. You're misunderstanding. the question of marriage legality is important, and the phrasing makes sense of should this kind of marriage be legal, because marriage offers a specific legal status. Like, my mom, as a Buddhist practitioner, had done a Buddhist marriage for a gay couple here in France. Yo, thanks for the follow, party animal. My mom had actually done a Buddhist marriage, but it was just a symbolic marriage. It was before marriage was legal in France. Gay marriage was legal in France, and she had married a gay couple. So, I'm so confused. What are we on? We're all over the place right now, party animal. Let me just finish my thought. So she did a marriage, like a symbolic Buddhist religious marriage for this gay couple, but that gives them no legal status. That doesn't give them visitation rights in an accident. That doesn't change their tax status, etc., etc. So there is such a thing as a legal marriage, and I find it very like, what the fuck are you on about? Obviously, there is the question of should this type of marriage be legal when it doesn't exist. Yeah, what about fascism or theocracy? I don't know. Oh, you're a theocratic authoritarian. A system of government marked by the centralization of authority under a dictator, a capitalist economy subject to stringent governmental controls, violent suppression of the opposition, and typically a policy of belligerent nationalism and racism. I'm not a capitalist, and I'm not a racist. Theocracy, well, freedom of religion is more than just being free to practice other religions. It's also equality of opportunity and equality of the living conditions. So most theocracies generally, in some forms, make non-believers of the dominant religion second-class citizens. That is not freedom of religion. Even if you have the right to practice those other religions, if that makes you a second-class citizen, that's not freedom of religion. Unless we're talking about how shitty Iran is, what are we on this for? I don't know. We were, I guess we're the chat is on it. I'm not that much part of that discussion. I feel like more of a bystander at this point. Me, I'm a Sagittarius myself. All this pigeonhole stuff is so anal. Nah, I'm an aquarium. Okay, aquariums are the best. Do you? I'm a Hufflepuff. Wait, it's not that kind of talk. Yes, it is. Wait, Israel actually does Israel really? Does Israel require a president to be Jewish? I'll just go to the Wikipedia page. I've never heard about that. That would be really fucked up. Any Israeli resident citizen is eligible to run for president. Okay, then there's no necessity for the president to be Jewish. Obviously, in practice, I would imagine it would be pretty hard to win an election if you weren't Jewish. But it not being enshrined in law is a pretty big difference compared to what you were claiming. Hey, Shashank, how are you doing? Okay, now y'all are discussing Zionism. What am I looking at? I don't know. Someone mentioned you have to be Jewish to win an be president in Israel, and I was questioning that because I was pretty sure that was not true. So I was just fact checking it real quick. Jews are indigenous to Israel. Palestine is a term used by Roman and Arab imperialists to minimize our heritage and history. Palestinians are endemic to Israel as well. Like, that are indigenous, rather. Endemic is for, yeah. Palestinians are indigenous to Palestine. Dude, fucking the history. If you want to go super pedantic on the history of borders and names of countries, you're going down the wrong route. Okay, countries' borders change. You can't, like, that's the same dumb fuck logic that the people use to justify the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Like, oh, they speak Russian and they're like the borders in the 19th century and all that. Like, come on. Let's be a bit more real than that. Regardless, but yeah, fuck ethnographic border making. Yeah, it's a dog shit. It's a dog shit way of building nations. I believe. It's really
cringing so hard.
Yo, thanks.
It's so yo, here's a really interesting video. It's about 18 minutes and shoot relaxed hierom and here's some bit to the fake bear fund.
Yo, thanks for the 50 bits, Sabercat. I appreciate it a lot. What is this? Queer cinema. Fight Club is the gayest movie ever made. Here's why. Oh God. I guess, okay, this will give me time to eat.
You know what movie I think of first when I think about gay movies from the 1990s? The films from that time that really showcased the queer experience? That's right, Fight Club, the extremely dark and violent movie about a bunch of guys beating each other up for fun. Now, I know what you're going to say. Owen, the movie about a bunch of men having secret meetups where they take off their shirts and wrestle with each other is the most heterosexual movie ever made. And if anyone is still doubting this film's LGBT plus credentials, I again hasten to remind you that the man who wrote the book, Chuck Palahniuk, is a gay man who wasn't publicly out yet at the
time. That's how it's pronounced? What? What the what? Hey, no way that's how it's pronounced.
And if anyone is still doubting this film's LGBT plus credentials, I again hasten to remind you that the man who wrote the book, Chuck Palahniuk, is a gay man who wasn't publicly out yet at the time of
yeah, that's not the pronunciation.
Also,
okay.
The guy who wrote American Psycho is queer too, and the Wachowskis are trans, so that's 3 out of 3 incel favorite properties that are rolling with the LGBT, cope, seethe, etc. I'm obviously far from the first person to point out that Fight Club is kind of gay, actually, in case you thought that video essayists on YouTube came up with anything.
Okay, I mean, the thing is, fuck. I love Fight Club. It's a great movie, but you gotta be real. So many... Fuck, Tyler Durden is such a misunderstood character. Like, every time you see a Twitter account, or like a social media account with Tyler Durden as the profile pic, you know that is someone who completely fucking missed the point of the movie. A big part of the movie is fundamentally about what we nowadays call like toxic masculinity and the difficulties with masculine identity in a modern society, and when your existence in society is atomized and reduced to your role as an economic producer and all those things, loneliness. But then people see Tyler Durden being like badass and beating people up, and they're like, yeah, that's who I want to be. No, that guy's the reason why is more like the product of your suffering. He's not the solution.
Themselves, I paid an AI to write this entire video. It did tell me to piss off and then nuked Canada, but it also refunded my 10 quid, so who's to say what's good and bad, really? So I don't want to just sit here today and recount all the ways in which Fight Club is kind of gay if you squinted it a little bit. No, my friends, my pitch to you today is that Fight Club should be considered genuine queer cinema, right next to Carol and Moonlight and whatever the hell Roland Emmerich thought he was doing with that Stonewall movie. For this is not just a film that can be interpreted as gay. This is a fully fledged gay film, and I will no longer stand for its exclusion. This counts as activism. Let's go. Okay, Owen, the whole bit where like you hold on the shot for too long before cutting away for a cheap joke is actually getting really old, and if you keep dragging it out, you'll never be taken seriously. So, a very quick rundown of the plot for the uninitiated. An unnamed man referred to as the narrator in the book. And
Is there
played by
anyone who
Owen
hasn't
Wilson in the
seen
movie,
this?
feeling
Oh, come
dissatisfied
on.
with his cold office job life, meets rebellious outsider Tyler Durden, played by Angelina Jolie's widow X, and they soon form a secret club together with other disaffected men where they fight each other for fun, almost like some kind of brawl society. This society mutates into a violent cult that plots to commit acts of terror across the unnamed city that they live in. When our main man objects to Tyler taking the group in this
We don't
direction,
talk
he
about
soon
having
discovers
seen it,
that,
true.
Spoiler alert for the 23-year-old
We don't
movie,
talk about
he
Fight
is
Club.
Tyler Durden. Tyler Durden is him. It's one guy with a split personality. The narrator tries to stop Tyler's plan and either succeeds or fails at this depending on your interpretation and likely your politics. They are specifically blowing up credit card companies, and he also maybe or maybe doesn't banish the Tyler persona from himself forever by shooting himself through the cheek. Actually, upon reflection, this is an extremely straight movie. Just a couple of guys being dudes. Or I guess one guy being a couple of dudes.
Yeah.
Fellas, is it gay to watch yourself have a bath? Okay, so let's start at the beginning. When we first meet the narrator, he's feeling an intense dissatisfaction
What's
with his
the-
cold corporate life to the point where he's suffering.
What's the term for when you fantasize about having sex with yourself? Like, it's not autoeroticism, is it? I know there's like a specific term for that fetish. It's a very niche fetish as well. Like, most people don't really consider that a possibility. It doesn't even cross your mind. But then it does exist. Like, there's actual, there's actual hentai about it. Or a friend told me. I think that's called being weird. Welcome to the club. I've never heard about that fetish. Well, we're learning. This is the part of streaming that I love when I'm teaching people new things, when I'm enlightening you to new possibilities and aspects of life. So how does that work? Do you imagine a clone of yourself or question mark? Like any like fantastical way of realizing it will work if that's your fantasy, right? Like you can just imagine it happening. You can imagine being a clone, an android, or whatever, something where it is a copy of yourself, but it doesn't really matter how it happens in the first place. I would assume. I don't really have that fantasy, personally, so I don't know if the way it happens is important for people who do have that fantasy or fetish. If you masturbate, you're having sex with yourself. True. Actually, everyone who masturbates conducts autoeroticism.
From unending insomnia. Boring cubicle office job, bland apartment with everything chosen from a catalogue. Everything he does in his life is done serving a very surface level attempt to fit in with polite society. Personally, I think this man complaining about having a job that pays well enough to own his own apartment and all the stuff in it in his late 20s hits a little differently now than it did in 1999, but hey ho, you know how it goes. My generation is completely For a bit of wider context here, it's important to remember that it was a pretty big trend in American films of the late 90s to depict in a variety of ways a growing dissatisfaction with modern life, prompted by the idea pushed by like Francis Fukuyama that we had reached the end of history. All the great wars have been fought, all major catastrophes experienced, and now it was supposedly time for us to sit back and enjoy the fruits of our ancestors' labours, but with a certain lack of great purpose or destiny always gnawing away at you. Tyler Durden actually has a monologue about this in the movie.
We're the middle children of history, man. No purpose or place. We have no great war, no great depression. Our great war is a spiritual war. Our great depression is our lives.
Fucking. Oh no, the fucking was that Linkin Park? How many bits to make me play Inscription? I don't know. I know nothing about that game. I know some people memed on the graphics of the game, but I don't know. Apparently it's good if you're telling me to play it. Is this Kang the Conqueror the porn parody? Spider-Man all coming. If only Brad knew we would get greater wars and depressions. True. Tyler Durden BTFO'd by history. Why is he talking about Fight Club being a gay movie when it is literally about anarcho-tribalism? Well, apparently it's about whatever the fuck you want it to be. What is anarcho-tribalism and why is this movie about that? No, I think the point is we're not yet at the point of his argumentation, but apart from jokes about like a bunch of men doing a club together, but I think it's probably going to go in the direction of the analysis of how the movie is about virilism, about masculinity in the modern age.
That Fight Club is an exploration of a gay man rebelling against the need to conform to a very heterosexual society, it's also exploring this sense of dissatisfaction with the status quo in general. It's an anti-capitalist story just as much as it is a gay one. The two often go together, funnily enough. I can count all the right-wing gay people I know on no hands. The narrator tries to conform to the very straight, very capitalist society by submitting to consumerism. He buys things, he makes his apartment look just like the ones in the magazines. But he still can't sleep. He can never drop his guard in case someone sees through the performance, which technically makes him an actor. That's another point in the gay column as far as I'm concerned. To try and assuage his insomnia, he ends up attending a variety of support groups, mostly ones for various kinds of serious illnesses. He is able to cry here, expressing an emotional vulnerability that would, especially in the 90s, be seen as effeminate and shameful for a man to do openly. The group visits in general have the vibe of a gay man cruising, going to these places after work and under cover of darkness to physically embrace and be vulnerable with other men. Hang on, you're telling me that I could have just gone to a cancer support group this whole time and gotten a boyfriend? Well, let me just go ahead and ring up the trusty...
Okay, I get where he's coming at. I get where he's coming from, like the parallel between how, like you just said, the parallel between how like gay people might socialize when they're in the closet and after work and all that stuff. But I don't really. I think this is definitely like super out there. I mean, I can't take this interpretation seriously. There's nothing explicitly gay about what the character does in the movie. Like that doesn't really make sense. It can serve as a, like this guy's presenting it, it can serve like as a metaphor for the homosexual experience, I guess. Kind of like, okay, let me put it this way. Kind of like how Neo's journey in the Matrix can serve as a metaphor for the trans experience. Kind of like how the Neo can serve as a metaphor for the trans experience in the Matrix. I want to say that, yeah, okay, the way he presents it, this character can serve as a metaphor for the gay experience socializing.
The old NHS about this one. Right, well, they called me a slur and hung up. So once he starts going to these meetings, exposing himself emotionally to male strangers, he can finally sleep. He's no longer constantly stressed about people finding out who he really is. He has an outlet for that now. Or that is, until someone new enters the group to ruin the whole thing.
Okay, Marsupilami, I'm gonna have to ask you to do something. So you're saying Neo's journey cannot serve as a metaphor for the trans experience. It is about humans being dicks to machines and having to deal with the consequences. Okay, there's this thing when you're like reading a book or watching a movie, and it's gonna blow your mind. There's like the literal what's happening in the movie, which that's what you described. That is indeed what happens in the Matrix. And then there is other levels of meaning you can have with media. You can add other interpretations on top of it. And one form of interpretation is through relatability. So a lot of trans people, even before the Wachowski sisters came out and transitioned, a lot of people without any other influence watched The Matrix and were like, wow, when the way Neo transitions from the identity of Mr. I forgot his name. I even forgot his dead name. From his normie identity to his like Matrix identity of Neo, a lot of trans people saw it and were like, "Wow, this speaks to me on a personal level." Even if this wasn't intended by the writers originally, Mr. Anderson, thank you. Even if it wasn't intended by the writers originally, the fact that you can connect to it on that level makes the interpretation valid. Like once a piece of art is out there in the world, it no longer just belongs to the creator; it also belongs to the people experiencing it. I think The Matrix is about how trans people can stop bullets. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you. Oh yeah, the character switch was supposed to be male in the real world and female in the Matrix, but then they didn't put that in because of the producers, if I recall correctly. So there even was like an intention on having on playing upon gender identity and your real, like, what is your real identity for relative to the Matrix. That was supposed to be part of it, absolutely. And the Wachowski sisters they came out as trans at some point. So in the interview, there's this interview by I think it's Lana Wachowski who gives this interview, and she explains that even though she herself was not aware of the of her trans identity when she was writing The Matrix, she does believe that it was part of the influence that it shows in the writing itself. So I think that's like just a pretty fair interpretation of the Matrix. It's not explicit. It's not like in your face, which is usually a pretty cool way of doing it. I dare say myself.
Thing for him, a woman. The second that she arrives, he finds himself once more unable to cry in the sessions and therefore unable to sleep. You know what?
True,
Scratch
fuck
the time
women.
of this video. The narrator's clearly just a gamer. I bet he's up all night playing Street Fighter. Really? What? Who writes this, man? Ah, yeah, that makes sense. So this woman named Marla Singer starts attending all the support groups that the narrator attends for the same underhanded reasons that he is, because it's the only place in our false world where anyone is real to each other. She appears to be set up as our main love interest for the narrator, being the female lead and all, but he clearly doesn't show any interest in her at all. I guess he must just be playing hard to get or something. In fact, he's outright hostile to her. Pretty much every conversation they have is him berating her. The one time where he does something that could be construed as flirting, asking for her number so they can coordinate days to go to different support groups and therefore avoid each other, it all again feels like a performance, like he's doing this because it's something that he believes men do to women. That's the expectation, the ideal for heterosexual interaction. And speaking of heterosexual...
Let's go, Tyler Durden. Look, I don't have anything about fanfic, but when people start interpreting stuff into media that isn't there, it pisses me off. I'm happy for trans people to use the media to describe their journey, but I have a problem when it's forced into something. It's not forced. That's the thing. Like, even if the Wachowski sisters weren't trans, the story still speaks to trans people. Now, if someone comes at you and is like, you know, really extreme and saying like, yeah, the Matrix is all about trans people and nothing else, and yeah, that's a fucking stupid position. But to deny that there is a significant part of the story that does speak to trans identity is just objectively wrong. And that doesn't change the first level interpretation. I like, obviously the crux of the story is like just the whatchamacallit, is just like it's like basic sci-fi and whatever. Thinking of just removing Israel discussion in the comments. Yeah, actually, good idea. Everyone who's right now arguing about Israel in the comments, move it to DMs. Okay, move it to DMs or go have an orgy in like a Discord discussion, all of you together. But like you are like shitting up the chat about something that's completely off topic. Just like move it to DMs if you want to keep on debating. I don't really care about having that discussion right now. So, and obviously y'all are really motivated about it. I respect that. It is an interesting discussion, but like, talk about it elsewhere. You think they would call a place that exists is real? Lol sheep. True. True. How stupid of you all to discuss a place that isn't even real. Good job. Unfortunately, though, that is like this like anti-Zionist meme for like people who want to abolish Israel. It isn't real. That's like also a real thing. Like I know you probably didn't mean it in that way, Jokester, but let's talk about the Uyghurs then. Let's talk about Fight Club, okay? That's the
sexual ideals.
And we need to make a change, not gay.
Tyler Durden is the manifestation of everything the narrator wishes he could be, i.e. the straightest man alive. Well, the straightest man alive who also happens to dress like this. I guess the narrator couldn't help going a little wild with his DeviantArt OC. He's cool,
It's the manliest man alive. I don't like I guess I'm gonna go like a bit marsupilami on this. I do feel like this is kind of pushing the author of this video is really pushing the narrative of like gayness. I mean, like I can see it. I can see where it comes from. But the way the story is relatable to like the way the story is relatable to heterosexual men is universal for men. Actually, no, sorry. The way the story is relatable to men, it's not even about heterosexual or trans or homosexual or whatever. That stuff is just like universal towards masculinity. And now you're like, I feel like the gay interpretation is secondary to that. I do need to make a hierarchy here. It's not about being a man or manly. It's about him not wanting to be a boring capitalist work slave. No, there are very, very strong themes of masculinity in this is not a part of the discussion forum. There are very, very strong themes of masculinity in Fight Club. This video isn't at the moment really going into it, but like the fact that it is about the fact that this is about the Fight Club is about fighting. Violence is a trait that, and especially competitive violence, the way it happens in the Fight Club. And maybe competitive is not the right term. It's not impulsive. It's cathartic violence. Cathartic is what it is in the Fight Club. Cathartic violence is a part of the conception of traditional masculinity. The concept of like the way the physique is a big part of the fighting and violence is not masculinity. As a man, I'd not agree. No, it's fuck. Can we please frame the discussion for 2 seconds, okay? Like, I'm not talking about your conception of masculinity. I'm talking about the traditional concept of masculinity. The traditional concept of masculinity is that the men are the soldiers. The men are the defenders, the fighters. I'm not saying that's good or bad. We're not even at that point of the discussion. I'm like, what I'm saying is descriptive. There is an association between masculinity and violence in a traditional gendered conception of the world. That is just objectively true. That goes back to I don't want to go like full biological essentialism, but that you can even argue that goes back to biological fundamentals of men being just on average stronger than women and having more body mass and all those things. Like there are origins for those gender tropes, even though we're slowly deconstructing them as society advances past the necessity for those. What are we talking about here? Traditional masculinity sounds made up as hell. What does that even mean? Masculinity is cheap gamete traits, femininity takes... Well, that's one way of looking at it. That's the evolutionary psychology interpretation of like sexual dimorphism, and the economy that it entails. There's some valid arguments in that for sure. Anyways, Tyler Durden fights people in a basement. Yeah. He is literally a terrorist. Yeah. He actually is a fighter. You're like, I see him on the front lines. I do. Yeah. Zuckerberg is the ultimate stud. Yeah. Yo. Yo. Oh, sorry. Never mind. Show me the definition of traditional masculinity. So traditional masculinity is the construct of masculinity, especially in all patriarchal societies. So like most human societies, traditional masculinity is is constructed based on the traditional gender roles. So going back to prehistory, traditional gender roles would have the males hunting, the females being caretakers, etc. With some exceptions, obviously. Anthropology is a fascinating field of study of notably many exceptions and common traits within the origins of humanity. Am I telling you what my opinion, what the word means? Yes, usually when you're having a discussion with someone, it's better faith for the person to actually be giving you what they mean by the word than to fall back on arguing with the dictionary. I personally prefer that, but if you want to argue with the dictionary, we can go look up what the official definition is. I personally fucking hate that when that happens. Like you're trying to talk with someone and they just throw the book at you. It's sometimes relevant, but not always. So let's go to Wikipedia. Blah, 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 blah. Masculinity can be the... Overview. Standards of manliness or masculinity vary across different cultures, subcultures, ethnic groups, and historical periods. Traits traditionally viewed as masculine in Western society include strength, courage, independence, leadership, and assertiveness. That is what I mean personally by traditional masculinity. That's why I asked, because we have to have the same definition to understand each other. Well, yeah, absolutely. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood why you were asking. Yes, I'm trying to give you what I mean by that term. There are numerous traits. All of those things does not mean violence or fighting. No, I also include I also include violence, or let's say that assertiveness does lead to escalation of situations. It's less direct, but it is part of it. And like what I was saying earlier, like I don't care about the Wikipedia definition. I was defining it in a way that includes violence because of the history of the world. I said join the Discord, but Landphobe's then Landphobe doesn't want to talk with you on Discord. What the fuck do you want me to do? Like they're their own free person. You can't force someone to debate you if they don't want to. What am I supposed to do about it? Like go DM him or them or something. I don't know. Or if they don't want to, then they don't want to. What do you mean? I'd say this is the most masculine. Mom, you want to reply to me? We should institute forced debate camps. I'd say this is the most masculine thing that I watched when I was 10, and I realized I'm mostly gay. Lou Ferrigno is Hercules. Holy cock and balls! Jesus. I mean, that's a pouch. That is a pouch for sure. Anyways, yeah, the image of the warrior is absolutely a huge part of the traditional conception of masculinity. People who defend traditionalism will very, very often fall back on the concept of the man soldier, among other things. I type definition for traditional. Like once again, dude. Like if that's what you want to do, I'm not that interested in arguing with the dictionary. I presented you with arguments for why violence is part of my definition of traditional masculinity. And those are the fact that traditionally men have been the fighters, traditionally men have been the protectors, and the ones who are supposed to enact violence in the situations where we see violence as justified. That is my main argument for why it is part of the conception of traditional masculinity. The idea of women as soldiers is a very, very, very recent idea in human history. Superheroes are majority men. Yeah, they're like the cultural norms are that the warriors are men. Mulan. Okay, wait, yeah, there are exceptions, of course. Sorry, Jackson. There are exceptions. I understand your arguments now because you changed the word the way you like. No, I'm just presenting like history. I'm just presenting the history of the role of men in the military. I'm not arguing based on definition. That's what you're now trying to turn the argument into, Marsupilami, for no fucking reason. I'm actually talking about this sent me down a rabbit hole on Femlate War deities and Greco-Roman mythology. BRB. All right, see you in an hour. Isn't Mulan from the 90s? If I recall correctly, I could be wrong on this, but I think Mulan is is based on an actual folklore story like an actual Asian folklore story or Chinese folklore story. I could be misremembering. Isn't Athena the goddess of war? True. There are women goddesses of war, but wasn't usually the women doing the fighting. And of course, once again, there are no like hard rules for this, because yes, the concept itself of gender is the part of the gender that is socially constructed, which is a pretty big majority of the concept of gender, is going to change depending on societies, cultures, history, etc., obviously. And yeah, the significance of Mulan's story is predicated on how unusual it is for a woman to be a soldier. Yeah, absolutely. But I don't get where you're coming at, Marspin. You're the one like derailing me into a fucking definition argument. I present you with an actual argument. Women didn't fight because of genetics, not the concept of being a woman or a man. Yes, and those genetics influenced the concept of being a woman or a man. The concepts of gender are, despite being socially constructed, are constructed originally based off of biological imperatives. And then they transformed over time and depending on conditions, etc. But there are certain traits that are part of the social construct that can be traced back to the genetic imperative. Fighting a word does not mean that we're violent, though. Do you understand what the word association means? I'm associating the concept of violence with masculinity. I'm not saying men are violent. This is not like a personal attack on men or on you or on like masculinity. This is just a description of how a lot of people historically and sometimes even still now view the concept of masculinity. And yeah, fighting the war does seem pretty violent. Are Ukrainians violent? Yes, the Ukrainian soldiers are acting upon violence. God damn it, dude! I've said this time and time again. When cartoons have taught us that violence is a net evil, that violence is objectively evil, they've actually harmed society. And I'm not one of those like fucking weirdos who jerks themselves off to the concept of like a violent anarchist world. I'm quite the contrary to that. But I swear to God, this like moral association to violence is like hardcore pissing me off. Yeah, I got baited into semantics so hard. I should have cut it off right away. I should have never fucking clicked the Wikipedia article on definition. I'm anti Yukio Mishima. Yes, exactly. No, but seriously, the idea of violence being a bad thing, I understand where it comes from. I understand that in a modern society, violence fulfills very few roles. But even in a modern society, violence still has its roles and still has utility in certain niche situations. And it's like completely intellectually dishonest to pretend that there is no place for violence in our existence. And it leads to this kind of thinking. Imagine being a pacifist. I didn't follow the discussion before, Marsupilami. Really, if you want to see true masculinity, go to a leather bar or gay pride. Where do I think violence is the best option? In self-defense, for example. Well, it's not the best option, but self-defense where you don't have the option to run away. Let me specify that. Because obviously, the number one priority in a self-defense situation is to run away. But sometimes you'll not have the option to run away. And in that case, you have to defend yourself. I think violence also, if you enlarge the term, if we're no longer just talking about physical violence, violence can also mean standing your ground and defending yourself rhetorically or defending your boundaries in a relationship. So, for example, there is a fear of a lot of people, including myself, grew up with a fear of conflict. And being incapable of handling conflict in human relations, in human interactions. That is something I had to learn as becoming as an adult, to actually handle conflict. And because conflict is a form of violence, even if it's just verbal. But you need to be ready for conflict when you're defending your boundaries. Sometimes people will not understand your boundaries or not be willing to respect them, and then you need to be willing to engage in conflict, even if it's just verbal. It's the best option when it comes to inspiring great movies and video games. Yeah, sure. Wait, COVID didn't come from bat soup? Lol. We don't know yet, but I've moved on from that topic, Vampire Hunter D. But yeah, there is a report now publicizing fuck you too. There's a report now publicizing how there actually are conflicting opinions in the American intelligence departments on whether COVID comes from the COVID comes from a lab or whether it comes from the from natural causes. Did I push the narrative? No, I did not. You've literally, like, last time you watched my stream was like a year ago or something, and you're just like shit posting my stream. What do you want me to tell you? Long live Ennio, the mistress of city destruction. That she sounds really based. Let's get back to rural living and let's get back to this video.
Confident, he's rebelling against the man. Again, we have this very weird dichotomy of the narrator wanting to be what he already is. Plus, to bring it back to the gay, as I always make sure to do on this channel, the narrator is clearly immediately more attracted to Tyler than he is to Marla. When his condo blows up, we'll get to that, he decides not to ask Marla for help and instead asks the hunky and mysterious man that he made up in his mind. So the narrator thinks that he's pathetic, but he's also attracted to himself, but he can't ask himself for help because he's too attracted to himself, but while also viewing himself as pathetic, he is attracted to his... Fight Club is a 1999 film directed by David Fincher. We also can't ignore that the condo blowing up in the first place can be seen as a pretty direct metaphor for a sudden and unwanted outing of a person's sexuality. The narrator talks about how embarrassing it is that all of his private things are now out in public for strangers to gawp at.
How embarrassing.
Right after this, he then reaches out to the LGBT community for help and to find a new place to live his life, which is a common experience for many queer people just starting out in their self-discovery journeys. It's also revealed later that Tyler deliberately blew up the narrator's apartment by leaving the gas on, maybe turning this into more of a story of a gay man who bottled up all his feelings for too long and they quite literally exploded. When the narrator and Tyler are living together, they live in what looks like a nice family home that has been rotting for a while. The whole place is a testament to them both, or again, just one person, rejecting the heterosexual domestic norm for something that outside society often considers a weird and unnatural inversion of that.
Is this video homophobic? No, not at all. I feel like there's a bit of equivocation going on with the different means of attraction here. Yeah. There's a lot of equivocation going on in this video.
One of the things they talk about while Tyler is naked in the bath,
Oh my god, they were roommates.
is their absent fathers, or father, or maybe the narrator has two dads and they're each talking about one in sync, like some kind of gay trauma figure skating team. Figure skating. Regardless, this is a pretty common theme in works about gay men, a neglectful or outright absent father that becomes a focal point for our characters' traumas. Being openly more in touch with your feminine side is something that all men, not just queer men, have been ridiculed for ages, whether it's wearing pink, flower arranging, enjoying one of 3 separate TV shows in the 2010s. These are all things that men have often been afraid to do in public lest they get called gay, or worse,
True.
a woman. Okay, that last thing was obviously a joke. If you're a Doctor Who, Supernatural, or Sherlock fan, you are definitely gay.
I'd argue making everything about homosexuality is homophobic as fuck. I'm seeing this charitably. Like I said earlier in this video, I'm trying to see this more as like a gay person sharing what they related to in Fight Club. And I understand there's a lot that you can relate to as a gay person in Fight Club. This guy's presenting it. I just disagree with the conclusion that that means that that is like the #1 theme of Fight Club, and that like that is something like I agree with you. That's like there's a huge reach in this video, but like fundamentally, if like that's what you're relating to, then yeah, all this makes a lot of sense. All his conclusions are why the meme about 2 men sitting in a pool but 6 feet apart because they're not gay exists. Yeah, okay, dude. We need to take a moment, and this is an important PSA, okay? Please, when you're in the pool, especially if you have a boner, please hug your homie, okay? Maybe even kiss them. Have you kissed a homie today? Kiss your homies. Let's stop the encroachment of homosexuality. We need to offer comfort to our fellow men and save them from homosexuality. Hey, this is actually my special plan to get like hot men to kiss me. Give your homie a hand, exactly. Yeah, let's be real, you know. We all know there's nothing gayer than having sex with a woman. Like, wow, that's really gay. Like, women are pretty gay, so, you know, we don't want that. Just have sex with men. That's the heterosexual way.
You can take that pride flag down, mate. That TARDIS keychain is enough of a rainbow bat signal for everyone already.
Is your family accepting of your LGBTQ lifestyle?
Staying with the feminine for the moment, we need to bring things back to Marla Singer, who Tyler starts having sex with while the narrator is living with him. Again, this is actually the narrator doing it with Marla, but he's only able to perform the act from a place of extreme detachment, literally picturing himself overhearing all this from different rooms of the house. The sex that they have is extremely loud and violent, like they're putting on a performance for someone else. I would play it for you to prove my point, but YouTube will literally hit me with a bus. It's like this because, again, it's the narrator's invented idea of how a cool, buff, straight dude like Tyler would have sex with a woman, something that the narrator wouldn't know how to do or have any interest in.
Like, this makes me realize something I missed in Fight Club, by the way. Yes, I think that is Bellatrix Lestrange. You're right. This makes me realize something I was completely missing in the movie. Those are absolutely sex scenes. I completely missed that part, that like metaphor, for sure. Yeah, because he, like, you have to understand we have an unreliable narrator, and that actually gives a lot more credence to this guy's interpretation of the movie, because when you have an unreliable narrator, what the narrator chooses to see and chooses not to see is also really meaningful to the meaning of the movie. I still stand by the fact that he's like kind of like a lot of the stuff that I see just as a commentary on masculinity gets subverted into this guy's interpretation of it being about homosexuality. But obviously there's going to be crossover between the two interpretations. That also just is like a fact of life. Really, I love the gayness in the film myself, especially when you have Andrew Tate types completely misreading the film as an uber masculine film. The irony is that, yeah, like, Tyler Durden is an Andrew Tate type, and he's the villain of the movie. But yeah. There should be a drinking game in which you get a random movie and a random topic and try to explain why the movie is really about that topic. Oh yeah, that would be a fun game, actually.
In learning how to do. He is still extremely cold to Marla, which obviously confuses her quite a bit because she's just a silly woman who doesn't understand that real Chads can switch between nerd and cool mode whenever they like. To all my fellow Chads out there, I would love some tips because I've been stuck on nerd mode for like 25 years. Yeah, and I know what you've been wondering this whole time. Is Marla Singer? Does she perhaps? Would she maybe? Well, she doesn't really talk about herself enough for us to find out, because this movie is for the boys. Yeah, this is a movie about men and the male gaze and the male gaze. You want a women-led movie that's like this? Too freaking bad. Addendum to this, when I typed in Fight Club for Women on Google, this movie came up.
What?
Did you know that Alec Baldwin has more SAG awards than any other male actor? Anyway, where was I?
What is that movie? Wait a second. I need to... What was it? Chick Fight? Yeah. 2020 comedy action movie. The heck? We need to watch the trailer real quick. Now that sounds like... Now this movie sounds like hell, okay?
That's right. Undress him with your eyes. Peel off that spandex.
Stop! That's not what I'm doing.
His shorts are so tight, you can see that his little dude is also wearing a tiny bike helmet.
Your okay? You seem upset.
Well, my business is in the toilet. I don't have insurance. Oh. I can barely pay my bills. Oh, come on. Today, my car got repossessed. Other than that, I'm amazing.
Is this like a woman? Dude, is this actually like a female? Fucking Is this like a female reinterpretation of Fight Club? Is this actually that?
With who you are and what you're capable of.
What is this place?
The answer to all your problems. Ta-da!
What the?
It actually is.
Are you kidding me?
This is a shelter, a safe haven for women to come without societal judgment. Come on, Sarah McLachlan.
What you got, Lizzo?
You're up next, Rocky.
Are you gonna tap out?
What did tap out mean? Guessing I lost, huh?
Yeah, but at least you fought. You took a lot of courage.
It would take a miracle worker to help me.
I think I know just the guy.
That's who you want to train me?
Dude, this is the first level interpretation of Fight Club. Like this is the fucking 2 brain cell interpretation of Fight Club, and what happens if you like reimagine a movie without any of the social commentary. There's no social commentary in this movie. There's just like, if I'm going off the trailer, obviously I haven't watched it, but this is terrible. This looks terrible, at least. God thinks Chick-fil-A actually has safety in mind with the regulation hexagon and gloves. Yeah, it's the neutered version of Fight Club. Fight Club is based on a book. Yes, I know.
I want you to train me.
Train you to do what? Ride a bike?
I'm part of a fight club.
That sounds dangerous.
I am sick and tired of my demons getting the better of me, and I want to punch them square in the face.
I like you, Heidi.
Anna.
Okay,
Anna.
let's go with that. You don't even hit like a girl. You hit like a cat that can't box.
Oh. Ow.
A place like that should be about real competition, real fighters.
She moves like Neo in the Matrix. I'm not afraid of you, Cobra Kai.
Better watch your back.
Yeah, well, you better watch your front parts.
Pretty face. You're gonna lose it.
She's been holding.
It's like oh god, this is the cringe humor from the female Ghostbusters too. Actually, even worse, there was a Fight Club computer game that also doesn't get the point. Wait, really? Oh no. There are Fight Club 2 and 3 comics. There are comics? Damn.
I'll see you in here tomorrow night. Heads up.
Not gonna lie, her rival in the Fight Club looks hella hot. I'm a huge sucker for the.
Walk away, Mom Jean.
I'm a huge sucker for the like girl next.
Hit the bag.
Emo girl next door look.
This is crazy.
That just like completely fucking misses the point of Fight Club. Okay, Fight Club video game. While we're at it, have I ever seen the movie Never Back Down? No, I have not. Yeah, let's just go on YouTube for this. Fight Club video game. Hey, by the way, look there's this guy called Oyoyo streaming on YouTube. You can go check him out and give a like on his YouTube stream, so to like help promote it and stuff, and like you can also subscribe to his YouTube channel. Anyways, whoa, meta dude. Fight Club the video game story playthrough. Oh yeah, we're not gonna do like a story playthrough, but we can check out the review, right?
You know what Street Fighter is? It's a fighting game. A fucking brilliant fighting game.
That guy's ripping me off. True. Go report his stream for DMCA him. It was on PS2 on Xbox. Did you ever read the Satanist article I posted in #series? Yes, I did turn it. I didn't do it on stream though. I talked about it on stream, but I never I didn't read the article on stream. But yeah, that was a fucking fascinating read.
Such a good fighting game that even Street Fighter's fucking sequels have sequels. It's such a popular fighting game that people now fight each other in Street Fighter, and it's considered an e-sport. And these guys, I guess, are e-athletes because they fight each other in Street Fighter, even though it's just a fucking fighting game about people fucking fighting each other. Street Fighter is a fun fucking fighting game for fucking fighting game fans. You know what Street Fighter isn't? Based off of a fucking movie primarily dealing with the themes of male identity and their dependency on consumerism. Fight Club. First rule of Fight Club shouldn't have been not to talk about it. It should have been you do not make a fucking game about Fight Club. It boggles my mind. This has got to be one
With
of the
netplay.
worst ideas for a video
Nice.
game I've ever heard. I mean, it takes a serious lack of a fuck to do some of the shit that Fight Club the game does. First of all, the characters. Now, obviously in a fighting game, one of the main appeals is its character roster. And boy oh boy are we spoiled for choice here. First of all, they couldn't get the rights to use Brad Pitt, Edward Norton and Jared Leto's image, so we're stuck with lookalikes.
No.
Lookalikes.
Why? How do you get the rights to do a video game and not the rights to the actors' images? Like, come on. Come on. Of course, for the PS2, you can find everything on the PS2. Yeah, the PS2 had some garbage games.
Lookalikes.
Their image wouldn't work in 2001 anyway, yeah. Actors with expensive
Edward
lawyers,
Norton is
yeah.
called Jack, even though he's never actually given.
And to be fair, actually, let's be fair. Those actors wrote some fucking based contracts where they never gave away the rights to their like personal image for derivative property, which is a pretty smart way of going about it. Because imagine having your face associated with the pile of shit that this game looks like.
The movie, which is done intentionally to explore the theme of identity, but here it's just like, yeah, fuck it, let's just call him Jack, because sometimes in the movie he says things about a Jack, so he's Jack, call him Jack. Then there's Bob, who's supposed to be Meatloaf, who again I thought was a really bad lookalike, but then they actually got the rights to use his appearance in the game. Really? Really? You have Angel Face and a bunch of other minor characters from the movie until the game gets desperate and just pops in Lou. Yeah, Lou, as in Lou, who came down to try and stop the Fight Club in the movie. Yeah,
no way.
He's in the game. He's actually
such a
in Fight
memorable character.
Fuck you. And Raymond, the store clerk that Tyler threatens at gunpoint to go back to college or he'll kill him. He's in Fight Club. Yeah, why not? And Detective Stern, he's in Fight Club. What? And if you're wondering who the unlockable characters are, there's the barman with the wireframe, Edward Norton's boss, Abraham Lincoln, and Fred Durst. Why Abe Lincoln? I'm guessing because in the movie there's a throwaway line where Tyler said he'd like to fight him, so it's a fun little reference, I guess. But Fred Durst? Fred Durst? Oh, I wonder whose idea that was. Just because there happens to be a Limp Bizkit song.
No, there's a Limp Bizkit song in the game's original music. True. Oh no! Imagine having a movie being anti-capitalism and then selling yourself out for a video game. And to be fair, we live in a society, but yeah. Game looks dope, hella dope. Oh, have you ever seen that video clip of that one guy who's doing all sorts of cartwheels and stuff, and then he gets punched one time and knocked out? Isn't there like a million of those on of those like street fight videos where the guy does wacky shit and just gets knocked out? Abe is in the game. I'm taking back my thing about the game being bad. Yeah, what a based game.
Trying to make people think you're tough, Fred. You're 45 and you're still wearing baseball caps backwards, you dick. The game plays like a shit Tekken. There's not much else to describe it. It just feels like a copycat clone of better fighting games, and I'd be happy to dismiss its blandness if not for one simple thing. Fighting games require diversity in both their characters and their movesets.
True.
Tekken has fucking bears, for God's sake. Fight Club as a premise is about a bunch of men who aren't even fighters. Yeah. How will that translate? So, developers in their infinite wisdom just decided to forget that aspect of the movie, and now suddenly every character has one of three fighting styles: brawler, grappler, and martial arts.
No.
And that's the complexity.
There's
of
only
fighting.
3 characters.
There's only 3 different movesets in the whole game. How fun.
No.
And, hey, can anyone guess what moveset
That is so sad.
Asian shop clerk is going to use?
Martial arts.
I wonder which one. Which one will Raymond the Asian store clerk adapt?
I think we all know.
This fucking thing is terrible. I mean, half the fun of fighting games is trying out every character because generally every one of them are unique, and the fun is about finding which character.
And to be fair, right now he's showing like the most diverse moveset list of all fighting games. That was Marvel vs. Capcom. That's like some wacky ass shit. That's a fucking amazing fighting game. Actually, Fred Durst was also an unlockable character on SmackDown Here Comes the Pain, as his rolling song was used for the Biker Undertaker. Damn, like Fred Durst's marketing team is on point, getting him into all those games. Marvel vs. Capcom is better than Smash Bros. That is actually objectively true. I really like Smash Bros, but I'm just salty because one of my friends actually try hard Smash Bros and has learned how to do like really like advanced techniques and stuff, and I'll never ever win against him again. So all other fighting games are better. Yes. Most diverse unless you're playing to win, in which case there are like 6 viable characters. Really, I don't know the like pro meta of MVC. I'm just going off of the like amateur. I'm just playing the game to have fun perspective, in which case it's like, wow, I can like, there's a million different things I can do in the game. As long as I mash the right buttons, because I'm never fucking learning a moveset.
One, because it's 1 of 3. Here, take your pick, dickhead. So, the game opens up with a scene from the Operation Mayhem subplot, hinting that this half-baked fighting game is going to try follow the story of the movie, which is so laughable that I was honestly giddy with excitement looking forward to the shit show that was about to follow. We're then treated to the lookalike Tyler Durden welcoming us to Fight Club.
The first rule of Fight Club is, you don't talk about Fight Club.
This
nice
is
voice
Tyler
acting.
Durden, more like Tyler Turden. Oh, fuck off.
I want you to hit me as hard as you can.
I wish I could. The story opens up with a cinematic of our main character entering the Fight Club. And honestly, the effort that they put into the cutscenes are pretty impressive, and it does kind of capture the feel of the Fight Club in the movie. You know, except for the stupid stylizing X-ray thing that they do, but the atmosphere is kind of there.
Wait, when does this come out? What year was this? Because this preempts the Mortal Kombat X-ray, right? Fight Club video game. 1999 film. Oh, the video game came out in 2004. 2004, and then you got the Mortal Kombat X-ray. 2011. Dude, Mortal Kombat ripped off Fight Club the video game. We've got him red-handed. Oh my god, this is the scoop of the century. Mortal Kombat X-ray brutalities are actually inspired by one of the worst fighting games ever made. Oh no. That is just sad. Can this website load, please? Okay, there we go. An X-ray attack, first introduced in Mortal Kombat 2011. 7 years later. Oh, damn. This reminds me of the Reservoir Dogs game where they couldn't get the rights to have the likenesses of the actual actors. There's a Reservoir Dogs game? That sounds... Without the actual actors, yeah, that sounds terrible. One underestimated fighting game is Def Jam Fight for New York. Oh, I heard it's good. I never tried it, though.
Fuck, did I just pay this game a compliment? They do kind of miss the point with the dialogue, though.
Hey, I'm looking for Tyler.
Fucking virgin.
Nobody in Fight Club talks like that to anybody. In Fight Club the movie, everyone is respectful towards one another, which serves as
actually
the obvious
true
contrast against the horrific violence that they participate in. In reality, they're all just normal dudes, and not Neanderthalic cavemen. I mean, what is this guy?
Rule 8, first night here, you gotta fight.
Then we're thrown into our first fight against Ricky, and it's, I win, and my character says something, but makes no sound. Wait, what? I don't understand.
Nice.
Why didn't he say anything?
Nice game design.
Now,
Fine.
what's happening? Is there a glitch? Why is it just pictures?
Oh no, they could only do
God,
one
it's actually meant to
cutscene.
look like this, isn't it? Oh, sweet fucking Jesus.
Oh
Are
no.
you serious right now? Pictures? They're telling their story by way of a fucking slideshow? Are they insane? What the fuck? This isn't a Nintendo, it's a PlayStation 2. Why? I mean, why? And you
Nah, that is just sad.
anything out. Like, what the fuck is happening?
Rule number 4! Only 2 guys to a fight.
How did my character know that? It's his first time at a fight club. How does he know the rules? This doesn't make any sense. Fucking hell, I have never in my life seen a game take such a running leap off of a cliff before. This is impressive. So next I have to fight Irvin, and upon beating him, he tells me I can find Tyler on Paper Street.
I came to be a part of something.
You want to be a part of something? You get to Paper Street. Tyler does his business there.
Now, why the fuck I have to beat him in a fight to learn of Tyler's location is beyond me. Since when do you have to be a good fighter to be a member of Fight Club? That's
True.
not the point of the movie.
Now buy me a goddamn beer.
They tell the rules before a fight. SMH. True, actually. Actually, the best movie fight game was the Rocky game. I never heard of. You guys are teaching me about so many movie-inspired video games I've never heard about. We need to do like a gamer session. I need to like grab an emulator and something and try them out. Are we talking about things we cannot talk about? Yes, we are. Have I heard about God Hand? Yes, I've watched the Seth Zentok videos about God Hand. It looks so much fun. Yeah.
Fuck you, Dick. You attacked me outside the bar.
Yo, Rock Silver, welcome to the stream. How are you doing?
And it's freezing out here. It's raining and I'm not wearing any clothes apart from my jeans. But why aren't they wearing clothes? Why did they walk outside into the rain without any clothes?
Where Brad Pitt? So they made a video game based on Fight Club that wasn't able to get the rights to the likeness of the actors. So there's no Brad Pitt in this video game, in this Fight Club video game. How do I feel about communism? I like the intention of creating a society where with everyone according to their needs, and I feel sympathy for. I do espouse certain socialist principles, but I'm anti-communist. Honestly, I don't actually like communism. My family comes from Poland, where they had to live through what communism actually was like in real life, and it was not fun, to say the least. I agree, communists in practice tend to be crazy people. Yeah, without even getting into, like, talking about tankies. What about good communism? Well, Utopia is not supposed to be fun. No fun allowed in the Utopia. What a loaded question to ask in the background Fight Club video game. Also, Nordic model and any welfare policy can accomplish a lot according to their needs. Yeah. That's why I identify politically as a social democrat. That's why I do like the Nordic model and the welfare states. Absolutely. That is my ideal government system in many ways. And living in France, I get to experience it to a certain extent. A bit less than in the Nordic countries, but still. It's France does okay as far as the welfare state goes. Poles are like the most anti-communist of the former Eastern Bloc nations, I think. Yeah, it's I think all of the former Eastern Bloc nations have a strong anti-communist sentiment, but Poland definitely seems to have more of it than others. I think I agree, though I haven't seen any polling data to support that idea. I'm not against what SOCDEM wants to achieve, but I think having high tax rates or expansive regulation is entirely unnecessary and harmful. Well, it is necessary. If you want expensive government programs, you need high tax rates to fund them. If you want to curb the excesses of a free market, you need regulation in place or incentives, and incentives cost tax money as well. I do think those are opposing concepts that you need to balance out. And where you stand on that balance pretty much dictates what your economic political position is. Did you see the meme about the French Minister of Work being a Giga Chad? No, I did not see it. There was actually 2 Rocky games, and the second Rocky Legends was as great as you could play as Clubber Lang against Ivan Drago. Okay. Why are they inherently expensive? Why does giving people some basic housing or basic healthcare mean extreme expenses? It only means that because governments are very often corrupt and likely inefficient. And first off, the socialized healthcare systems per capita end up being cheaper, despite all the discussions of corruption and inefficiency, which obviously there's some level of that always. Still end up being cheaper per capita than per capita costs of privatized systems, which I think is an interesting factor to take into account. But also, it's just a question of scale. Like speaking about France, where I live, because like that's what I know, you got 70 million people to insure. That's a lot of expenses. But then, where do the expenses mostly come from? You're interfacing, because when you're talking about welfare state and the interfacing of those socialist policies with capitalist market, you need to have the there will be at the interface points between the socialist systems and the capitalist system, you will have some level of negotiation happening that will require money being spent, you know? That is how transactions in the market work. There's money being spent. Like, you need to buy the medication, you need to pay for the medication research, you need to buy the extremely advanced hospital equipment, etc., etc. But you're just providing them with the basic standard of living. Why is it expensive to throw up some cement apartment blocks like in the USSR? Well, I don't disagree. I think a lot more could be done, for example, with regards to I think a lot more could be done with regards to homelessness, for example, and like better housing. But even that is like, you have to realize that the cement apartment blocks aren't a great example of urbanization. There are better ways of making high density housing, and then. So yeah, it gets complicated. Crimea chat soon. Yeah, let me stop getting derailed into the communism talk, and let's finish the Fight Club videos, and then let's talk about Crimea. I'm down for that. I think AI could be helpful in allowing us to better determine what roles people are suited for, so we can more efficiently socialize them for those roles. Oh, I fucking hate that. Have you ever read Brave New World? I think the idea of like systemizing and organizing, like shoehorning people into roles is fucking insanity. That's like super dystopia mode. In the USA, at least taking advantage of this would require that we scrap all anti-discrimination legislation, especially anti-genetic discrimination legislation. Well, it's also like that's also making the huge assumption that AI can actually make good decisions, which is just patently wrong. This is what I'll say. It is expensive, and the only reason why it is expensive is because government and public bodies are inherently not profit-driven. Therefore, they are not cost-cut-driven. Therefore, they are inefficient. That's just not true. Like, once again, the fact that per capita, a welfare state, health insurance costs less than private insurance. That could not be true if profit-driven made it more efficient. If profit-driven made it more efficient, then you would find that private healthcare insurance would be would be more cost efficient, would cost less. That's at least one field that debunks that argument. Check the link, it's Fight Club vibe. Okay. I debunk all machine learning. No, the thing is machine learning, and there are extensive studies on this. If you actually study the problems with machine learning and its weaknesses, you learn that machine learning cannot, or it's very, very difficult to have machine learning come to conclusions and like build things that would not be, that human beings cannot make themselves. So basically, when you're training an AI, the AI needs a body of information that builds off of to build the connections for the new data that it'll analyze. And that body will usually have built-in assumptions and the built-in biases of the human beings that are training it, that designed the data set. And those built-in assumptions will all they will do is that the AI will very efficiently perpetuate the biases built into the data. Do you want me to link papers with discoveries made by AIs? No, I know there are. Once again, I said it's hard to make an AI that will overcome those biases. I didn't say it's impossible. And more importantly, it really depends on fields. So on fields that are very, very, when you're doing research in fields that are very, very concrete science, AI is far less likely to suffer from biases because the data sets are much more descriptive of reality, and there is much less place for bias and human error in constructing the data set in the first place. But what we've seen time and time again is that when you're using AI to apply to things when you're applying AI to stuff like social organization or recognition, bias is an extremely important issue to take into account. Basically, barring like huge advancements in AI, I think that AI is far more likely to just perpetuate current outcomes if you're giving it any control over a facet of society than to improve them. An example of this was when they trained an AI to help with recruitment in the when they trained an AI to help with recruitment with Amazon, they trained it on the data set of their recruitment, and because of that, it inherited the biases of the recruitment, and they actually trained the AI to be sexist, basically, in its recruitment process. It was dismissing qualified women as software developers simply because they historically had hired less women. So obviously that's something you can compensate for when designing and training the AI, but like that is a real thing that happened with applying an AI to this kind of application that you're suggesting, Shangyang. That is a very, very big danger. And now applying that to the whole of society, you would have to be super, super careful with what you're doing and how you're training that AI. Anyways, yeah, back to
Durden's house on Paper Street, where they have a fight club carefully hidden in the front garden. Well, geez, I hope none of the neighbors call the cops. Idiots. You know, in the film, Tyler's house was a base. It wasn't actually used as a fight club, because if I were planning a terrorist operation that involved blowing up several skyscrapers, I really don't think that I'd have a group of shirtless yobs fighting outside in the garden. It might just attract some unwarranted attention, don't you think? But the game's just like, you know, whatever. And Jesus Christ, look at that head. He's got a head like a fucking...
Simple machine learning model 8 years ago has small bias, therefore machine learning is sexist. That is not what I'm saying. Have you listened to what I actually said? I said it's dangerous and it has to be done with extreme care. I have reasons to be very, very wary of any concept of utilizing AI for social organization. That would need to be done extremely carefully and very, very how to put it? Yeah, with extreme care. That's literally all I said. But you can like go Twitter mode on me and tell me to say that I'm like saying all AI is sexist. Currently, people with more biases are in charge of these decisions. Are you saying there's more oversight in the current system? Well, the problem is, actually, yes, there is more. There actually is more oversight when humans are making those decisions, because we assume that humans are not all AI. We assume that humans are biased, and we search to compensate for it. A lot of people view AI as being capable of coming to conclusions in an unbiased manner. So, and that is the goal. The goal is for AI to come to conclusions unbiased and free from making human mistakes. That is like a baked-in assumption when it comes to people evaluating AI decisions. That is a danger. It is dangerous if we have an AI that has baked-in biases, but people assume that it's perfect. Obviously, if what you're proposing is to use an AI and understand that the AI is also biased and people don't treat it as like a source of truth, then sure, that avoids most of the problems. No, the goal is to come to conclusions under the correct bias. By definition, you're quantifying these biases. The goal is to come to conclusions. Oh yeah, sure, you can put it that way. Yeah, under the correct bias. By definition, you're quantifying these biases. Sure. But regardless, I'm just talking about the way people understand AI. Is that the AI will be capable of making inferences without making human mistakes, and that it's important to debunk that. It is important that people understand that AI will perpetuate human mistakes if those human mistakes influence the conception of the AI. That is not like a controversial statement. That doesn't mean AI shouldn't be used. That just means if AI has responsibility over human outcomes and lives, it needs to be done very, very carefully. Did someone just knock? Fuck me, I just heard a knock. Okay, let me check the door. Oh my god, I'm scared. Hold my hand. Yeah, Overlord. Heard you talking shit. True. Dude, and it came from my left too, like. Fuck. Like I'm on the second floor. There's no one at the window. I'm weirded out. All right, anyways. Moving on. Plot twist is Mr. Shyamalan. Yeah.
Orange. So Edward Norton, yes, that's supposed to be Edward Norton, has a fight with Marla, Helena Bonham Carter from the movie. See, you can tell they're fighting because the slideshow shows pictures of her throwing a cigarette at him. Wow, I'm really invested into this story. So Edward Norton pushes our lead character, who then bumps into Bob, who says he just has to have a fight to get accepted.
These guys are not gonna trust you until you fight.
Meanwhile, Meatloaf stands behind a microphone wondering what the fuck he's doing with his life. Then
Okay, I'm done with this review, actually. His name was... Hey, Charmhole. Welcome back to the stream. Yo, I saw you in Chud's chat earlier. I saw y'all were watching the fucking Scott Adams thing. What did you think about it? I watched it live a bit earlier. That was some wacky shit. It's a vampire who wants to know why Fight Club is gay. Yeah, let's go back to that video at this point. Wait, y'all linked some other stuff for me to check out. There was this Reservoir Dogs trailer. Let's check this out real quick. His name was Robert Paulson. True.
I got you. You thought I didn't see you now, didn't you? You tried to sneak by me now, didn't you? Now give me what you promised me. Give it here.
There's bullet time in Reservoir Dogs. What the fuck? Why? This has nothing to do with the movie. I guess it's like all the parts of the movie that don't happen in the movie. Oh, it's GTA as well.
Are you gonna bark all day, little doggy? Or are you gonna bite?
Yeah, I'd play it. This looks like a scuffed, non-open world GTA, honestly. That could be fun, I guess. I guess it's like every part of the movie except the actual movie at this point. Those graphics be dripping. Chud hates me because I have nuanced takes that liken liberals to authoritarians. Yeah, that's very nuanced. Wow, you're truly the king of nuance, Charmhole. I think AI could potentially be effective at predicting future job performance based on all available variables we could possibly measure about a person. People make a big deal about things like racial bias against black people or whatever, but typically black people score higher on subjective measurements of job performance than on objective ones. Well, the thing is, qualitative measurements are valuable, and there's also the value of diversity in the workplace, which can actually be measured. Like the diverse workplaces. And there's various explanations for it, do tend to perform better. Look up Scarface PS2. All right, we're doing all of them. We're doing all the weird video, like movie video game adaptations. Did you make an AI type this? Oh no. What's not nuanced is Twitch-poll moderators and streamers doing anything to lick the boots of Bezos-owned Amazon's owned Twitch. How is Chud like bootlicking Bezos?
Not a dime in my pocket. I had friends die here, double-crossed by greed.
Wait, this is the movie, not the video game.
Now Sosa thinks you're gonna take everything I ever had.
Oh, they used scenes from the movie for the video game trailer?
Thinks I'm just gonna lay down and die. But Tony Montana,
that's wacky.
Don't die that easy. Say hello to my little friend.
I guess at least they use they got the rights to the movie images.
Take back the power. Then you get the women.
Yeah, this is basically scuffed GTA again.
Everybody in Miami. Then you get revenge. You fuck with me! You're fucking with the best! Fucking cockroach!
Did they say fucking Kakarot? Is this Dragon Ball now?
You think you can take me? Game over, America!
And depending on how scuffed the gameplay is, this could actually be very fun, honestly. Hey, it's my first time watching live. I was recently introduced to you by Skimulating My Nipples. I'm a big fan of politics streamers they are just so interesting and entertaining. They never get stale and old. Thank you so much, Occam's Razor Scooter. How are you doing? This is not the okay, wait. This is not the first time you're here. It says first time chat, but I swear to God, I've already seen you. Like either I saw you in other like Twitch poll circles or chats, or I like hallucinated you talking in my chat. But I swear to God, I've talked with you before. Anyways, yeah, the politics streamers never get old. Absolutely. Chud Logic has liberal takes, but in a British accent. Hey, the British accent makes everything better. Like, how do you think Sargon of Akkad got so successful? Total Overdose is not a movie game, but please watch the trailer for it as well. Okay. There was also the Godfather game. The Godfather game was actually pretty good from what I remember. One GTA mission, $60. True. It might just be one GTA mission for sure. I love the most gatekeepery people on the left usually have no audience and make two-figure profits on the net like no common chick. I don't know who that is, but I guess I don't see myself as being very very gatekeepy, but I'm making two-figure profits. So what does that say about me? Maybe I need to go the Tate route. Okay, I need to fake it till you make it. Okay, I need to be like, yeah, I'm earning millions off of this stream. I'm hustling. and then like if you sub to me, you'll earn millions too. Big true story, by the way. Oh god, this... Holy cow, this trailer is loud.
You need to give me an answer fast.
Backhand slap him.
I'll never pay. Never.
Yeah, this is like... This is a slapping game. You see guns, you see explosions, but actually the only violence in this game is slapping. You can choose between the backhand or the main hand.
I'll give you the keys to my truck.
For a second, I thought he was gonna poke him in the balls with that burning stick. I'm a bit disappointed. Not gonna lie, this game looks really fun. This game actually looks hella fun.
Time to get out of the business, my friend.
This looks really good. Like the sound effects and everything, the gameplay, the different ways you can like approach problems. Like you can see in the trailer, there's like different ways of killing people. You can go silent, like with the Garrett, and like choke them down. You can throw things at them, make them fall off ledges. Pyramid Scheme stream, yes. Did you look up the Sopranos PS2 game yet? That game was a total shitty cash grab. Scarface was reskinned Vice City, actually fun, just like the True Life games. Okay, yeah, if it's reskinned Vice City, then it's as good as Vice City. Drink fizz water or you're a cuck was the funniest take ever. It was so good. I gotta give praise to Tate when he's saying the truth, okay? Don't be friends with people who don't drink fizzy water. Absolutely. That is some really good life advice. Oh, yeah, who talks about his nipple? Oh, no. Wait, what did I just say? By stimulating my nipples. I'm a big fan of politics streamers that are just so by... Oh, simulate my nipples. Oh, fuck me. I didn't even notice. Jesus Christ. Communism discussion over? Good, I can watch again. Yeah, it's over. Okay, what was the... We're just watching, like, wacky game trailers, I guess. Sopranos PS2 game. Let's go.
Rated M for mature.
Oh, no, I think I've seen this before. Oh, no. Yeah, this is so bad.
Hey! Get out of there!
Not the Gabagoo.
Uncle Tony?
You kidding me? Pulling a stunt like that on this street?
It was just sitting there. What do you care?
Look at you, a street punk, snatching purses from old ladies. Christ, the was here to see this.
Well, he ain't here.
Censor.
Anyway.
I got news for you, Joey. There's more than one way to shame your family. Whatever else he was a good father, and he would have hated seeing you like this. He'd be as pissed as me.
I'm sorry, Tony. It's just...
If you need money or something, you should have come to me. Go home. Quit acting like a delinquent, and maybe we can find something for you to do.
No kidding? You do that?
Go out the back way. Now. Forget the purse, you moron. Go!
Okay. Sopranos, Road to Respect. Let's. If I recall correctly, the gameplay is garbage, but they did get the actual like actors to voice the characters and stuff, which is pretty crazy. Must have been pretty fucking sad for them once they saw the result. Here's a game you should look for as it's set in France and it's all about killing Nazis. The Saboteur. Sure.
The Führer welcomes all second-class citizens into the Reich. Transit papers are mandatory at all checkpoints.
Ooh, it's in black and white, just like the world was back then. Except for Nazi flags that are red. This is already true to history.
There are no words for the pain this war has caused.
We won't get another chance to break out.
Spirit is also a casualty during war.
There is no. So this is something people misunderstand with the invention of color. Colors were actually invented one by one. That's why most of it is in black and white, but you still see like the yellow lights and the red flags. Those are some of the first colors invented. The areas you save turn into color. Oh, that's cute. Actually, that's a nice like game design thing.
Here's to you, brother. I'm just getting started.
We can race. Oh shit. This looks pretty fun. I don't know if it's actually fun, but looks fun. The trailer makes it look good. Wow, it's Chris Pratt, true. Is that why the LGBT became LGBTQIA+? Le Saboteur, yes. I'm watching some other guy's blind playthrough of Inscription, but it's kind of frustrating because he makes so many mistakes, but I probably made the same ones. Oh yeah, you told me to play Inscription. What is it? God, I'm so far. I'm sorry, Sabercat. I'm like so far off from the sorry. From the video you wanted me to watch originally. I got sidetracked so hard. Oh, it's a Devolver Digital game. Oh, it's this game. It's like the card game. Yeah. I remember. Yeah, it seems fun. I like this kind of game. Gesundheit. This game though, 100%. Thank you. It's just a toxic masculinity. I'm reading the Twitch documentation. I want to make a chatbot now. What do you want to make the chatbot about? There's so much more to the game than the trailer shows, and that's on purpose. Yeah, I imagine. Kind of looks that way already. Oh yeah, Video Game Donkey has a...
Road to Respect, the new Sopranos game.
Video Game Donkey has a Sopranos video.
Be good.
Woke up this morning, got some gabagool.
Gabagool.
And then I woke up the next day and got some gabagool. Keep waking up and keep getting different types of gabagool. I even got some gabagool from a Scooby-Doo. I woke up this morning, a gabba.
What if they made a Sopranos video game?
That is, without a doubt, the dumbest fucking idea I ever heard.
Oh,
Donkey is an Estercon creator.
Joe Pesci shoot you in
Absolutely.
the fucking feet again, talking shit on this excellent video game.
All the main cast members are involved. James Gandolfini.
There he is. This game is without a doubt the dumbest fucking idea.
Well, this game's going down in history.
Oh, it's going down in history, Polly. Now, when you're thinking Sopranos video game, you think, oh, this will be a GTA clone. And this is a 3D brawler. Look at this move list. You got the asshole text. Hit him with X and square. Hit him with the sneaky rat bastard combo. Oh, what's that? Frankie Carboni can't play the fucking money for this fucking... I ought to hit this motherfucker with a...
Oh no, yeah.
That'll give him a real blow to the bread basket. Hit circle to grab. Okay. Hit square. Hit.
How you doing? I didn't see nothing.
Where's my Furby? Huh? Where's my Furby? I just had the windshield wipers replaced on him.
Just the amount of effort that has gone into it from this entire team.
Why I ought to hit you with a fucking peppercini uppercut, you salami looking motherfuckers rolling around the room 100 times in a row.
You have to beat somebody down with a pork chop.
Ah, fuck! Let me up! Let me... Okay, I'm getting him. Okay, I'm back on the floor. He's up there. He's punching me. This guy's hit. This guy. Okay, he's dead. How does this game work?
What am I doing here? And why do I exist?
Okay, now I'm at the gym level.
He's a friend, so I need you to explain, okay?
I know what you're saying, boss. You want me to rough him up, but not rough him up too much, huh? All right, now let me go ahead and grab the samurai sword that every.
Oh no! Wait, what? The fuck?
Christopher, behind you.
You just shank him in the gym.
You missed him.
This game's going down in history.
Dang. Out of bullets. Gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way, huh? Oh. All right, he's dead.
Fuck you!
Fuck me? Fuck you!
Well, this game's going down in history.
Hey, there you go. Anyways, had to show some gameplay at least. Here's a funny Sopranos parody from Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law.
Yabba dabba doo. How about yabba dabba dome?
What the fuck am I watching? What am I doing? I had serious stuff planned for today's stream. Why are we doing this? Did I see Asmongold's Ohio takes? No, I did not. Oh god. Well, actually, Asmongold can be pretty base. I don't know. Let's see. What did he say? Sag leading me on indefinitely. Yeah, I'm sorry. Asmongold is not based here. Uh-oh. All right, Magic Drill. Let's see. Okay, let's see the Asmongold takes. Then let's chat, and then I'll move on with the content. Let's move past the video game trailer Infinity. Oh, there was this too. That's what he always says. True. No Total Overdose trailer. Okay, this and Total Overdose, and then we're done with game trailers. No. The fucking 3D shadow boxing. With the fedora too. You always wear your fedora when you're shadow boxing. Man, this music can make anything look good. Like, it's just a generic boxing game, but with this music, it's like fucking awesome. Pretty impressive. Am I aware of the lack of regulations and their aftermath in Ohio? So I haven't watched, the one thing I've missed, I haven't watched the Congress, the report about the causes of the derailment, but other than that, I followed the news pretty closely. It's not nuclear waste, Marsupilami. It's it was this chemical compound that it's like toxic waste, if you want to simplify it. And it's not even waste. It was like a chemical compound destined for manufacturing. As long as you're aware, Asmund will make sense. All right, let's see.
Care about your fucking feelings. I don't care about your fucking feelings. It's true. What I said is true. I'm not going to...
Wait, what did he say? Watching him, recent react video of Asmund, Ohio train wreck. Watching him react to this video actually made me mad. First off, I'm from Ohio and I'm affected by this. Even though I live 60 plus miles away, I have to worry about my drinking water for the next couple of years. Asmund says just leave. People can't fucking leave because they're not a millionaire with a meme job. They can't sell their house. It's completely fucked. True. The just leave is a dumb fucking argument. Then there is a girl crying her kid is sick, and the first thing a multimillionaire says is, damn it, I don't want to pay taxes. Like what? Fuck you, man. If anything, supporting Americans in trouble is the best thing to do with taxes. He said just leave, by the way. That is fucking stupid.
You know, tiptoe around your, you know, touchiness because you're involved with this subject. Fuck you. Stop crying. And if anything, supporting Americans struggle, best thing we can do with taxes. Turned off the video right there. To me, Austin, to watch anymore. Thank God. Please don't do it anymore. If you're gonna cry and be a little bitch about this. Guy barely leaves the outskirts to go to Wendy's, so it's just moved to another state. A funny reaction. Well, hey, man, if you want to sit there and
fucking
get
roast,
that's fucking fine. Like, I don't know. I would view this as a life and death situation. I absolutely would. Bro, I don't care about your fucking...
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's super out of touch to tell people that to like not understand that a lot of people don't have a choice in leaving. They just don't. They just don't. I was reading an interview with a family who were rich enough to be able to, you know, like leave for a week or two, and at some point they just need to go. They just need to go back. They don't have a choice. They have to. They were telling in the interview, like, well, officials are saying that the water is safe now. We don't really think it's safe, but we don't have a choice. Like, I need to go to my job. My kid needs to go to school. Like, what the fuck are we gonna do? That is the reality. You can't just fucking get up and leave. I would like to see his original like statement on this though, but with like the context or whatever, because if what he's saying is, I don't want to be like too charitable, but if what he's saying is like, if you have the possibility of leaving, you should leave, that's probably true. But who the fuck has the possibility to like upend their entire life? Well, Ohio put J.D. Vance in office, so I'm like, what were they thinking would happen? J.D. Vance is a climate denier and believes people should go to prison for 25 years for smoking pot. So, hot take, just because people vote dipshits into power doesn't mean that they should suffer catastrophic events. Like, I get what you're saying, and that, like, obviously, you know, that doesn't help the situation in the first place. And like there is a causality there. There is a consequence to your actions. I understand that, but prescription wise, I will never gloat about the suffering of people over shit like this. I would hope that they learn their lesson to, you know, not deregulate industries that are that can be extremely dangerous and where accidents can be hostile to human life. But, well, yeah, I would not celebrate what happened. Not saying you're doing it, but like this could very easily turn into the whole what the fuck is that subreddit for people for like the consequences of your actions? I can't remember the name, but there's like a subreddit for this shit. Anyways, I bet Asmongold didn't mean it, but that way he has shitty takes here and then, but he's in the person who would blatantly say just leave without a context to it. Lepers ate my face. Yeah. Lepers ate my face is the right one. That's a fire Reddit. It is a fire Reddit, and I enjoy it a lot myself. I just don't like when it's celebrating the suffering of the people. Which sometimes it devolves into that. Ohio is so vile, they tried to put in a law for gym teachers to spy on the sexual organs. Wait, it was in Ohio that they did that? Fuck, I misremember. I didn't remember which state that was in. Schadenfreude. Yeah. And to be fair, I have Schadenfreude as well, but I just don't... Justice Served. Justice Served is the closer one to that too, yeah. And like even if you believe that the people who voted for this deserve the outcome, at the end of the day, there are very few states or counties in the U.S. or more counties, yes, but there are very few states in the U.S. that are overwhelmingly just like one party. There are still going to be like 30 to 40% of people in Ohio. Like, let's see what the last election results are. Ohio last election results. turnout 74%. Like 45%, 45.24% of the 74% voted for Biden. And let's see for the JD Vance, Ohio, what would JD Vance election results? That was the senator. 53.1% versus 46.9%. Like, do you think 46.9% of the people in Ohio who didn't vote for Vance deserve this outcome? Probably not, even if you think that the people who did vote for Vance deserve it. So, like, yeah, that's, like, nah. This is like the Turkish and Syrian earthquake, as both have truly evil governments, so I wasn't shedding a tear. That's a shitty stance to take. All right. Are we going to finish this video ever? Okay. Fuck it. Magic Turtle. Magic Turtle, hop in Discord. Let's do it. Let me change the stream title. Discussing Crimea, pro-Russian sentiment with Magic Turtle. Okay, title changed on YouTube. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man?
All right. So, what was the discussion like? Let me resituate myself in the discussion. We were talking. Oh yeah, you were talking with Lord Gon about the polling data.
Yeah, it was basically, I mean, I had a you know, like a vague recollection or memory of like an impression, I guess, a vague impression that the referendum and Crimea separating was highly, highly controversial. And I just randomly decided to you know, just read into it, I guess, for whatever reason. And looking at all the polls, it seems like you could have predicted this was going to happen, like absolutely, without a doubt. Looking at
when you say predicted this, what do you mean?
UN polls.
When you say predicted this, what do you mean?
Some sort of you know, secession or some sort of there's another word for it, but basically wanting to exit Ukraine and either be basically, the polls make it seem like the Crimean people either see themselves as Crimean or they see themselves as like ethnically Russian.
Not all of them, but yes,
ethnically,
a significant majority.
Yeah, not all of them, but and if they don't identify as ethnically Russian, I would have a good guess that that like there is a Crimean identity. Based on looking at the polls, where it seems like they want autonomy, and so yeah, it just seems very. I was just sort of confused by that because I was like looking back at it and it didn't really map to what I remember hearing about it. Which, like, obviously, I do know that like the Russian military rolled into Crimea. The extent that the military presence was there, or because there was like a certain amount of military presence that there was supposed to be during the process, and like there was controversy over like there being more Russian military in Crimea, not in Sevastopol, than was supposed to be. I don't know how much of that, and I haven't seen any like hard reporting talking about that aspect of it, but it sort of feels like the the narrative is like you're being sold without hard evidence that this the referendum in Crimea was just entirely fraudulent, just like they stuffed the ballot boxes, essentially.
Okay. So
it's sort of
wait,
how I felt. Like it was my impression of the story.
So can I respond? Because you're going on and on.
I'm
So
just trying to give context of.
Sure. First off, the thing is, there are really valid criticisms of the referendum, that have obviously the fact that there's always been like a strong independent and also in a certain part of the population pro-Russian sentiment in Crimea is undeniable. There are a lot of reliable sources that discuss that. But that doesn't make the referendum itself valid. Some of the most important aspects of the referendum being invalid are, most importantly, the fact that the referendum, the way the questions were made. If I recall correctly, the options of the referendum were presented in a dishonest way. Like anyone who studied polling understands that the way questions are put to people is extremely influential when you're polling. I don't remember the specific issues, but it was like really bad. I'd have to like look them up again. Then there is the problem of with this one we don't really have like necessarily good sources on it, but there's a problem of turnout. There are certain people claiming that the turnout was really low. Unfortunately, there were no international observers and et cetera to like really verify that. But that being said, that doesn't invalidate the fact that there are reliable polling agencies that have shown that there was very, very strong support for increased autonomy, perhaps even independence, and that there has been a certain level of support for the like pro-Russian sentiment. Now, I also want to insist on another nuance. None of that justifies one-sided annexation by another country. That's like. I think it's important to understand that those are like two different things.
Okay, so I mean, I assume if it was not widely, massively popular to at least have independence from Ukraine and Crimea, I feel like there would have been some sort of civil unrest, some sort of anything happening in Crimea, similar to what has been happening in Ukraine. But I've not seen anything about that, and I don't know. It just.
No, but I'm not questioning. I'm not questioning the fact that there is pro-Russian sentiment in Crimea. In fact, I forgot who it was who linked me that polling data, but there is polling data that shows that after the annexation, the polling data goes up to the start of the military operation, the invasion, I should say. But up to right before the invasion, most Crimeans, I think it was like around 60 or 70%, were actually satisfied with the state of the province after the annexation. But
that's pretty consistent with like polls I've seen going all the way back to 2009, where they're
but like no, that is undeniable. But that doesn't make the
I guess the way I see it is like we've agreed that Maidan was a coup, and so like if I was like one of these people, ethnic Russians, or maybe even not an ethnic Russian, just a person who lives in Crimea, and I am let's not say I'm pro rejoining with Russia, but I'm pro independence from Ukraine. Mm-hmm. If I see a coup happen in the capital, I mean, like, it's sort of and like them at the time understand it as a coup, you know, because like, I mean, I think this was I don't know how long it took the world to, you know, come to terms with it being a coup, but I feel like it was sort of something that had to be figured out for a while. Like, I would feel like the people of Crimea would like feel betrayed by this coup, and would almost like it makes sense to me. It doesn't seem
but the people of Crimea did not choose to. That is completely misrepresenting what happened. The people of Crimea never chose to be annexed.
Russia rolled in. I know that. But I mean, it was a coup, so the past government is gone. Okay, so borders are no longer. It's not the same. You know, when you have a coup, that's what happens. You know.
No, that's not true. Revolutions can happen without being invaded.
It happens time after time after time.
Yes, it happens, but because opportunistic, aggressive neighbors see it as an opportunity to act upon a weakened country. But that does not make that's just like pure predation. That has nothing to do with with necessity or the people's will to or self-determination. That is just predation upon a country in a weakened state.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're not, the people of Crimea are not asking to rejoin with Ukraine.
That is not what I'm discussing. You are presenting the fact that they, you're presenting joining the coup as having led to the annexation by the people's will, by the will of the people of Crimea, when the annexation had very little to do with the people's will.
No. What I'm saying is that I had an impression of the story that it was like it was totally against the desire of the people to be annexed by Russia.
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah. The media portrayal of the situation was very, very politically motivated. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it seems to me that, like, I mean, I don't know. I've never been there, but looking at the polls, it seems like if I had gone there in 2013 and talked to somebody, I had a pretty high chance of finding a person who wanted to, at the very bare minimum, have independence from Ukraine.
Absolutely. I think a big problem when it comes to discussing Crimean opinion on the annexation and all those things is a lot of people are like so invested in the pro-Ukrainian aspect of the whole issue that it's like really hard to conceive that it's really hard to conceive that the Russian aggression actually was seen positively in this specific instance by the people by the people there, especially since Russia was able to annex it basically bloodlessly through which probably plays a big part in the people's opinion. I would be very, very curious to see whether they still whether the positive view of Russia is still the case. Between, on the one hand, obviously the media intake in Crimea will probably is mostly Russian state-controlled media, and on the other hand, the fact that the consequences of this have basically led to a war. Now, I understand that a lot of people also, especially if they're pro-Russian, they see the war as the fault of the West or of Ukraine, but I wonder if it maybe has potentially led to a change in opinion in Crimea, where people are seeing like, hey, you already got Crimea. Why are you now like turning this into a full-scale war? We were perfectly fine the way things were. I wonder if there are some people like blaming Russia for it a bit nowadays or not.
Well, I mean, this is sort of the craziness of the situation. It's proof. We have proof that Ukraine has outlawed Russia, speaking Russian in public schools, and has also outlawed certain political parties that were like having to do with Russia.
So wait, I need to I need to
creating-
nuance this. Like the Russian language, stuff, as far as I could tell, it wasn't like you're going to be put in prison because you speak Russian. It was like it was an administrative decision to make the official language of Ukraine Ukrainian, and to enforce that in administrative services and all sorts of things. It's not like I remember seeing those interviews on like RT where the shopkeeper was like, "Well, I could no longer put up signs in Russian." My understanding is that was like moral panic. You could absolutely still have signs in Russian, but you couldn't file your paperwork in Russian, which is problematic in and of itself. I'm not a big fan of what they did with regards to that. I think they I think they should have done like a better job at being accepting of the Russian population, because it's not an easy thing to like switch languages. I imagine there are a lot of people who speak, especially older people, who speak Russian and don't speak Ukrainian, and like denying them access to administrative services is really rough. I don't want to minimize that.
I think that sounds really awful to me. I mean, like, we in America have documents, tax forms for all the languages. I mean,
America is exceptional in that regard, though. You have to also realize America has no official language, and that is enacted on all levels of the government in a very, very accepting way.
I don't know. It still sounds targeted to me. I mean, like, why would you have to? I mean, is it like? I don't know. It feels like a very nuanced argument that, like, oh no, we have to get rid of the Russian documentation because we're spending so much on accounting and having somebody who can both read Russian and Ukrainian. So let's just get rid of all the Russian legal documents, and then people who only speak Russian now feel basically persecuted. You know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to like contextualize. I'm trying to like take Russian out of it and like say, Spanish or some other language or I'm trying to recontextualize it and put it in different scenarios so I can try to just, wash any of this bias.
I think to put it in perspective, this is something that many countries had to go through. Some form of cultural, what nowadays we would have to call cultural genocide. So like France did this to its own local dialects. France basically eradicated the Breton dialect and the Basque dialect and all those things when France, if I recall correctly, it was the 18th century policies to unite, to make the language of the country uniform. A lot of countries all across the world have to either deal with multiple dialects or multiple languages within their functioning and in their administration, or do a push towards uniformizing the country. I don't think aggressive uniformization is a good policy. I'm not going to defend it. What I've read about the Ukrainian policies, I'm not a big fan of them. I think they were pushing too much too fast. You need to go very progressively. You need to allow people who don't speak like older people who only speak Russian. You need to allow them to function in society and all those things. And you don't want to alienate people either, which apparently I don't know how many like Russian speaking Ukrainians in East Ukraine felt alienated, but there definitely were some, and I can understand that. Now, that being said, the reality of those policies, my understanding is, got way overblown and weaponized by Russian propaganda. Like both things are true. The policies could be wrong, but they're not as bad as as like RT makes them out to be. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I can agree with that, as is the case with basically every reporting I mean, everybody has their own bias, and will lean into that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I've been thinking about it, and it's. I tried to look up information on this, but I couldn't really find anything. I don't know how, like, if there's a view on how you're supposed to approach an illegal coup as like as like a previous ally of the country. A coup happens. Like, how do you approach that? Because
I think it's on a case-by-case basis, right? So, it was something that I reproach towards the Russian government in the annexation of Crimea. One of their clear motivations was was the fact that they had the geopolitical capital in the lease contract of Sebastopol. The Sebastopol naval base is the only Russian naval military base that doesn't get frozen in at some point during winter. So it's really, really important for Russian naval military projection. That is undeniable. The lease was, I think it was a 100-year lease that was like, what, 10, 20, 30 years in. They were still going to have it for a long time. The post
You've touched on this before, but like once the coup happened, I think all those legal documents are
no. Wait, let me finish. The post revolution, there was no indication I could find. I looked for it. There was no indication that the post revolution government had any intention of reneging on those contracts. However, Putin has openly, this is like open Russian statements, has stated that he felt like that the Kremlin has stated that it felt threatened, that it was anticipating Ukraine reneging on those contracts. It has also claimed that since the revolution happened, any contracts with the previous government are void, which is the justification Kremlin uses to claim that the invasion is not illegal because of the Budapest Memorandum, since the Budapest Memorandum was supposedly signed with the previous government. I think those are dishonest arguments. Because the revolution doesn't was not going to entail a complete change in functioning of the country or a complete change in foreign policy.
Says who? They broke the Constitution. It was an illegal coup. At that point, because representatives of the previous government are being forced out of the capital, out of the congressional buildings. I don't know what
there is this thing that happens in democracies where the government changes every couple of years. That doesn't mean the contracts are suddenly void.
That's through voting. That's
but the system of government that was going to be put in place after the revolution was going to be a democracy. Despite the revolution not being democratic, like that, clearly that's how a revolution works. It's not a democratic process. Well, it's not a constitutional process, but the government going to be put in place was going to be a democracy.
I feel like you have a incredible onus of responsibility to prove that you have to enact an illegal coup to create a democracy, because and like the only justification for that could be that is literally the only path you have. No, people are being genocided. You're in death camps. Like that is the situation.
No,
where
I'm not saying the coup is necessary, or I'm not saying that. I'm just stating the coup happened, but the coup didn't happen to put in place a military junta or a communist utopia or anything. The coup happened, and the plan was to put in place democratic elections and a different but still a democratic government. Because of that, I doubt that the government was going to renege on
the coup contracts. And then who is deciding, okay, we're going to make a democratic country? Is it a Congress of everybody from the country, or is it
what happened?
Enactors, the people who forced the other people out, who are then making those decisions, choosing who is involved contacting
Yes.
other nations. They're the in between.
So
it's a power grab. It's a coup.
Yes, I know what a coup is. I'm not, dude. You need to wrap your head around this. I'm just doing a description of what happened. Like I'm not trying to turn this into a debate about whether coups are bad or good, because that is inconsequential, completely inconsequential to the discussion. All that happened is there was a revolution or a coup, and they're both mean the same thing, and the interim government that took power in the coup put in place democratic elections. And a Democrat government with a liberal stance usually, not always, obviously there are always exceptions, but usually is one that respects international rule of law. International rule of law means they're going to respect contracts.
Their own constitution. Okay, they just demonstrated that they will break the law of the Constitution to force people out and get the people in that they want through violence. Okay, so given that, why should anybody respect any of the legal documents signed by a previous government who is no longer there?
Because the new government showed no indications of reneging on those previous contracts. There's
when I sign a contract with somebody, we're basically both agreeing that, or not even agreeing, but we sort of have an understanding that the world around us, the physics of the world around us, is not all of a sudden going to change, and then something is possible that wasn't possible. Okay, so I sign a okay, let me just put myself in Russia's position. Okay, I sign a contract with Ukraine to rent out Sevastopol. Okay, Ukraine shows that, and I'm just personifying everybody here. Ukraine decides that they want to break their own rules, break their own law, and restructure the organizational government. All of a sudden, I no longer have an agreement with a country that is operating legally and in good faith and to their own rules, as they say they would. I'm working with a unpredictable partner, somebody who will break the rules just because one political side wants to get a W.
Not necessarily. So I think it's really important to understand that the motivations, especially when concerning the Maidan the Maidan revolution, the motivations are for a large part internal policy. That is the corrupt state of the Ukrainian government. The fact that it was mismanaged for years caused a lot of discontent. The fact that there was a foreign policy part of the motivations for sure, and that for example, Yanukovych was part of the more pro-Russian, Russian subservient axis of Ukrainian politics, and people wanted to take a closer. The people of the Maidan Revolution, a lot of them wanted to take a stance that was getting closer to the European Union, but the thing is, changes can happen. That's why I did the analogy with elections. Changes can happen internally in a country, and don't mean that the foreign policy front, the foreign international contracts are going to change.
Listen, I hope that people don't enact a coup in America and then justify it by pointing out all the corruption in the past system, because I know there's corruption in America. But I don't want a coup to happen and it be justified by pointing at, no, that's not how democracy works. That's not how this whole thing works. Okay, we I feel, I don't know.
I hope
it's like a disconnect between the labels that we're using. I mean, not you and me, yeah. But when we define this is a democratic country, I don't know exactly what we're trying to say, but I feel like it's a little bit been used misleadingly.
I hope with regards to what you're saying that that we can realize that there's
I politically, I agree with many of the Maidan's goals, okay, but I don't know where the root of this comes from, but when a coup happens, I see it as a huge fucking deal, and it has serious implications and consequences, and you don't get to just complain that everybody's not ignoring the coup because politically we agree.
No, there's something we both agree on here, and it's important. Yes, the portrayal of a lot of the portrayal of a lot of the stuff involved with the Maidan Revolution and the war in Ukraine was very, very biased and politically motivated. That's just undeniable. But that doesn't invalidate the what I'm talking about. I don't think it invalidates it. With regards to how specify with regards to how Russia unilaterally decided that Ukraine was reneging on international contracts. There was no indication that it was going to, and honestly, there was very little reason for it to. That would be really fucked up internationally, because it would because in the first place it would actually give Russia very, very good reasons and motivation to take aggressive and retaliatory stances against Ukraine, which they just did preemptively. They assumed there was going to be a problem. If I'm just going off of good faith, what Kremlin was claiming to be the reasons for their for the annexation, and that's fucked up. You can't punch someone because you think, oh, maybe they're going to punch me. That's super fucked up. From a moral perspective.
Well, to be fair, it was bloodless in Crimea. It wasn't like they, the coup happened and then they went and bombed all the military bases in Crimea, and then.
Yeah, I know, but you understand what I mean. When I'm doing the punching analogy, taking something from a country, even bloodlessly, still is like.
So what about the coup? Because this is the thing. It's I see Ukraine, they break the rules, and then I see Russia break the rules, and it's can't we just? All right, that
because
happened.
The rules they broke the internal rules of the country. They broke the constitution, but they didn't break the international treaties with Russia. I don't understand why that's.
Have a coup, your legal you are not the same government. It is
that's a bullshit argument. That's a bullshit argument.
It's a rhetorical argument to say that is not the case. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's the truth. You can't break your own constitution.
Okay, so Ukraine
reinstall people in power and then pretend that you're the same government. You're not. That's.
Okay, so Ukraine is no longer part of the UN, right? Ukraine also can no longer is no longer part of the the NATO Plan for Peace program, because they had a revolution. Dude.
It could be readmitted, and people on a individual basis can define to themselves however they want what happened, to make sense to themselves, but the reality is that the government changed when the coup happened. It's not the same government. It was not a continuous.
Yes, but that does not mean that the contracts that does not mean that the contracts are void.
Why not? How is that possible? How can two separate organizations that are not connected through a handoff of power, how can the new government inherit all the past,
because you're conflating. So the reason why the transition of power was unconstitutional, it was by a difference of 10 votes in their Senate or whatever the fuck it's called, their Congress.
They did not have the votes.
Yes. 10 votes out of, if I recall correctly, what was it, like 300?
Did not have the votes. Yeah, and if it was one vote, it would be one vote. They did not have the...
You understand there's levels of unconstitutionality there. There's levels of the government. No. Let me finish my reasoning. Dude, stop. Let me finish my reasoning. This is important. You're claiming you're presenting on the same level of like a violent transition of power. You're presenting on the same level, say like Myanmar, the government just fucking evicting everyone and taking power. And like completely uprooting the government, and a majority, but not let me fucking finish my sentence. Jesus fucking Christ. The government almost having the supermajority required by the body of power almost having the supermajority required by the Constitution, but not quite. That the fact that there was already a supermajority, but that was barely not enough to satisfy the rules of the Constitution, should matter. It should matter to realize that it was as close to democratic or constitutional as it could be without being constitutional.
Why do we have a number at all? Why do we say...
I'm not saying this to argue that it was... yes, it was illegal, but it still was... you can still draw nuances in illegality. Is that impossible for you to do, to understand that there are nuances in the illegality? That's actually it was actually pretty fucking close, that there was a continuity in the government when the majority of the people in the government still voted for the change of government. There is a continuity there.
So it's okay to expel...
No, I'm not making an argument about what is okay, what is just. I'm making an argument about the continuity of the government, because you present your argument as there being a break in the continuity, which I think is false.
Republicans to enact a coup in fucking America and start hearing all the same fucking justification. Okay, that's where that's the craziness I sort of fucking feel is coming down the pipe. Okay, it's just I don't know, man.
Yes, but look, okay, that's another thing. But all I'm saying is you made the argument of continuity as being a reason for breach of contract, and I'm saying there is a continuity despite it being a coup. There is a continuity between pre-2014 Ukraine and post-2014 Ukraine, and that's the difference between other governments that had to go through revolutions. The continuity is the 270 the majority of people who voted for the change of government.
Saying is that the coup enactors were in the government before the coup. That's all you've said by talking about this technicality in continuity. It doesn't mean that the government is continuous. It means the people who were involved in the coup were in the government.
Yes, and who makes up a government?
Sure.
People.
Okay. But that doesn't...
People make up a government. The fact that it's the same people makes there be a continuity.
So, what about the Constitution? Was that continuous?
I'm not aware actually if they kept the same constitution or not. That's something we could look up real quick, I guess. Let's Google it. Was Ukrainian constitution amended in 2014?
Brain dead Emily. Oh my god, dude.
On 21st February 2014, the Parliament passed a law that reinstated the 8th December 2004 amendments of the Constitution. So it is continuous with Ukrainian modern history, but there was a change in the Constitution. Let's see, 2004 and 2010 amendments, 2004, they passed a law amending the Constitution with 90% majority, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't really say what the law was. In 2014, they reinstated the 8th December 2004 amendments. The reinstitution of amendments was adopted according to blah blah blah. So they didn't really make it. They didn't really break. They didn't break the Constitution. I would say this rather shows their. They broke the Constitution in the coup. I understand that, but they didn't change the Constitution following the coup. They passed an amendment to go back to like a previous version of it, but we're still within the scope of the same Constitution. I guess we'd have to look at like what the specific amendment was if you want to, but that doesn't seem like crazy.
Okay, I see the Thinking Saber bringing up the UN again. Like, I understand that it is maybe a nation by nation, almost, heads of state, National Security Council decision on how to refer to the Ukraine after the coup happened. Okay, they look at intelligence, they make decisions, and then there's an official state policy, okay? And they obviously made the opinion and decision. I mean, we saw this leading up to it, Hillary Clinton, not just Democrats, Republicans as well, going over to Ukraine and giving moral support to Maidan as it was happening. They made the decision to recognize the coup government as the official Ukrainian government. And that has obviously had grave impacts for a whole host of international relations. Obviously, notably with Russia and the US.
Sure.
But just to say the coup happened, then why didn't they get kicked out of the UN? That's not, you're not saying anything. You're not proving anything.
Well, I think
it's a totally irrelevant point.
I think he means
to the reality
the same way I brought it up earlier in the plenty of other organizations and countries recognized that the revolution in Ukraine did not mean Ukraine was going to renege or on their previous agreements and contracts, and they were okay with maintaining the contracts as is without requiring a reevaluation of their situation. The UN is one example of an international entity that had no issues with the change in government with regards to their contracts.
Okay, I mean, that doesn't really even mean anything to me. It doesn't mean it's not evidence of even a detailed analysis of the situation. To be honest, it's
a counterfactual. It's just a counterfactual with regards to the concept that when there is a revolution, that we need to assume that there is that contracts need to be renegotiated. It's just a counterfactual. It's nothing more. What is he saying? The current government is illegal or what? So technically, when the Maidan revolution happened, and I'm this is something that is just objectively true. The requirements of the Ukraine constitution for change in government were missed when the vote happened to evince Yanukovych, were missed by 10 votes. So the person I'm talking with grants a lot of importance to the fact that the revolution was a coup, was unconstitutional, which is true, and we are discussing right now what originally we were talking about how polls show that that Crimeans tend to the polling in Crimea seems to go against the like Western view of how Ukrainians see the war and the conflict and all those things.
Specifically, like how Crimeans see Ukraine and how Crimeans see the separation.
Well, it was more like generally people just lump Crimeans into the same bucket as Ukrainians, because I think it's fair to say most Ukrainians aren't happy with what Russia did. But it's interesting to see that there are certain trustworthy polling sources that seem to show that Crimeans, until the invasion, until the 2022 invasion, the Crimeans were actually, according to like neutral polling entities, they were actually happy with the Russian occupation. For what it's worth, you could argue that there may be different factors at play there as well, which there are certain remarks that are completely fair.
And I want to push back on Scoopsaroo right now, because, like, if you have any evidence or any proof that you've seen showing that happening, I'd love to see that. I have not seen any proof of that happening. I've seen claims of it happening. Innuendo that it was happening. It makes sense. A lot of military, Russia. It's a feel-good story to me personally, just, to expose my own liberal bias. I need to see evidence of that, because looking at the outcome of the referendum and then comparing that to non-biased pollsters that happened previously and after the referendum, the outcomes match. So
the thing that happens is right. It starts like in the 90s. There was the referendum concerning Crimean. I think it's from 91. The referendum concerning what should be done with Crimea with the fall of the Soviet bloc, where there was a strong autonomous sentiment. That autonomous sentiment, I don't remember if there was one in 94 or not, a referendum, but polls show it continues, though it went down a little bit. And then from 2008 to 2012, the UN was had poll data on the Crimean sentiments, showing that there was both a lot of majorities, a slight majority support for more autonomy, and also a significant majority support for Russian reintegration. So are we talking Maidan or Crimea? Well, we're all over the place. We start talking about Crimea, then we start talking about Maidan, and now we're back to Crimea, I guess, because we're back to the original topic. Goblin. Do I really believe any results from referendums that Russia does? Really? No, I don't. I don't believe Russian referendums. What I'm citing is polling data collected by the UN in the 2000s, and there is this polling entity that I think this should carry a lot of weight. This polling entity, Levada Center, has been classified as a foreign influence, as a dangerous organization by the Russian government. The Levada Center polls that are considered to be subversive and dangerous by the Russian government are show that post 2014 there has been positive sentiment concerning the annexation as a majority, not as strong as the referendums. The referendums are clearly fake. They go to they claim 95% of people wanted the annexation, which is fucking batshit insane.
Well, there was also weren't the Tartars, or basically people who were against it decided not to participate, and so obviously people who are voting for it would look overrepresented.
Sure, yeah, but that also plays into the referendum not being valid if the people boycotted, which was the goal of the boycott.
No, you not voting, you consciously choosing not to vote does not nullify a vote.
No, it does not. But do you understand that they boycotted the vote as a protest?
Hashtag not my president.
Do you understand the? I of course, legally, technically, boycotting a vote has no validity. But the sentiment there is that if you vote and you lose, then you lose fair game. If you don't vote, then you can still attack the validity of the referendum.
If you don't vote, then you're just I think you're a. I'm sorry, this is just how I emotionally feel. If you don't vote because you don't want your votes to be shown on the record, then I think you're a fucking pussy. Okay.
Sure, like that's your opinion. Okay, cool. But all I'm saying is why the people in those situations don't vote, because they and also Russia has a history of not being exactly the paragon of democracy. So it's understandable that people don't want their votes to be part of something that they are afraid will not be legitimate in the first place.
I mean.
Also, wait, just sorry, I'm just going to respond to chat really. I'm not saying the annexation of Crimea is good. I do believe in the self-determination of people, but within a certain limit. And that limit, for example, includes another country unilaterally breaching the sovereignty and integrity of another country. Just because people were a lot of people were for it, or a lot of people supported it, pre-facto, post-facto, doesn't justify an annexation. That is a whole other ballgame.
Also, Sabercat, I mean, this is evidence of I don't know. I mean, it's not really. What is this supposed to be evidence for? Is this evidence for why a coup was legal? I don't know what the point of linking like also like this entire narrative that like, oh, the president is the person who's ultimately totally responsible for these riot police getting in a gunfight with these crowds. It's like dog, the president is not on fucking radio with these soldiers. They have their own training, their own commanders, their own structure. I just don't buy into that narrative at all, trying to pin that like obviously like some blame because he's the president, but more blame on the soldiers and the people there than but evidence of rigging elections.
Well, going back to the topic, I guess. Are we gonna? Okay, so fuck. So are we talking about Maidan now? Maidan bad? Yes. Well, you Magical consider Maidan to have been a bad event, right?
Yes. Any coup, I mean, the only situation I can find myself justifying a coup is like a genocide is happening, okay, and you've tried people have tried every other path and it's ended poorly, and at that point then you go to a violent coup. But if you're not in that situation, no, if you're using violence to get your political outcome, I think you're disgusting and you probably would have been a Nazi.
Okay, that is fucking batshit insane. Come on.
Well, no, it's totally unrelated to the Ukraine Nazi bullshit. I just think if you're willing to go to violence to commit a coup to get your political outcome when you're not in that type of situation where genocide is being committed against you, you're fucking crazy. You're fucking insane. Okay.
Okay, that okay that is. I need to fucking push back against that. There is no way you can't conflate it with Nazism. Jesus Christ.
Well, no, I say you probably would have been a Nazi if you were in Nazi Germany growing up. Like, you probably would have just, like, full blown.
You realize the Nazi government came into power through, like, legal election and, like, legal processes, constitutional processes. Like, that is a weird fucking analogy to make.
And then what did they do? They took out the socialists, the liberals among them. Okay, they got rid of the other side.
Well, the socialists, there were, I guess the liberals is a weird term to use it, but yeah, sure.
Well, sure. Like, I'm using liberal in like ancient sense of the word.
Sure. Anyways, no, dude, like the I guess this goes back to the argument I was making. There are levels of nuance in.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just have to respond to Emily. I'm sorry. You're so fucking dumb if you think you cannot go through a process of investigations to prosecute people. Okay, like if I'm sorry. Like this is where we're at this point. People just.
Okay, wait, no.
There's no path forward, and so they have to go to violent.
I can tell you
in the streets.
You haven't lived in a terminally corrupt government if you say that. When corruption is rampant up to like a high state level, judges will not condemn corruption. Judges will be part of the corruption.
And so the only path forward is violent coup, because you say,
depending on the situation, maybe
it's just too corrupt. I can't give you any analysis. There's no evidence I can give you. There's no just take my word for it. It's too corrupt. There's nothing we can do. We have to break the Constitution.
What evidence do you? Okay, wait a second. So I understand that this is something that's generally accepted. So yeah, sure, you need evidence of it. But are you actually questioning? So you're questioning the fact that the Ukrainian government was corrupt and?
No, I'm saying that there is no way that there was no path forward other than a violent coup. Okay, there's no way that's the only path forward.
Dude, like, you realize that
if you want to condone and
no, wait, I need to like pin you on that. Like, what court was going to condemn the corruption? What court was going to help with like Yanukovych selling out the country? Like, do you really think that was something that was going to happen? The only option eventually could have been to if like proper elections were ran and to like vote him out. But in the meantime, he would have stayed in power for an indeterminate amount of time, and he might have even weakened the process of electing
through legal means. Like,
yeah,
all I'm advocating for is
you can be legally undemocratic.
Okay,
yes,
he's elected. As an elected official, you have certain rights to do certain things, whatever that is in your country by the law. That's the law. I mean, I understand. I sympathize.
You understand
with corruption. I get it because it's fucking the plausible deniability, sort of in the gray zone.
The law isn't morality.
Corruption is very difficult to get rid of and can be extremely destructive to a nation and cancerous on a nation. But that doesn't mean you go to violent overthrow of the government.
The law isn't morality.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm a very unique type of left-minded individual who feels this way.
Can you respond to this? Like you're putting up the law on this like pedestal.
Because that's whatever they have decided for themselves in that locality. Okay, so ultimately, like at the end of the day, you
and there's no nuance to that.
There's
no nuance. They voted for a president, and if the president decides to do things that go against the will of the people, for example, well, they voted for him at this point in time. So now that the president is doing those other things, they just have to accept it, right? That's because that's the law.
If it's legal, it's
unless
legal.
It's genocide. Genocide is the only thing that can
and it can affect their voting behavior. But if it's legal, it's legal. Okay, you don't go riot in the street because Donald Trump is doing something that is
then
legal.
Follow up.
It frustrates me. I don't go to the White House and try to set it on fire because the president's doing something I don't like, but is legal for him to do.
Sure, but the U.S. is in a completely different
over Burisma and Hunter Biden.
The U.S. is in a completely different situation than 2014 Ukraine. Like Trump is, as far as corruption and like rule of law and integrity. Outside of fostering the sentiment that caused the January 6th, the Trump government is still a lot better than Yanukovych when it comes to rule of law and respect of the institutions.
I mean,
at least that's my impression.
I explained to you my line of where I think it's justified to use violence. If it's not meeting that condition of like you're literally being genocided, every other path has been tried by both you, other people older than you, older generations have tried. Like, if it's not meeting that condition, I do not think violence is justified. And I that's just that I like clearly it is that's like something particular to me for some reason. I have a very high bar for violence tolerance. Or maybe not. I don't know. I that's just my impression here, giving my thoughts about a coup.
I thought we were mostly going to talk about the polling data and the sentiments in Crimea and stuff. So I didn't research the Yanukovych presidency and stuff like that. But I guess I need to look into it more to see if I can present you with arguments that would satisfy the bar for violence or not, discuss that.
I've given you my bar. It's you have
genocide,
to be,
yeah, but come on, can you at least nuance that? Like, fuck's sake, because genocide, I don't know what definition you're going with for genocide, but genocide is the active extermination of an entire minority.
Extreme, prolonged, intentional violence is being enacted against you by the state is another vague definition I can give.
Okay, so
intentional, prolonged, extreme violence. Okay. So like coordinated, planned violence.
That is so it needs to be planned as well. It needs to be intentional.
Yeah, intentional, prolonged, extreme violence.
Huh.
Because if it's extreme violence and it's happened just one moment, just for a brief moment, like a police officer shooting a black man pulled over, that doesn't warrant a coup. But if all police officers, the mass majority of them, for years and years and years, or let's say like 5-10 years, 3 years. Realistically, if this was happening, it would be a big deal like the first week. But let's just say, a month straight, all police officers are pulling black people over and just shooting them for no reason, and then fleeing the scene. Like that would be, or let's make them federal police officers because that ties it into the central government. That would be a reason for. That would be some sort of justification potentially for people trying to enact a coup.
I can at least agree on that. Yes, that would be a good reason to do a violent revolution if the police were fucking shooting black people in every encounter.
Yeah, but if it happens just like in one moment, in one instance,
Yes.
It warrants investigation and prosecution, not a coup.
Sure. Yes, I'll also agree with that statement. Now let's take an example like closer to the Yanukovych government. If you have a government that is being extremely corrupt, that is repressing peaceful protest with lethal action, to
be clear, protest has been suppressed in America with lethal action before.
Yeah, and that's fucking heinous.
Not that different from America.
And that's fucking heinous when it happened. Yeah.
I mean.
Oh, you mean
yeah, like people soldiers shooting at crowds is awful. Crowds running into soldiers shooting at them is awful. Soldiers, potentially soldiers were receiving fire and didn't know who and it was a chaotic situation. So like everything about that is bad. Okay, is awful.
No, but fuck, dude. You have to understand. In Eastern Europe, the leaders like Yanukovych are actual threats to the democratic process. Like you have that right now in Poland.
When they are elected through the democratic process.
And okay, I guess we're going back to the Hitler analogy. Nazis were able to be a threat to democracy, and yet also were democratic, accede to power through democratic means.
Yeah, I never said Hitler did not ascend to power through democratic means. I don't understand.
No, but you're asking me, how can someone who is democratically elected be a threat to democracy? Right now, I would argue that in Poland, for example, the Peace Party, and that's the reason why they were sanctioned by the EU, were enacting policies that were threatening to Polish democracy.
Okay, so you're saying he was dismantling the election process in Ukraine.
It can be more subtle than that. For example, the fourth institution of democracy, the press, was definitely under attack by Yanukovych's government. It doesn't have to be outright destroying the integrity of elections. It's usually more of a gradual process with those kinds of leaders. Okay, and that's very hard to deal with.
I mean, you deal with it with your representatives. You deal with it through democracy. You deal with it through legislating. I mean, like, what? It's like we're like babying these people and saying none of them have any fucking clue what they're doing in their own government. None of the people that they elect know what, like.
You don't think it's a bit more complicated than just wait 3 years and vote?
It is more complicated than that, but it's more complicated than that for representatives, people who had power in the Ukrainian government, people who are in their parliament. Okay, that's who have to actually look at the information and come up with solutions. Okay, it's not the people who need to fucking light the capital city on fire and throw the fucking country into a 20-30 year civil war. Okay, like
wait, how did the Maidan coup throw the country into the civil war?
If this Russian shit lasts, I mean, I've heard some people speculate that the Russian-Ukrainian situation could last for 20 years.
Yes, it could.
If it lasts for 20 years from this moment, then that's 10 years past when Maidan happened, where arguably
that's not the fault of the revolutionaries.
Civil war over, like,
that's Russia deciding to be an imperialist asshole neighbor who jumped on the opportunity of an unstable neighboring country, being an easy victim.
It's extremely predictable when you have a coup. You have civil war. Your borders become unstable. The same shit happens in every single coup.
Don't you think Russia has agency in deciding to violate?
Yes, but I am against coups.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm against coups because it has bad outcomes.
Okay.
So worse outcomes than dealing with Yanukovych through a process. Okay.
How would you deal with an authoritarian government, but that doesn't genocide? It's just authoritarian.
I mean, you're giving me sort of an abstract, like.
No, I'm trying to enlarge your definition of when is a coup acceptable.
So what is this country that is just authoritarian? I don't.
A country that doesn't have that's already dismantled its democratic processes. There's plenty of examples out there.
Okay, so it was a democracy. Then what happened?
It was a democracy, then no longer is. So, for example, well,
how did it?
I struggle to cite Russia because Russia arguably never really was a democracy. Yeah, if I can, let's take Russia. Technically, Russia is has elections, but I don't think anyone would call it a democracy. Like, do you think a revolution would be justified in Russia, even if you're not being even if you're not being genocide, like violently targeted?
No. It would be much worse if a coup happened in Russia. Holy shit! This is the fucking issue. We've convinced people that a coup is a better outcome than fucking trying to deal with the problem in a reasonable, constructive.
How do you deal with the problem?
Holy
what is the other solution? What is the solution? How you don't like the fact that Putin has taken all the power and is enriching himself and all his cronies off of the government? What do? You're a Russian citizen. What's this path to what's the solution right now?
What's the solution to Russia? Give me.
If you're a Russian citizen.
Solution. Starting now.
Because because any solution, if you're going to go vote, your vote's not going to.
It's like undeniable that coups have bad outcomes and they have the same outcomes every single time.
Okay, I think I have the right analogy now. Chemotherapy is a bad outcome. It's literally shooting up poison into your veins. And yet cancer is worse than chemotherapy, which makes chemotherapy the preferable option. So yes, coups have bad outcomes, but depending on how bad the government is, they are the better option. Even you yourself have admitted an extreme situation where a coup is the better option. I think you're way too limiting on it, but
no, I'm.
Well, yes, I do think you're way too limiting on it.
You have an obligation to not use violence in the world. Okay, that is like such a fucking responsibility to just.
I absolutely do have a right to use violence to defend my own integrity.
So it is. We're just going to laugh at any possibility of somebody having the rhetorical capability, the political connections to, like, I don't even know what the goal of is that you're saying, like, how do you fix Russia? Like, what are you trying to get to? Like you say you
okay, so sorry,
it's authoritarian.
Yeah, let me clarify.
Regime.
Let me clarify what I was trying to get to. The issue I had is that I agree with you that, you know, a violent revolution probably should be the last recourse. I agree with that. So what I was getting at is that when you're under an authoritarian regime, it is the last recourse. That was what I was trying to get at. I was trying to stump you. Sorry for that. But there is no real option to depose a dictator other than a revolution. The dictator will stay in power because they have control of the military, they have the monopoly of violence, they'll usually have turned the courts into their own political tool, they'll have turned the media into their own political tool. There is no path to changing an authoritarian government until either the dictator themselves choose to enact a path towards democracy, usually because of widespread discontent. There are some examples in history of that. I guess like the constitutional monarchy of the UK would be one of the better examples of that happening. Widespread discontent, the protests, violent protests, by the way, which make the king decide, okay, we need to do some kind of compromise to release the pressure. But that still goes through strong shows of force in the street or with striking, etc. But if the dictatorship is actually has a total monopoly on violence, then the protests will not work.
You're describing a scenario where you have tried everything. You're not describing a scenario where it's authoritarian and boom, you're straight to, okay, we need a coup. You're describing a scenario where it's authoritarian and you have tried literally everything already.
So that's actually how revolutions happen, right? They start with discontent, they devolve into protests, the protests devolve into violence, and the violence either gets completely oppressed and extinguished, or it escalates into a revolution. Yes, it goes through those different steps. I don't think historically, apart from military coups, which just like happen like this because there's like a conspiracy behind them, like conspiratorial coups, I would say. The usually coups that go through a popular movement, they will go through all those steps, and they will only come up to being a coup because the government refuses to negotiate or compromise. They escalate, yeah. And that's what happened in Ukraine as well. There were protests. The protests became violent. I mean,
that's partly what happened in Ukraine.
Yeah, the Yanukovych government, instead of addressing the protests,
there is no pure
fled.
There is no pure revolution where it's the people all rising together. No, there are people in power positions, in command positions, who are directing the coup, the revolution. Okay,
sure. Yes,
that's just how it is. That's
yes, of course. There were opposition parties that supported the protesters and all those things, of course. But that's not a counterfactual to what I'm describing. I'm just saying that you say that all the things need to be tried. I'm saying that all the things were tried. In fact, if you look at any popular revolution, all the things are tried in the process leading up to the revolution.
I mean, so Yanukovych was taken to trial. He was taken to Ukrainian Supreme Court for corruption, and he was found innocent. And the evidence is damning. If I go try to find this,
no, they did not. They did not try to prosecute him because I don't even know. Many countries, in many countries, you can't even prosecute a leading. In many countries, you can't even. Okay.
When you just, I mean, seriously, I mean, like we can innuendize all we want that. Oh.
No, wait, like, dude, he fucking fled the country. First of all, the second things started going to shit, he fucking fled the country. Like, what he probably would have gone to court if he'd stayed. Yeah, he probably would have ended up facing judges, but. Like, I don't even know, and I need to check this, but in many countries, a standing president can't even be prosecuted. Like literally, a lot of constitutions protect the president from being prosecuted at all. There can be no corruption court for a standing president. That's just illegal, which is really important. So to you too.
So we take them to court after the presidency.
Yeah, so you let them. So you let them. You let them act.
I mean, listen. I think George W. Bush is a fucking war criminal who should be tried in court. Okay, that's my belief. My true, sincere belief. I don't think we should have a coup in America because George W. Bush was president. Okay.
Man, having a revolution in the U.S. Because of the war in Iraq would have been fucking wild. But yeah, it wouldn't have happened anyways.
That's
of
basically
the
where this all
sentiment
comes
back then.
from. Is like I don't like just try to point it back on your own country. Like, would you want a coup to happen in France because the French president is corrupt? Okay, would you want a coup to happen in Canada because Justin Trudeau is corrupt?
Depending on the extent of the corruption, and depending on the intent of the revolution, if the revolution is something like the Maidan revolution, where the intent is to build up a new rebuild a democracy, then actually yes, I like a highly corrupt government. I would support.
You need to look into coups, and you need to look into outcomes of coups, because it is 100% predictable. It's ridiculous. It's insane. Okay, it's not good for the people there. Coups are not good for the civilians. It's bad for them.
Yes,
it's
there's
really
a high
fucking
cost
bad
to
for
it.
them.
I agree with that. But your example is if there was like rampant corruption in the government, then yeah, that's something that would have to be seriously considered. Yes.
Listen, I would prefer rampant corruption over getting bombed. Okay? Because there's now a civil war going on and the borders are being disputed. Because that's what happens when you get a coup.
And then we go back to the problem that yes, like ideally, if they could have read the fucking future, they maybe could have understood that Russia was going to be a dogshit neighbor and step all over them.
No. Every coup plays out like this. It's not like, oh...
Okay, so if France... Okay, you were talking about France.
That's why the borders are being disputed now. No, it's because a coup happened. That's why.
What's going to happen? Okay, so tomorrow we're tired of the fucking retirement law thing in France. We march in the street and we depose Macron's government in a coup. And then we hold like elections and all that jazz. Who's gonna attack France? Is Germany gonna take over Alsace again? Like, what's the? Do you actually think that France is gonna be under existential threat?
I mean, there's ethnic geographies and I don't know what the.
Like independence movements. The closest, I guess, to be realistic, there's two parts of France that have strong independence movements still. Though they've been weakening over the years. I don't know if they're still relevant. At least for Corsica. The Corsican independence movement used to be really strong. They used to be the main terrorist threat in France. They would do bombings in mainland France pretty regularly. But they've become very unpopular. But then the one that I think is Guadeloupe or the Reunion Island that have had a heightened independence movement over the past years, but still not a majority movement. So I don't think those regions are like that unstable that like a revolution would trigger independence movements, honestly. No, I don't think it would happen to France, and I don't know that much about Canada, but I doubt like the U.S. would start encroaching Canadian borders to draw the parallel with Russia encroaching on Ukrainian borders, or that there would be.
So what about So America has a coup. You don't think Mexico might encroach onto New Mexico territory or Texas territory? You don't think that those borders might change and be disputed?
No, but the U.S. is a really...
I can tell you right now, the border is already hotly disputed along the border with Mexico, and there are cities along the border that it's really... I mean, the way the borders are drawn, it's like fucked up. Absolutely, the borders would change. Yes, they would move. Yes, it would.
That's my first time hearing about that. You've stumped me.
There's towns and cities that are like right. I think there's at least one city I know of that's like literally right on the border and cut in half.
But to this day, there's disputes surrounding it. I know there's like a history of the U.S.-Mexican War and all that stuff, but like
disputes where like the border wall doesn't actually match up to the quote unquote border. And so like you can, on the Mexican side, you can like walk to areas where technically you're in America, but you're not across the border wall. And also on the opposite side, sort of going the other way.
Okay. But that's different from a territorial dispute. Like, we can agree.
Well, yeah, like I said, I mean, I know at least one city that is literally on the border, cut in half by it.
Yeah, but that's not the same as a territorial dispute.
If there's a coup, okay, well, I can see that. I see a lot of similarities between a situation like that and a situation like Crimea.
I think that's absolutely unrealistic. Like the fact that I think it's an unfortunate. That's more the nature of the fact that you picked like the U.S. government as an analogy. Like you're talking about the #1 military power in the world. Why, like even if it's weakened by internal instability, at some point in the next couple of years, the U.S. will sort itself out. If Mexico's fucking around, it will find out. There's no way the Mexican government. I'm saying that, but then there's the article about the Mexican wood elves. So maybe this would be stupid enough to do that.
If
but
people in a city right on the border identify more as Mexican than American, and America looks like it's just undergone a coup and is maybe not even America anymore, something else. Yeah, I can see, Republican, don't tread on me, type of Ameriturds, being like, yeah, like let's separate and let's join Mexico. Let's, I mean, like this happens today with politics in America.
No, what they're arguing for, what was the Marjorie Taylor Greene was tweeting about it, was to take secede from the federal government, have like a Democrat USA and a Republican USA. That's different from like getting annexed by Mexico. I don't know, I think you picked a really unfortunate example with the U.S. I really struggle to see that happening, even in like the most charitable interpretation possible. Not to mention that I also personally like really disagree with the whole like people identifying as the country on the other side of the border, on this side of the border, means that there is a territorial claim to this side of the border. That's what happened with like the Donbass and Lugansk and Crimea. I don't think that's a good argument for territorial claim, even though it's being used for territorial claim. So it is what it is.
What do you mean? If you view yourself as as Y.
Okay.
It's just a reality of how people are.
Let me turn it around.
Are this heritage, and they feel like they want to have a connection to that.
Sure,
that government, that state.
Let me turn the argument around. Right, you were talking about the cost of a violent revolution. That you should only do one when the benefits outweigh the costs. Right? Even if we disagree on the exact calculation of benefits and costs, we agree that you should only do a violent revolution when the benefits outweigh the costs.
That's not how I reason about it. No.
Okay.
It's not an evaluation of the costs and benefits. It's not like that. It's like just a ideological. You don't use violence to.
Damn it! I was
a political goal.
I was ranting about that, or I was ranting about the problem with the modern conception of violence earlier. Anyways, sorry, not to get sidetracked. Okay, because I feel
obviously self-defense exists, and I believe in self-defense.
Sure, I feel like territorial annexation is a pretty violent act. Even if it happens bloodlessly, it's still violent from the perspective of international law. So it really shouldn't happen. It caused major instability and great problems down the line, even much bigger actually than revolutions for the most part, because now you've embroiling 2 or even more countries in a geopolitical issue. So
I mean, whatever happened, I mean, I don't know. I can't help but feel like whatever happened in Crimea, I prefer that to what's happening in the Donbass region. And
sure,
I feel like people there would agree that they would prefer an outcome like that, as much as they might not like.
Yes, a bloodless.
Outcome, they would prefer a
bloodless takeover is better than an active war. Yes, but the thing is, you cannot dissociate the two. The two are part of both the bloodless annexation of Crimea and the ongoing war in the Donbass are part of an explicit plan by Russia to destabilize and regain influence and control over Ukraine. They are both completely connected and tied together, first off. And secondly, this is a false dichotomy. You can also just not violate the border integrity of your neighbor.
Well, no, the Crimea, I mean, the Crimea was not part of some planned thing. It was in response to the coup.
Well, the whole plan is in response to the coup. The coup meant Ukraine leaving or making steps towards balancing out or leaving the Russian sphere of influence. For the number one priority was the Sebastopol military base. And obviously the popular support for pro-Russian sentiment in Crimea also made it easier. And then the Donbass region was important to, I believe part of it was the value of the region itself, the fact that there was a lesser level but a certain level of support in the region, but also most importantly, I think there was an explicit intention to destabilize Ukraine on internal and international level. For example, the fact that Ukraine is has been in active combat and active war instability since 2014 made it ineligible for many international initiatives such as NATO, the EU, etc., etc. And yes, that's all part of what happened, like a consequence of what happened in 2014. Of the Maidan Revolution. Are you
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just scrolling through chat.
Oh. Okay. Can you I guess I'll get no response. Y'all are wild. Yeah, the politics chat is wild, Ignatius. Crimean Tatars have been oppressed, genocide, and deported since Russia's Tsarist era. True. Okay, I need to fucking look this up. Can you take Ukrainian president to court?
Oh, ask ChatGPT.
No, ChatGPT makes shit up. I don't want ChatGPT's opinion on this.
Well, you can ask it to cite as well, and it'll cite.
Okay. Okay, I got 1996. A constitution of Ukraine. I don't know if that shit's in the constitution. Like, fuck. I know, like, in France, you can't prosecute the president, but, all right, anyways, I guess...
I'll ask ChatGPT.
Sure. Okay, I guess you're, because you're not responding to what I said about the, like, false dichotomy and stuff. Do you want, are you...
I mean, I just... I don't know. I mean, I'm not quite sure what you mean by false dichotomy, to be honest.
Well, because you told me that you asked me would I prefer the bloodless annexation or the ongoing war. Yeah, I prefer bloodless stuff to people fucking dying. Yeah, but I was saying that I was calling that a false dichotomy because there is also the option of the invasion not happening, of not destabilizing the Donbass region, not annexing.
There's also the possibility of the coup not happening.
Sure. That is also
but it just feels like we're like you and I are just both doing like whataboutism at this point. Like like this could have not have happened. Russia could have not have been this. The coup could have not have happened.
Well, no, it's. I'm sure it's. Well, my point there is that there is more to the bad consequences of the Maidan Revolution that you're citing than just the Ukraine agency. There are things that were outside of Ukraine agency, and I'm really loath to erase them.
What do you? What do you mean by outside of Ukraine's agency?
I mean, we're looping back to the fact that there was no need for Russia to invade. There was no need for Russia to annex Crimea either.
There was, I mean, there is a, I mean, like, I have the belief that the legal documents are null when you have an illegal coup. Okay.
But once again,
and so if that is, if under that framework,
yeah,
there is a justification for rolling into Crimea, which is Sevastopol.
Well, no, if the legal documents are null, if you want to respect legality, if the legal documents really are null, if you truly believe that, then you should just take your naval base out of Sevastopol. You take your boats out, or you renegotiate a new contract.
Well, if that naval base is key to their national security, then that would trump.
Well, that would be a good reason to renegotiate. Do you deny the right to like personal property for the Ukrainian state to dispose of their own
have to renegotiate.
Base?
They could just roll in.
How can you defend so hard the rule of law and then argue for an illegal annexation? That's fucking insane.
Then why would you negotiate with this freshly couped government? Like just from
how can you argue
like playing a real-time strategy game?
No, not realist politics. No. Wait.
Expansion for free, and they won't attack it for 20 minutes. Why would you go to your normal expansion and get less resources if you know you can take?
So after we spent hours where you are defending rule of law as one of the utmost principles I'm
not defending what Russia did here. Okay, do you understand? I'm not defending Russia. What I'm upset that Ukraine has participated in things that are like just as bad as a lot of the things that I see Russia participate in. A coup is fucking. I mean, I've gone over this many times, but I think coups are really, really bad, really bad.
And don't you think that there are different types of coups? Like going back to that.
Yeah, there are, and it's
how bad is the Ukrainian coup? All things considered,
bad. Extremely bad.
Why?
Because it's a coup.
But then you're not distinguishing between coups, right? Like,
it's an unjustified coup.
The Ukrainians that participated in it saw it as justified.
I don't have to get into the degrees of blood spilled. It's an unjustified, illegal coup.
You don't consider the fact that it's almost within the extremely high bar set by the Constitution as making it pretty close to legitimate.
You don't almost get to depose the president.
Well, it depends if you want to,
because you almost got to the required votes. That's just not fucking how it works. And if that's how it works, we're not talking about democracy. Okay, we're not. We're talking about just mob rule, like point blank, period, done, end of rule. There's no point in even writing down in order to have a constitutional process to remove the president, but you need X, Y, and Z to happen.
You need to also understand the context at the time.
Just get your pitchforks,
like
get Molotov cocktails,
it's not
just go to the White House and
it's
and,
not
have your
mob
way.
rule. It's first off, it is a big majority, and secondly, the Yanukovych government was already in exile at that point.
Right,
They had fled. They were no longer acting as the government.
To do whatever you want with the minority party politics and
no,
break
it's
the law.
no, it's not. But there are extenuating circumstances to the Maidan revolution that I think you're completely undervaluing.
I mean, okay, so like basically, it just comes down to, I think it was unjustified. You didn't have to do a coup. The outcomes of the coup are extremely predictable. It is exactly what we're seeing today.
I don't think they were predictable at all. But
in a coup scenario, you should expect your neighbor countries to be encroaching on your territory, because the territory that was quote unquote Ukraine, that Ukraine dissolved and disappeared into mist, and then a new Ukraine appeared when the coup happened. Okay, like a puff.
I've already established that there is pretty strong continuity between pre and post 2014 Ukraine. The government mostly stayed the same. The constitution mostly stayed the same.
Neptune, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I didn't say it's predictable. I said the outcomes, as in the shit that happens surrounding the country, the civil unrest, civil wars, border disputes, failing economy. It's well studied, okay, motherfucker? This is not some fucking shit I'm just pulling out of my ass. This is from academic literature talking about coups. Like, it's like you guys just don't give a fuck because you politically agree with the people who are enacting the coup, and I
that's
don't
not
know how to
quite the problem.
Deal with people like that.
I would be interested in the academic literature on how like there is this consistent pattern with coups. I'm currently looking up the last coup I've like known about was the Myanmar, the military junta evicting the the semi-democratic government that was in place. I don't think they had any border instability because of that coup. I'm like scrolling quickly through the Wikipedia page, but that's one counterfactual. Obviously, that does not.
I'm telling you from data that's true. That's what happens from coups. It's predictable that I
understand that
disputes.
Obviously, this is just one counterexample that doesn't counterfact the data. But I would like to see that data. I would be interested in it. Like not now, obviously, you probably don't have it at hand. But like for the future, if you can find it again, I'm interested. Then don't reach out too much. Chad's bullying you hard, and like also I'd rather like if we're talking, I'd rather talk with you.
Just
if you know what I mean.
Warriors. I mean, it's like
like if we're talking, I'd rather talk like with you than like moderate a discussion between you and Chad or whatever. Or like I would also like I'm not saying you're doing that, you haven't, I don't feel like you've done that, but sometimes in discussions people like if people are arguing with two people at the same time, they'll conflate the arguments from the two people they're arguing with. Not that you've done it, and I appreciate that, but like I would like to avoid that as well. I don't want to defend like what someone says in chat if I disagree with it, but whatever. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
I got you.
Yeah, we're looping, I guess. We'll just have to like agree to disagree, I think, at this point as well, because
okay, no worries. Nept, so you don't have any actual points to make, right? You don't have anything intellectual to bring to the table. You're just
I'm sure Nept will if Nept wants to, I'm sure he'll enjoy a long debate with you. But I'll let you figure that out with him. I want no blood on my hands, okay?
No, it looks like he's just been purely shitposting.
Good God, no, he's just shitposting like a king. Probably true. Yeah, I'm sorry, by the way, everyone who's been like posting in chat. Like I said, during discussions with people, I rather focus on the discussion than on reading chat. So I really haven't been paying attention to y'all. Hope you've been playing nice, though. I saw some people were arguing with each other. Okay. Any last words? I should stop saying last words. That's like so ominous. A final statement, rather.
I don't know, man. I just
Okay.
yeah, I don't know. Have fun with Outer Wilds, though.
Oh shit! Yeah, I need to play the DLC. Yeah. Well, hey, sorry. I'm sorry. I guess.
Yep, take it easy, man.
Yeah, you too. Okay, bye. He left. Okay. Anyways. Well, shit. I wanted to like give him the final statement. Oh, it is what it is. Yeah, I'm here for the Project Zomboid pause menu. Hells yeah. Look, I realized something. I like there are parts when having a discussion we need to look. I want to be a noble defender of the debate arts. As the purveyor of the platform, I think it is absolutely fair to give the final words to the adversary to balance things out, at least a little bit. Yeah, I guess we yelled at each other, but I guess I wanted to say I love you, Magic Troll, okay? For what it's worth. What am I? I'm peckish and I'm bored in game. Probably because who the fuck listens to debate streamers? Jesus Christ. Okay, actually, let me... Fuck, let me look at my notes. I had some other content planned, apart from the Crimean independence discussion. Sorry for the Project Zomboid memers. I'll quit the desktop. Wait, did I save? I don't even know if I saved. I don't know how that game works, honestly. So back to why Fight Club is gay now. Oh god, I think we're I don't know if wait, sorry, let me fix something real quick. This is not the right window. That should be open. Okay. Boom, boom. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna watch this until the end. I'm so sorry. I guess we only have 8 minutes left, but I kind of want to move on to some of the prepared topics I had. Just going to over a few interesting news points. So we already talked about COVID coming from a lab and that stuff, or possibly coming from a lab. There's 6 minutes left. Okay. Okay. Whatever. You donated for it too. I should not. I don't want to scam you. You're right. And to be fair, Magic Troll donated for the Outer Wilds DLC, and I don't want to scam him either. So I should be. I have a lot of things I'm supposed to be doing on stream. All right. Fight Club is gay. That's the stream title. Don't get me banned, I guess. What a horrible stream title. Let's go.
Oh yeah, does Marla Singer is gay? She smokes and she wears leather jackets. Good enough. Welcome to the club. Send her the bouquet and the L Word box set. So if we take every queer metaphor we've learned so far and we apply it to the scrapping society in this movie, you know, the movie
The
about
LGBT
scrapping
community
society,
demands the content, okay.
that society becomes a pretty clear metaphor for doing the horizontal tango. You know, the old no-shirt shuffle. She fight on my club until I get demonetized. A lot of men, dissatisfied with the ways that society has forced them to conform, meeting up with other men in dark and secluded spaces to grapple and wrestle with each other. It's an extension of what the narrator was doing with those support groups. The main objective of the whole thing is to be emotionally and physically free with another man. Fighting has also been used as a...
Well, that's why most people interpret it as a commentary on masculinity and the role of socially imposed masculinity in men's psychology and their loneliness and their struggle to find their identity in the modern consumerist society, not as a metaphor for homosexuality. Obviously, like going back to this topic, for the people who joined during the debate, before the debate we were watching this video that's like a video essay going into a reading of Fight Club, where the main character, where it basically becomes like a metaphor for closeted homosexuality and living as a closeted homosexual in a heteronormative world and all that stuff. And I see how as a gay dude you would definitely see a lot of those aspects of the movie, and you would relate to a lot of aspects of the main character's plight throughout the movie. But I do feel like the reasoning is a bit like shoehorned in the sense that the main reading of the story, which is the critique of capitalism, consumerism more specifically, and like masculinity, imposed masculinity, doesn't like already explains most of it already. So is he a soap salesman as a reference to dropping the soap in prison? True.
For boinking, since Shakespeare was making willy jokes about swords while getting his back blown out by half of London, but that's another video. The rules of Fight Club, don't talk about it specifically, would be common knowledge for someone used to hiding their sexuality when not in a safe space.
Or, you know, like any secret society of any sort, you don't talk about secret societies, no matter whether they're gay or not.
Talks about people being different in the daytime than they are at night. When in Fight Club, we see the members recognizing each other outside of the club and passing each other knowing glances before going about their day like they're just another normal member of society. Fold this in with how his non-Fight Club co-workers react when they find out that the narrator has been secretly fighting, and the evidence is overwhelming, Your Honor. So all of that is more than enough to convict this movie of the crime of being just like me for real. I could end the video here, but I'm irritating, and I've also been grounded again by the radical left for trying to make the geese in the park kiss. Because there's another aspect of Fight Club that I haven't actually touched on much yet, which I think not only cements its status as iconic queer cinema, but also links two of its themes together in still one of the most interesting ways I've ever seen in a film. I am talking, of course, about
the fighting, queerness, and violence.
So I obviously can't speak for Chuck because he doesn't speak about his personal life that often, but he is a gay man who was born in 1962, which means he was alive for the Stonewall riots and wrote Fight Club when deaths from HIV/AIDS were at their peak in the United States. Since childhood, he would have become used to seeing, as many queer people did, a constant connection between being gay and extreme violence, even death. And I think that Fight Club is quite clearly a work that is heavily influenced by that lived experience. The narrator is roughly the same age as Chuck when he wrote the novel, which means that he would have grown up with this association too, with a gnawing anxiety that him wanting to love and be loved by men could end up with him getting hurt or killed. So he ends up thinking that's the only correct association, that his sexuality can't be something to draw joy from, it can only be experienced correctly through the lens of violence. Violence which consumes him, consumes all the other men who find escapism in this way, and eventually spirals out of control to threaten the safety of people and communities outside of their group. This echoes a common sentiment among gay people who live outside of places where the queers tend to congregate, for example in more rural areas where it will be harder for them to find a support system to show them that the things they're feeling don't have to exclusively carry a hateful and negative connotation. The narrator has never had anything like this kind of support, and so he's slowly grown to hate himself over the years, and perhaps without even fully realizing why. Remember that when he first fights another man, when Tyler demands he punch him, he's actually beating himself up. On some level,
that is true.
That
is true. I hadn't thought about this in the analysis of Fight Club. There is a deep level of self-hatred in his journey, And that first fight is absolutely that. He is beating himself up. Also, I usually have the shower after the anal sex. Anything with butt stuff? Yeah, no, me too. There are certain butt stuff that I really enjoy, but it absolutely needs to be thoroughly hygienic. I am not. That is not something I can compromise on at all. Oh God.
His sexuality, he deserves any violence he gets. This isolation leads the narrator to an extremely warped understanding of what being queer is, and we can follow this through line into Project Mayhem, the anarchist all-male cults that the narrator/Tyler starts in his basement. Back in my day when we did this kind of thing, it just ended up as a Halo LAN party instead of a terrorist organization, but to each their own. Project Mayhem is a kind of warped idea of what queer activism is, i.e. someone knowing about what happened at the Stonewall Inn in 1969, but assuming that it was just random outbursts of violence and not carefully coordinated pushback against the discriminatory policies of the NYPD. This project looks, on the surface, like it's doing cool revolutionary things to topple the rich and powerful, but is in fact mostly committed to doing random shit that just looks edgy, such as vandalizing a bland but inoffensive corporate sculpture and blowing up all the credit card companies, which, okay. I spent all of 1999 crying and peeing myself, so admittedly I don't really remember how data storage worked back then, but I have a feeling that just blowing up credit card companies' headquarters won't magically erase everyone's debt.
Yeah, at least, what was that TV show? The one with the hacker man? Mr. Robot. At least Mr. Robot actually addresses the issue of backups. And to be fair, Mr. Robot was a brilliantly researched TV show that had very few, like a very deep understanding of what it meant to be like a hacker and all that stuff. The writers did a great job with that. So yeah, they definitely addressed like the technical aspects of the plot.
Presumably have backups. What I do think this will do is fill downtown, not Los Angeles, with an apocalyptic amount of asbestos.
Which, to be fair, like I'm okay with a movie like Fight Club that doesn't really care about the technical aspects, just kind of glossing over them. I don't think I think this guy's like reading too far into a lot of the aspects of the movie at this point. If I'm wrong, fair enough. My apologies for being a tiny little baby brain. But then again, if all the credit card details for, I guess, the whole city are erased when you destroy the computers or the databases in these buildings, why blow them up? Isn't it less of a ball ache to just go in and smash up the servers or something? There's almost certainly several people in your club who know how these things work. Get them to delete the data. Though I suppose it would be a less impactful ending if the narrator just did like the Walton and Jesse Van thing outside of the company headquarters. Point being that Project Mayhem is a dumb club for dumb babies and I hate them all. All those men standing around and we just end up doing manual labor? Homophobia. Just as I did thanks to my massive brain, the narrator ultimately realizes that the fights are emotionally unfulfilling. Yes, he gets to touch men, but surprise, surprise, whacking them upside the head is no substitute for the thing that this is all a metaphor for. Boinking. Similar to his disconnect with... I disagree. It's not... I disagree because like it's not necessarily... Sure, I don't want to invalidate this person's... the fact that this person relates to relates their homosexuality to the plot in Fight Club. But what I want to say is you can explain... Like Occam's razor, you can explain perfectly well in a heteronormative manner. The dissatisfaction with the constant fighting and of the Fight Club is also because it's just superficial socialization. It's superficial human contact. The brotherhood of the Fight Club is one of indoctrination, and it's not just a club, it's a sect. It's a cult. And he is basically just seeing the bullshit of the cult. Seen past the bullshit of the cult, and once you do that, then yeah, all the socialization looks fake. He sees how Tyler Durden has basically brainwashed all those people into doing things that he isn't okay with because he isn't brainwashed, and that has I don't know. Am I being the boomer? Seeing just being like, well, actually, and just saying like this is the first level interpretation of what happens. Like, I feel if you're going for a second level or a third level interpretation of what happens, you need to at least acknowledge the first level interpretation. You can't be like, this is the explanation of the movie. You need to be like, this is an additional explanation of the movie. Or maybe I'm just being pedantic. At the end of the day, this is... Like, you got to be controversial and all that shit. The narrator watches Tyler fight with other men when it's actually himself doing that. But he still has to watch through Tyler. Fight Club has rendered him totally unable to even form a dishonest connection with anyone else now. And often when he does fight as himself, he ends up going too far and really hurting
Wait, Jared Leto is in this thing? What the f? So the narrator's ultimate rejection of Project Mayhem makes the ending open to a wide variety of interpretations. To defeat Tyler, he puts a gun in his mouth, and if you are under the age of 18, the movie ends there. Here's a nickel, run along, get yourself a sody pop, champ. For everyone else who's too cool for school, he puts a bullet through his own cheek and Tyler vanishes. So has the narrator suppressed his true feelings forever at the cost of killing the part of him that can feel, metaphorically represented by the fact that he's got a massive hole in his face now? Or did he just manage to kill the negative feelings about himself, the manifestation of that idea previously mentioned that he deserves violence? When he holds Marla's hand at the end, has he resolved to accept her as essentially his beard, or finally as a friend, a fellow outcast? Oh, this isn't a hypothetical. I'm giving you 3 seconds to pick one of those interpretations.
I'm picking the last one. I'm an optimist. He's fine. They're friends.
Okay, whichever one you said was wrong, and I was thinking of the other one. If you didn't pick either, then I'm coming to get you. Fight Club, in its broadest sense, is about the struggle between being what everyone else expects you to be versus what you really are, and that obviously lends itself to a variety of interpretations. Depending on your personal experience, the narrator could also be trans, he could be a victim of capitalism, or maybe he's just a quirked up white boy who— no, I'm not finishing this goddamn sentence, and don't you dare leave this part in! Obviously, the interpretation of him as a queer man hits the hardest for me, as a queer man, and this brings me back to the main thesis of the video, why Fight Club should be considered bona fide queer cinema. And I think the main point that I can make in its favour here is that it should be considered a queer film because it's not immediately a queer film to anyone who's not queer. What's more queer than that? Art that contains little gay codes, queer winks to those in the know.
True. Not being gay is the gayest thing ever, okay? All you heterosexual people out there, you're really fucking gay. That's the lesson here. I knew it. I knew having sex with women was gay. We talked about it before the debate with Magic Turtle. I fucking knew it.
Fantastic representation of what has so often brought film-loving LGBTQ plus people together. Fight Club is for the gays. And nobody even knew it. Except now they do know because I just told everyone watching this video how gay the movie is. Ah, for fuck.
Okay. And it's a cool analysis. I don't hate it, but I also like find it obnoxious to like push one single reading of the movie as the correct one, which I think this guy's doing it tongue in cheek. I think it's like how he's having fun with the idea and all that stuff. I actually like this video. Thank you, Sabercat. I love Fight Club, but it's not my favorite David Fincher movie. As his follow-up, Panic Room, is a perfect thriller. I have not watched that one. We are all victims of capitalism. Feels bad, man. True. Unless your girlfriend wears leather chaps, that's a step in the right direction. All right, I'll discuss that with her. See if she's down for that. For sure. Okay. Topics. Everyone. Let's talk about the real issue threatening our society. Upper East Side parents are psychotic. Actually, you know what? Let's do Mexican Wood Elves. No, fuck it. Yeah, let's just do Mexican Wood Elves now so I can get rid of it from the stream title. Let's go for the psycho parents afterwards. Mexican Wood Elves. I have not read this article, but I will read it now. What the fuck is this? I have only seen the... oh god, unauthorized Bing. I have only seen the title, and the title is already a banger. Mexican president claims he has proof of mythical woodland elf. So, by the way, this was what I was referring to earlier when I hesitated about saying that Mexico would not be insane enough to start a border dispute with the U.S. if the U.S. had some instability. Maybe they would. Maybe they would. If we're at the point of woodland elves, like, we'll see. Mexico's president shared what he said was a photo of a mythical woodland elf that he claimed provided evidence of the existence of mischievous Mayan spirits. The grainy photo, which appears to have been taken at night, shows an indistinct creature in a tree. Dude, this is some r/creepypasta shit right there. President Andrés Manuel López Obrador posted a photo to his social media accounts that he claimed showed an alux from ancient folklore. The grainy photo, which appears to have been taken at night, shows an indistinct creature in a tree. With 2 bright white eyes and long hair or a headdress, it stares down at the camera. To me, that just looks like fur. Like, it actually could just be a monkey, but yeah, sure, that could be hair as well. The president suggested the creature resembled a sculpture from an archaeological site on the Yucatan Peninsula. He said the photo had been taken 3 days earlier by an engineer on the construction site of a new railway line known as the Tren Maya, which will connect tourist destinations including ancient Mayan sites. It appears to be an alux, the leftist friend of Jeremy Corbyn wrote, adding that everything is mystical. Les comparto dos fotos de nuestra supervisión a las obras del Tren Maya, una tomada por un ingeniero hace 3 días, al parecer de un alux. Otra de Diego Prieto de una esplendida escultura prehispánica en Ekbalam. Todo es místico. Oh, so this is the alux. This is like the sculpture of the alux. Cartel scout hiding in tree. No, don't Occam's razor this, okay? We're elf believers here. You're on thin ground, Catvin, okay? Elf denial gets the wall in this chat in Minecraft. Related video, Mexican president mocked over alleged proof of mystical creature by news. Oh, come on. Don't mock him. Don't mock him. Come on. He's it's not like he has responsibilities. Allow him to believe what he wants to believe. What's this music? Someone was like, dude, some intern was editing this video and was like, oh shit, I gotta put in some like royalty-free music, and just threw a dart at the playlist. Good Spanish pronunciation though. Do you speak Spanish? No, not at all. No habla español. I just live in France, and I speak a Romance language, which is French. Oh, shut the fuck up, video. I speak a Romance language, and I also I've traveled in Spain, so I've heard Spanish a bit. I would be alarmed if I was a citizen of a nation whose president believes in real-time mythical folklore. He's in a position of power, which is the problem. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm joking about him having no responsibilities. Obviously, that is worrying, of course. For sure, that is worrying. His far-fetched claim came as thousands took to the streets of Mexico City over the weekend to protest against an alleged presidential power grab. Oh, the plot thickens. Okay, bets are open. Do you think he actually truly believes in the alux, or is it just a distraction tactic to like distract away from the cause of discontent? Because that shit happens in politics all the time. Trump was the master of that. Trump was able to dodge any controversy by just creating a new controversy. And like even the media that supposedly was anti-Trump was playing into his hands every single time he did that. Is it one of these?
Wait a minute, where are we?
Get my car.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, this cartoon is violent. You show your kids that?
Chupacabra. They're all over Mexico.
No way.
Okay. I've never watched that cartoon. Social media users were quick to point out that the photo appeared to have been circulating online in various guises for at least 2 years. Okay, so much for the photo being taken 3 days ago. Classic, honestly, classic. Like, if you followed OSINT debunking on Twitter, like, especially since the war in Ukraine, this is a big classic. Like, the photo from 3 years ago surfacing up and being, like, recontextualized in a different country, in a different context, and with a different meaning. Many accuse this president of spreading fake news. The original source of the image is unclear. If you believe this, you are stupid, one user responded to his post, while another added, it's so easy to Google a photo to see if it's true or not. Mr. López Obrador has long expressed reverence for indigenous cultures and beliefs. His former environment minister also drew derision in the past for saying she believed in Aluxes. Is this like a part of Mexican politics? I need to like interview someone who lives in Mexico, because like I know that, you know, like in many countries, especially if you're more from the traditional like aspect of the traditional wing of politics, you have to pay at least lip service to either the dominant religion or the or like dominant superstitious beliefs, stuff like that. Cultural beliefs, maybe I should rather say. But I didn't think Mexico had that with regards to indigenous beliefs. That's interesting. If it does, surely this is a meme, right? It can't be this bad. Maybe it is. I see this on the same level as how you have to, you know, one nation under God and the hand on the Bible when you get sworn in, when in like U.S. political tradition. Like, you know, the presidents elected, a lot of them aren't actively religious. It's just part of like culture and tradition and stuff like that. I wonder if it's like kind of under that angle. Blimmy, this is like Boris Johnson saying he has a photo of the Loch Ness Monster. True. Actually true. It kind of is like that. According to traditional Mayan belief, Aluxes are small, mischievous creatures that inhabit forests and fields and are prone to playing tricks on people. Oh, so just like the pucks of the in like you know, like British memes. The ancient Mayan civilization reached its height from 300 AD to 900 AD on the Yucatan Peninsula, and etc., etc. President's controversial post came as opponents flooded Constitution Square in Mexico City to protest against his planned overhaul of electoral authority. Critics say the plan, which includes shrinking the independent agency's budget and staff, threatens to undermine Mexico's democracy. Yeah. Obviously, I don't know the details, but optics-wise, shrinking an independent overview, like electoral overview agency's budget and staff, does not bode well for democratic processes. I'll agree with that. Yeah, there's no openly atheist politicians. Everyone is way too religious for people to be open about it. And it's like a dumb way to lose votes. I'm not a fan of theocracy. Earlier I even argued like I would view any like theocratic government with extreme suspicion and distrust. But if I was in politics, I would do it. I would play the game. I would pay lip service to religion, or as much as was appropriate for the local culture. Like in the US, it's more appropriate. Here in France, for example, it's not really something that comes up at all, unless you're like far right. Then, like here in France, you can be pretty much openly atheistic. But if I was running in the US, then I would absolutely, I wouldn't like lean hard into it, but I absolutely, you know, like talk about God once or twice, you know, say God is great in Arabic. Make sure I get those Christian votes, you know what I mean? I'm curious how Mexico's clampdown on the cartel has been going. I haven't read about it in a while, but this would make sense if their politicians are still influenced by cartel bribes and threats/contacts. Maybe it's tied to that. I don't know. Here's some video from the Mexican parliament after he announced the magic monster. Oh no. I was not expecting the shit post. Oh damn. Oh, the kiss. Nice. Remember everyone, have you kissed the homie today? Have you? Probably not. Maybe your homies need kisses, okay? They need hugs and they need kisses. So please kiss a homie today, right now. Think about a homie. Send them a kiss on WhatsApp, on Facebook Messenger, whatever on Discord. It still counts. It's still a kiss. Dude, I love the masks. This is some dank stuff. Ooh, the dance! Hot damn. I like that. Nice. This is really fucking awesome. This is how all voting should be done. Dude's literally fighting the Joker right here, by the way. And this is Double Face or Two Face. These guys aren't trivial about gender roles, Pog. Yeah. I don't know, I think I used to really look down on wrestling, but then I realized that wrestling is in this very special position that's in between showmanship and athletics. And that's like a really cool place for an art form to be. I really respect that. AAA Triple Mania has a transgender women's champion. Interesting. And then you got the referee. What does a referee even do in wrestling matches? I understand they're like part of the show at certain points, I guess. Like, since it's all like choreographed. Oh yeah, there you go. He's part of the show. Have I ever seen Cirque du Soleil? Yes, I have. Not in person, but I've watched recordings of Cirque du Soleil. I love it too. At the end of the day, some activity or event is not hurting people and is especially transparent and seems healthy. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I really like the Nietzschean perspective on art. The difference between art and religion. And I think Nietzsche talks about it in Beyond Good and Evil. The reason why the lies make religion bad, but don't make art bad, is because art is transparent about it being a lie. And when you're lying to someone transparently, then the lies can help them better understand the world and better accede to power. You know, that's like Nietzsche's thing, the accession to power, the will to power. I've seen like you've seen them 3 times in person. That's awesome. And they were all super impressive. Great combo of athleticism and art, and they could always come to San Francisco, and they would always come to San Francisco. That's fucking awesome. I'm jealous. I would love to see them IRL for sure. Yeah, Cirque du Soleil is amazing. Definitely, if you haven't, if you've never seen them, like go check out there's like a really cool DVD recording of their shows. That's awesome. Japan's sumo events are a spectacle, but they have quite a toxic and abusive inner culture. Oh yeah, I've read about it. I haven't really looked into it, so I can't speak authoritatively about it. But I've definitely read some articles about some scandals in the sumo circles, and it does seem really toxic from the outside for sure. I wasn't sure if it was popular in France with the name like that. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a French name. It's marketed under the same name here, for one. And yeah, then the rest of it, it is popular. Yeah, it's a big show. Okay. So I was reading through this article earlier. There's not that much to comment about. It's kind of a stupid article, but it's a funny, stupid article. So I kind of wanted to talk about it on stream a little bit. The Manhattan parents who won't let their teens outside alone. So have you had friends like back in school with helicopter parents? The parents like floating around, trying to control everything their kids were doing, being super fucking paranoid about everything. I think we've all known at least someone or being that person who had overprotective parents, and we all see and understand the consequences of the overprotectiveness, what that leads to in the upbringing, what that leads to in in well being sheltered with your worldview, being more vulnerable towards like predatory behaviors because you're not trying to deal with them, stuff like that. Well, this whole article is showing a trend with the like Manhattan elite people trending towards this like insane overprotectiveness. This is basically an article about the target audience of that wacky super armored SUV we were making fun of a couple weeks ago. I forgot the name already of that car. Armored SUV Moms, is that yeah, the Vengeance. Yeah, the Vengeance. There you go, the Rezvan Vengeance. Hey, Call Me Pooter, how are you doing? So like this article is literally about the target audience of this insane ass car.
What is up, guys? Right behind me is the Rezvani Vengeance, and this thing is insane. Bumper to help you ram through things.
Oh God, dude, I'm realizing like now that I'm like looking at the different videos about the Rezvani Vengeance, they actually had an entire media marketing campaign for this. Like all those videos are produced by their marketing team, because who the fuck wears tactical body armor or like goes full tactical to promote a fucking car? Like every single video about this on like social media, they're doing the same thing. There's this guy, this is the first time I'm seeing him, but then there was this super obnoxious like mom video about it that where she's also wearing the going like full tactical for it. Chillin', nice. Good to hear. I want to find the original one. Oh yeah, it's this one.
Hey mamas, let's talk about the memorable features on
yeah, she's got the same fucking tactical vest too.
And so is this vehicle. For even more protection, you have explosive underbody shielding.
Hey, Baron Dragons.
Electrified door.
Nice ass.
Military grade run flat tires and a Ram.
Okay, someone just posted something and the message is being held by Automod. So first off, Krutoy 2003. I'm sorry, but like this is an English speaking stream. You can speak like French or Polish because I understand them, but that's pretty much it. Detect language. Oh, okay. There you go. Deny the message. Mexican wrestling I like more than American, and it has a pantomime element, and it's faster, not so soap opera like. Also, Vince McMahon is like just the worst person in entertainment. It's like Harvey Weinstein levels of obnoxious. I'm not familiar with the details. My dad sent me on scavenger hunts wandering around San Francisco starting when I was 10 to get me out of his hair at work. Nice. I think it helped me as a person, and I'm a lot more comfortable going places than others I know. Yeah. Turns out, like, dude, I had to deal with that myself in the like growing up, where Baron Dragons, chill with the ASCII spam, okay? Like once or twice is fine, but don't like shut up chat with it. I had to deal with myself growing up. Like I remember my mom being getting like into this panic about stories about kidnappings and stuff like that, because like in the US, if you watch TV, there's a lot of that. You actually kind of get primed to be scared. Fear mongering. There's a lot of fear mongering in US media, and actually in media all across the world, to be fair. So like you have to acknowledge that that stuff is gonna like hurt the development of those kids for sure. And I don't know if I can say that's the cause of like my social anxiety or stuff like that. I wouldn't go that far. There's more to it than just that. But okay, that's an easy one. Bye. No ASCII swastikas, that's TOS. Bye. Monkey tits so hot. Yeah. Well, I was fine with the monkey tits. I have no problem with that. Swastikas not so much. Suburban Sasquatch, yeah. So Yeah. I had so I was reading this article before the stream because I thought it was funny, reading about the like insanity of those helicopter parents, and there's this one part that really stuck on me, and I wanted to like go into detail. Some quick maths. A local mom named Lisa tells me her 7th grade son, let's call him Lucas, travels by cab about 40 blocks straight up the east side with her to get to school every day. Cab. Back and forth. Oh yeah, a sitter picks him up in the afternoon. Dude, taking the cab every day to go to school, assuming zero traffic. I did the calculation. Now my calculation is wrong because I forgot she says she only takes him by cab the way there. So let's divide by 2. $2,340 a year. But that's on the lower side because a block in New York City can have 2 dimensions. It's a rectangle. So if it's a north-south trajectory, it's $2,340 a year. If it's an east to west trajectory, it's this divided by 2, $3,915. So we're basically between $2,000 and $4,000 a year, and it's more than that because that's assuming no traffic. If there's any traffic, it's more expensive. So let's say more like we're around like $3 to $5K a year just so you can take your kid in a cab. Like, oh my God, just so they don't have to take the bus or the subway. That is insane to me. These people are so wealthy, they have a completely different life. That is so disconnected to the reality I've experienced, like, growing up. That is insane to me. Well, actually, if they have the money, at least it's not going to sit in a bank. I actually, look, I'm not, like, gung-ho on... Like, I actually prefer it sits in the bank. Because if it... am I? I think I am, because if it sits in the bank's like investing it in different companies or like lending the money out and stuff like that. I guess it's still being spent and it still like transits in the economy through the cab fare, which is good as well. I guess that's fine. It is paying the taxi guy, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's fine. New York is a crazy city in terms of wealth disparity. Yeah, that is absolutely true. It is insane, the levels of wealth disparity there. Yo, Kino, welcome back to the stream. Stop. Okay, now we have a different shit poster. The taxi driver probably helps more local businesses than the bank. On like an individual scale, sure, but that's not entirely true. Like a bank absolutely enables local businesses by like loans to small businesses are one of the most important lifebloods of small businesses, allowing you to go through like a difficult time or like reinvest into the business, knowing that there will be a payout, do some renovations on your shop, stuff like that. So like I'd say it's a bit of both, you know. Yo, thanks for the follow, Aaron, 10,398. I appreciate it. And wow, that wow was perfectly timed with the follow. I think it kind of overrode it. I don't know if it like, can I like replay it? Oh yeah, there you go. I can replay your follow message. There you go, just for you. Way to go, Aaron. Wow, yeah. All right. I don't think the rest of the article is that interesting. It's just like wacky, insanely rich people. But there is actual demographic data, which is kind of weird. Fewer kids, just like fewer adults, are riding the subway in general. There were more than 83 million student MetroCard swipes in 2019. In 2020, when schools shut down and later reopened part-time, student use plummeted, and just under 25 million rides were recorded once it's reopened. Español. No habla español. I'm sorry. Wait, how do I say I'm sorry in Spanish? I'm sorry in Spanish. Yo lamento. No habla español. Una cerveza, por favor. That's like the only thing I know how to say. I'm sorry. It's useful, at least. It's useful. When I was in Barcelona, it was a useful sentence to know. Yeah, okay, that is a huge drop in MetroCard use. Now, to be fair, my understanding is that there is a lot more people jumping the turnstiles in the New York City Metro, but that is not sufficient to explain this. Might be a Klingon taxi driver, true. That number remained low through 2021, as many middle and high schools stayed hybrid for part of the year. Okay, that explains it. But what interests me most is 2022, and all schools were once again full-time in person without a remote option. Okay, so it went down to 60 million swipes, 28% below pre-pandemic levels. 60 million compared to... I don't know if this demographic data, compared to 83 million. I don't know if this demographic data checks out, honestly. Like, aren't there a lot of people that moved out of the city because of the lockdowns? I have some batshit people, seen some batshit people on the New York trains though, so I guess I get it a bit. I have the male privilege though, but I imagine letting your young daughter on transit feels risky. Yeah, for sure. Like the New York City Metro is wild for sure. What is this? Overprotective parents, yeah. I could see on the more reasonable level a lot of people like the parents arranging to drive their kids to school, like getting used to doing it because it's not worth like getting the MetroCard in during lockdown or whatever. More work from home. Yeah, remember, like New York City will have a lot of white collar workers, and white collar workers are, especially nowadays post pandemic, eligible for working from home in most companies that have adopted that. So just that means you're much more likely to drive your kids to school. I think this article is not accounting for all the like societal changes from COVID. I don't like this the like using this data in this way. White collar workers, yes, that is the term. Yes, feels weird, man. Oh, come on. Oh yeah, okay. Let's transition to the next topic. Have y'all enjoyed Dilbert at any point in your life? Because personally, as a kid, I actually have really enjoyed Dilbert, the comic book, which is weird. My brother has made fun of me like as a kid and also as an adult. Like he's asked me like, hey, why did you enjoy Dilbert when you were a kid? Like what happened with that? And I liked it. I liked the cynicism. I liked the wackiness of it, and like it's good humor. So I was pretty sad as a couple years ago to discover that Scott Adams had completely like plunged down the Trumpy like weird like climate change denial and like a lot of conservative talking points thing rabbit hole. If you go on to Scott Adams Says, which is Scott Adams Says, like his website, where's his God, it's like all articles about his cancellation blog. There you go. Scott Adams Says his home. He basically does like a daily podcast and he's been doing it for a long time. We're on episode 2032. He's been doing a daily podcast about basically about like just like conservative talking points. He's fully bought into the conservative culture war, trans people, drag, election fraud, climate change, all of the bullshit. And I don't know, I knew about it. I don't really care about it. Now he's being canceled. He's being canceled because he has spoken out about a poll that was basically saying that a lot of what was the poll exactly again? Something like 20%, something like 26% of the black respondents to the poll had stated that they saw what was the exact quote? Like white. Oh, fuck. Let's just pull up an article. I don't remember the exact sentence anymore. Oh yeah, Adams focused on race in recent episodes of his YouTube show, Real Coffee with Scott Adams, referencing a survey from the conservative pollster Rasmussen Reports that questioned whether it's okay to be white, in which most black Americans agreed and 26% disagreed. Well, Scott Adams focused on a specific part of the survey, actually. That 26 Scott Adams focused on the fact that 26% disagreed with the statement it's okay to be white, and 21% weren't sure. So Scott Adams presented it in this way of like 47% of black Americans hate white people. And he used that as an argument to say that you shouldn't, as a white person, you should be wary of like moving to a black neighborhood, right? Because the black people will not think it's okay to be white. Completely ignoring the societal context where the sentence is okay to be white. A lot of people understand it not to be literally a sentence about whether it's okay to be white. I think most people think it's okay to be white, but it has been used as a code sentence for certain like far right movements and sentiments in response to like black empowerment movements like Black Lives Matter and stuff like that. So because of this double meaning of the sentence, I imagine like most of the people who disagree are probably like a fair portion of them are probably just protesting the white supremacist meaning of the sentence and not actually contesting that whether it's okay to be white or not. That being said, there are black supremacists. That's also a thing that exists, but clearly a minority. Calvin and Hobbes' best comic, true, kind of. I'm a weeb, okay? My best comics are gonna be like manga and stuff, but yeah, I love Calvin and Hobbes. Oh god, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, the alert has passed. The sneeze alert. Supposedly, Scott Adams, before he hitched to the Trump train, had a net value of $25 million, which today is lower than $1 million. Well, today it's even worse because he just got canceled by by hundreds of newspapers for the syndication for his comic strip. So that is like really, really bad news for him. I had multiple books of Dilbert comics, and there was even a quite funny cartoon, but his comments on race really backfired. Yeah. What's weird to me, honestly, is that like. Fuck, I guess I would need to listen to his exact episode. Like, he said so much wacky, fucked up shit over the years. Like, I'm surprised that this is the thing that gets him canceled. That's the thing I'm like struggling to wrap my head around, because I understand why a boomer sees black people being against the sentence "it's okay to be white" and be like, "Yo, that's fucked up." I'm a boomer. I don't know that the sentence means white supremacy to some people, and I don't like, and I think it's okay to be white. So what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, that is not a racist rant. But that being said, like Scott Adams is there's more to him than just that. Obviously, there's a whole context of like sussy right wing stuff that explains why people went for the least charitable interpretation on him. When you get blueballed by a sneeze, that's the worst. It absolutely is. What's the most controversial opinion that I have? One that might get me in trouble. I don't know. Fuck. I guess despite being pro LGBTQ rights, I'm a bit transmedicalist when it comes to for like minors transitioning. I think trans minors should only be enacting gender change therapies when they are closely followed by trained medical professionals, and within the context of that, it makes sense that the more invasive procedures should only happen once it's been clear and confirmed that the transness of the person is like there to stay, to like minimize the chance of regretted transitions. I know that's a hot take in some circles, but I think that's not like a take that would get me in trouble. I would assume. It seems like pretty milquetoast, honestly. I guess depending on how I phrase it, I could phrase it in the wrong way and get like people jumping down my throat over that. I don't fucking know. Like off the top of my head, that's a tough question to ask. Oh yeah, I guess I'm down with like destroying parts of historical centers to build more high density housing. This trans group I did a training with was asserting that everyone knows their gender by age 4, with no like sources or evidence other than personal anecdotes. I wanted to question them about it, but didn't want to come off as transphobic. Yeah, that sucks. It sucks that you didn't feel comfortable like questioning them about it. It sucks that they didn't like I guess have a more empirical methodical approach to making such wide assertions. And chances are you could have questioned them about it and not come off as a bigot. That would have like said a lot about them if they reacted badly to like good faith questioning. Yeah, same. I don't really understand a lot of it. Also, how trans women can compete against men in sports. Yeah, originally I'm rather supportive of trans athletes in principle, but I do have to concede that a lot of sports, it seems like it would not be fair for depending on your definition of fair, of course. That's where like things can get nuanced as well. But it seems like trans women would definitely have, on average, an advantage over cis women in a lot of sports. Not all sports, but a lot of them. And that is like a whole other thing in and of itself. Absolutely, I don't think it's at all transphobic to raise the question of trans sports and to be like at the moment, the evidence seems to show that there is a disparity. So I don't think it's transphobic to be like, I don't think that's fair, and I don't want trans women to compete with cis women. That's for the sports that are concerned by that. I don't think that's transphobic at all. Rabbit hole, yeah. But I don't think that's that controversial of a statement either. Those are like some of the pain points, I guess, where like outside of, I guess, like trans Twitter, people do genuinely wonder about those things. Even differentiating between trans women and women, cis women, is problematic. All women are women, and you need to use assigned gender at birth now. Well, yeah, I know what you mean. So there's this weird thing I realized debating some TERFs on. I actually realized that last year I debated a gender absolution? Yeah, or abolitionist. Sorry, fuck. I'm getting like Aiden Ross brain right now. Can't find the words. I debated a gender abolitionist last year, and at some point I realized while like questioning them and like going down the dialogue tree of gender abolition, I realized that gender abolition is denial of the trans condition, because for most trans people, the meaning of the transition comes from the meaning that is assigned to the genders. So that doesn't mean that you have to have like a binary dynamic, right? It can still be a spectrum. You can still have non-binary people, etc., etc. But the second you abolish all genders, you're basically telling trans people that the solution to gender dysphoria is not transitioning, it's abolishing social gender norms. unsurprisingly, a year later, I was debating some TERFs on Twitter, and I ran into exactly that argument, because the person I debated last year, who was a gender abolitionist, was actually not TERF. They were pro LGBTQ rights. It was just a contradiction in their worldview that I pointed out. But they didn't use their gender abolition to erase the trans rights, though. Well, they were uncomfortable once I pointed out the contradiction. However, I ran into a TERF who did exactly that, and they like totally played into that. They believed that the concept of gender has no connection to biological basis. And that since genders are a social construct, that we should abolish genders and just go back to sex. They were taking like gender abolition to the point of like only having sex, and thus erasing trans identity that way. So like things can get really fucking weird when you go into those into certain like niche gender theory, for sure. What do I think of people wanting to change their gender under birth certificate? I'm all for it. I think that the legal systems should support transition. I would view a legal system that doesn't support transition as a certain level of aggression to trans people. Maybe not like a huge level of aggression. I would need to like, I guess, ask my trans friends. When it comes to, a birth certificate. Oh, sorry, I was thinking of like ID papers. Sorry, my brain like short-circuited. Oh, should a birth certificate? I guess not. I guess not. I guess a birth certificate should be about the assigned gender at birth. Or at least there needs to be like some kind of trace on the birth certificate, like assigned gender at birth and like then current gender. Maybe if you wanna have the change be done to the birth certificate, but it wouldn't make sense to erase the assigned gender at birth, since the paperwork that concerns the birth is in as of itself. But you can make it trans inclusive by separating assigned gender at birth and current gender on the paperwork. That would be okay. I think that would be like a best of both worlds solution for that question. All right. Moving on. Let's move on to other topics, unless you have more questions for me. It's not gender though, it's sex, right? True. I guess the birth certificate is sex. I don't know. I guess also depends on the language if we want to go into the semantics of that. Like what does a US birth certificate look like again? Open image in new tab. Sex. Oh yeah, sex. Yeah, then sex is sex. Like that doesn't change. And then you don't really have a gender field. I don't know. At the end of the day, you have to also acknowledge that all this paperwork, all those administrative procedures were created before where all those things were created before the like public acknowledgement of trans gender identities and of gender theory. Back when the birth certificate was designed, there was no such thing as a difference between sex and gender. They were interchangeable in language. So it makes sense that you would amend some of the administrative processes to accommodate societal changes, I think. But to be fair, I don't know if trans people like look at birth certificates and feel bad about them, because like we just saw it's written sex. Like, I don't know if that like does that even matter to trans people. I don't know. I guess I would have to ask the trans people I know, and even then they can't speak for all trans people. I'm sure there are, but like then again, it's a birth certificate. It doesn't even concern your current state, but just like what happened at your birth. Transgender is out and transsexual is back, baby. Yeah. Black ink only. Sorry, I know it's weird stuff. Yeah, a lot of administrations have like rules about the ink you can use and stuff like that, or like whether you can use cursive or you need to like paint out the full letters, stuff like that, all capitals. All right. There's some Schadenfreude. Just a quick reminder when you're for your like career opportunities. Let me pull up the original tweets. Esther Crawford. Oh wait, no, sorry. Open image in new tab. Esther Crawford was the was one of the leaders in Elon Musk's new Twitter. Let me change the stream title real quick. All right. There is a new round of layoffs in Twitter, and this round seems to concern some people who thought they were going to be immune to the layoffs. I have to admit, I find this a bit sad. So she has been one of, apparently, at least going through the motions of being like a really dedicated employee in Musk's new Twitter. She was, during crunch, she was sleeping at the office. She herself tweeted in response to this: when your team is pushing around the clock to make deadlines, sometimes you #sleep where you work. So in solidarity with the crunch that the team was living. In another tweet that I can't pull up again right now, she talks about how she's working with people around the globe, so also for time zones she wanted to be available, stuff like that. And her reward has been getting fired. That's the reward she got. And I have to say, I don't even think that's like necessarily unfair. What I see when I see someone bragging about sleeping at work, I see a toxic work environment. And not saying that Musk is not a part of that, but let me get through the reasoning. I see a toxic work environment when I see people sleeping at work. I see the enshrinement of the idea of presenteeism, the idea that being present at work is more valuable than the quality of your work, quantity over quality, basically. A lot of workplaces suffer from this. A lot of workplaces frown upon the people who simply simply do their hours on the clock, on the minute, on people who never want to do any overtime, on people who don't want to stay at work even if they don't have any more work to do. I don't understand why those behaviors are frowned upon. That is irrational. There's something fundamentally irrational in that. Obviously, with ambition, there is the idea that you should go above and beyond. That is understandable as well. But the problem when you set like presenteeism standards is exactly what you see in East Asian societies. You see the onus being on being at your desk, not being at work. You see people spending. You see all those polls, all this data about people spending hours on social media at work, on like watching videos, just being bored out of their minds, hating their lives, but sitting there because they don't want to be the first person to leave. They don't want to leave before their boss. They need to maintain the optics. If I was this person's boss, I would chew them out for this. I would fucking yell at them. What the fuck kind of work environment are you creating? What kind of image are you portraying for the rest of our employees when you're doing this? Like, unless this was strictly necessary, exceptionally, sure. I understand. Like, especially in upper management, I understand you have a stake in the company. There can be exceptions where this is understandable, but if this is the work environment, there is something that's gone deeply, deeply wrong in the company. Now, I doubt that's why Elon Musk is firing her, to be fair. But a lot of people are portraying this as if Elon Musk is firing like the bootlickers. Elon Musk is firing the people who've actually worked super hard. And I have to admit that is like, I don't know. She sure was present, but was she actually working hard? Was she actually being productive? Was she actually contributing to Twitter? Just because she was sleeping there doesn't mean she's actually contributing to Twitter. Because people love sucking wet corporate ball sacks and appeasing people in power for a chance to be noticed or receiving a promotion, which usually does not occur. Yeah. And like, fuck, you would achieve so much more by being productive and knowing how to show that to your bosses. Like, I'm all for sucking corporate ball sacks, you know. Go get that bag. Look, we live in a society. We need to get paychecks. We need to get promotions. We need to get money. Like, go for it. But like, do it on the base. Like, do something smart. Do something good at your job, and then brag the shit out of it. Like manufacture chances to talk to your boss about it. You know, ride that gravy train. And do it in like a time-efficient manner. Don't fucking sleep at work for that. I wouldn't make it that far up the corporate ladder with that attitude, though. I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I have like, I would struggle in that environment for sure. Though I definitely would. I would do what I just said. Like I wouldn't do the whole jostling for hours thing. But I would definitely, like, you know, if I pushed like an important merge onto the code, or like came up with a solution to a complicated problem, I would 100% brag about it, because that's how it works in corporations. If you don't toot your own horn, if you aren't your own salesperson, you're not going to climb the ladder. And like, that's a more efficient use of your time than sleeping, than like doing pointless overtime. Like, fuck, dude, leave on the clock and read one of those wacky, like, self-help manipulation books. The, like, you know, how to make friends and manipulate people. Do that. Go down the self-improvement, like, bullshit. Like, it's not all bullshit. That's the thing. Go down the self-improvement rabbit hole if you want to be, what's the word? Ambitious and climb and all that stuff. And that will work. That will actually work. Like, be this guy.
6 a.m.
So this is kind of a parody of that.
I'm already up. High intensity interval training on the treadmill. Catching up on my podcast. 7 a.m. Shower, AeroPress, email. But
I love this video.
My blogs and journal about creativity. 8:30, I'm out the door. Pop into Ground Central. They brew Stumptown. Order the pour over. Wink at the barista. She doesn't notice. Metro. The queue's running late, so I hop on the 7-9 and do a back around at the transfer stop on 96th and Fullerton. Shave 3 minutes off the commute. I'm walking into the office when I get a notif. Insta. My favorite celeb just went live. Do I risk being late, or do I give up a chance to finally be noticed? Not a prob. Load the vid, post the perfect chat message.
Hey, Diplo.
Hey, boss.
I'm hating this so much.
Office
well, it's a parody, you know.
Duck the MacBook. Dongle, YubiKey.
The video's agreeing with you.
Stand up. Back to the desk. Trick is, I'm always standing. Gotta install the latest security patches to stay compliant with corporate policy? On it. Check the Robinhood while I'm waiting. All red. Just what I thought. 11:30. Newsblast. Trump. I'm already on Twitter with a hot take.
What the fuck, Trump?
Vegan bolognese. Sit alone. No time for idle chatter. Moleskin and running positive affirmations is all I need. Next thing I know, it's 8:30 p.m. Time to call it a day. Back on the 7th, this time going uptown. Happy hour, alone. $11 gin and tonic.
I think the keyword of this whole video is alone.
Check the Insta. 100 likes. Not bad, but I'll have better. City lights have my circadian rhythm screwed up. Gotta head home before it gets too bad. Back in bed. One chapter of Marcus Aurelius Meditations on the Nug. Didn't understand shit. Just as the battery dies for the day.
There you go. Marcus Aurelius.
Phase 1 of my polyphasic sleep cycle. Tomorrow's day 1 of my intermittent fasting routine. All in a day's work.
So obviously this is like a pastiche of what I was describing, the whole like self-help rabbit hole and all that stuff. You can go too far into that. What I take, this guy's work consists of updating the software, having lunch alone, tweeting about Trump, and self-reaffirming on his moleskin. Yes, also getting, also like farming likes on Instagram. Why do you have to throw if in there at the end? Also like, well, yeah, like getting mildly drunk at oh fuck, I want a drink now. Oh my god, the monkey brain. The monkey brain, the monkey neuron activation has happened. I want to drink now. Fuck. I'm not gonna. I'll be strong. Stoicism is a sick, independent philosophy if you can stick to it. Yeah, dude. Okay, ancient Greek philosophers got done wrong by Greek statue Twitter. Can we agree on that? Like the cringe Greek statue poster on Twitter has given me such a bad association with like ancient Greek philosophers. Even though I love them, yeah, there's a lot to take away from them. And I'm saying like your Greek statue posters, but it goes further back. It goes back to the Sargon of Akkad days, the Gamergate days, like all those all the like skeptic YouTubers. They're the origin of this bullshit. God, they ruined it. What is it called again? Modern something values degenerating whatever. Oh yeah, dude. Oh my god. The second someone talks to me about modern values and uses the word degeneration to describe society, I am like cringing out of my mind. Even though like sometimes those people have a good point, you know, there are a lot of flaws in modern society and it's good to point them out. But when you talk about degeneration, I right away think to the like proto-fascist rhetoric of like a fucking Mein Kampf about societal degeneration and like how we're like on that fucking slippery slope when you're talking about that. Reject modernity, die for tetanus. True. Is it cringe if I want a Thai tattoo? No, it isn't. Oh my god, don't get me started on cultural appropriation. I got a rant and a half about that. Not to say, okay, for the people who don't know me, cultural appropriation is a real thing. It can happen. It's just like 99% of people on both sides of the discussion have no fucking clue what it actually is and think that any like cultural exchange is appropriation, which is fucking insane. Yeah, no, getting a Thai tattoo is okay if it doesn't have some like specific societal or religious significance that you don't understand. Then yeah, you're fine. Go ahead, dude. It's when culture is misrepresented. Yeah. It's when culture is misrepresented. It's when culture is being monetized in predatory ways that don't give back to the culture of origin. It's also when culture is cultural symbols of like I don't want to say power, but status. When cultural symbols of status that have very special significance get used by people who haven't earned that status. So that is so like typically, for example, the Native American headdress, if I recall correctly, has a very specific status meaning and like shouldn't really be used if you're not. I think it's for like tribal leaders, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong. Another example would be like usually it's uniforms, like certain specific uniforms, stolen valor, right? Like Americans can understand as stolen valor. You wouldn't wear a military uniform if you haven't, if you're not in a military context, either a veteran or in active service. That is wrong. So you wouldn't wear a cultural uniform if you don't have the specific status that enables you to wear it. But there are plenty of cultural like vestments that don't have a uniform status. You can wear a kimono. That's okay. A kimono doesn't mean you're like a noble like samurai with the emperor like gave you a title or whatever the fuck. It's just a kimono. Everyone can wear a kimono. I've heard that white people shouldn't have dreads or braids. I think that I disagree with. Dreads or braids don't belong to black culture. I mean, black culture doesn't even necessarily mean like a specific thing. Just like white culture doesn't mean like it's. You need to be more specific. But like, because if you go into the specifics, like there are island cultures that have dreads. There are African culture dreads. Sorry. Dreads. I just fucking fused the two words together. There are black African cultures that have dreads. Obviously, it's a big part of American black culture. But dude, there are like specific cultures that usually people would judge as white that also had braids. I mean, like come on. It's aesthetics generally. The problem I have is also like fundamentally ideologically, like philosophically, I want to say. Once you start arguing that those things, like cultural exchange, is appropriation, you're basically arguing for apartheid, like cultural apartheid, because miscegenation, which, by the way, the origin of that term is from like people arguing about fucking race mixing. Miscegenation is the term to describe when there are things mixing together. And I think if you usually are progressive, if you are for cultural exchange and learning and appreciating other cultures, you actually are for cultural exchange, meaning things being transferred from one culture to the other and vice versa. And those things being transferred will then be appropriated in a non-bad way by the other culture. They will become part of that other culture, and that's a good thing. That's the thing that should be celebrated, honestly. God, I got way derailed off the Twitter layoffs. I guess there's not that much to say about it. I mean, there's more layoffs. I just wanted to rant about the Esther Crawford sleeping at work thing. Culture is when fascism. Yes, true. I want to write a book, but it can only be about an upper-class white Chilean and absolutely nothing else. Hashtag avoiding cultural appropriation. So I'm not a daimyo. Yes, you're probably not a daimyo, especially if you're an upper-class white Chilean. How's stuff in Chile? I've been dreaming about visiting South America for a while now. But anyways, that's my personal definition of cultural appropriation. I think it roughly lines up with the academic definition of cultural appropriation. I could be wrong on that. I haven't like actually read the literature. Boring out of burning forests. Wait, what? All right, what's the next topic? Oh yeah, my editor wanted me to check this out. Some Twitch drama. Oh, this guy. Oh, everything is just boring. Feels bad, man. I hope you're not like depressed or stuff. Culture critic. Tradition is not the worship of ashes, but the preservation of fire. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Greek statue Twitter. Like, and maybe this stuff is really, maybe the funny thing is, maybe this guy is actually pretty reasonable and just really likes, you know, old statues. The thing is, I already know that it's not just that, but like the first time you encounter this kind of account, you're like, fuck, is it just like someone who really likes ancient history, or is it actually one of those culture war weirdos? And you already know, like once you see like this tweet has the ability to do this being entirely lost. That's like misunderstanding the evolution of art is a pretty big tell. I mean, this is a really cool statue though. I love the like fabric statue style. But I also love like oh god, the Dick Riders. The ability could at least be restored. All important is the incentive to create such things, the reason. It is hard to see how this could be revived. Our age sees truth as residing not in beauty but in sheer ugliness. Oh my fucking god, dude. They're like, if people don't understand how ugliness has become part of art, like that is 500 years of art history to catch up. Like, where do I start? I mean, I'm thinking back to Baudelaire in French poetry, who started breaking the taboos of poetry in order to introduce the concept of ugliness in art. My references will be mostly French because I've done a French education, but there's like Baudelaire, there's Balzac, Zola, who started in the 19th century, who brought the focus back to the proletariat. He was talking about the coal miners in the suffering in the mines. He was writing about social conditions, stuff like that, about the ugly parts of society. Ugliness has its place in art, and that's been proven time and time again for hundreds of years. And like, God, but I guess those people would not appreciate that. But fuck, damn, long stream, true. and plays Dark Souls once. Yeah. The ability to do that can probably be replicated by AI now. Oh yeah, true. Fuck, I still have like some oh yeah, I still have some like free test runs of Journey. My mom loves Basquiat. Oh, wait, Basquiat's the economist, not Balzac, right? Wait, what were the commands again? Fuck, I don't remember. It was like slash. Oh yeah, slash imagine. What would be the Midjourney prompt? Realistic statue. Ancient Greek. Okay, it might be NSFW. Let me generate it off stream, just in case it draws some like. Oh, our art penises are fine actually on Twitch. Art penises are fine, but let me just play it safe though. Ask for a goblin and see if it's problematic. I actually have the reason I've used it is to generate goblin images for my TTRPG for my Pathfinder game because I'm playing a goblin. I got some really cool images out of it though. Like this one, apart from the fucked up tongue, this one's pretty cool. Yeah, I've spent most of my runs on goblins. Oh yeah, those are awesome. Fuck, I love this one. This goblin is actually so fucking cool. I actually love him. Oh, Jean-Michel Basquiat. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, and here we're definitely in dude, I actually like this. Yo, I would totally go see him at a modern art museum. This is some cool shit. And I like traditional art as well. Like I love going to the Louvre and seeing like ancient Greek penises and like Renaissance paintings and all that stuff. I'm down for all of that. But I love this too. I absolutely love what I'm seeing here. Except it's low resolution, so it makes it kind of harder to appreciate. But I really like this like rough and dirty style that harkens back, like especially here you can see it here, that harkens back to like African traditional art, stuff like that. But yeah, anyways, that's the goblin image I was generating. So let me go see what the generated for the realistic Greek statue. Hey, there you go. There you go. Midjourney generated this for me in like fucking 2 minutes. Yeah, we've recreated. I should just tweet this at the culture critic guy. Like, yes, we have restored the ability to make this. Look, we can make it anytime you want. No, it's not a big deal. I've actually been wondering about this as far as like the philosophy of art goes. A lot of people consider that the evolution of art, the abandonment of photorealism in art, is due to the fact that photorealism has become owned by the technological. With the invention of the photograph, basically, there was no longer a reason to go for photographically realistic art. You had to find something new to innovate, to add value to your message, to your creation, to the world. And that is supposedly part of the turn towards like Dadaism and like all sorts of I guess, I don't know if that's the right technical term, but like postmodern approaches to art. Yeah, so we pushed surrealism further and exactly, and we went like really far. Like Basquiat, what we're seeing here, that is for someone like the culture critic, that is like regression. That is a loss of the technical aspect and all those things. But you have to understand, the technical aspect is, partially at least, a waste of time for a lot of artists. Like, why I could just take a photograph if that was all I wanted to do. And I wonder how AI art will eventually influence that. I wonder how people will find the satisfaction for this drive for innovation, for something new, for transgression. I think the key word here is transgression. Art innovation is always transgressive. I wonder how the transgression will come to be and be influenced by the existence of AI art. It's probably done coming back from that technical aspect. It's being mastered and deconstructed. Yeah, possibly. That would make sense. Like taking on things from AR art perhaps and deconstructing them. That could be one path. I guess if I had the response and I had the means to give body to it, then I would become an influential artist. Maybe I should think about it. Hey, maybe I should make some art at some point if I have an idea on how to like deconstruct AI art and bring about something new to art based off of that. But I'm curious how what someone else's answer to that question will be. Honestly, is art dead? Question mark. Dead people art is dead. That's what I'll say. God, I'm actually so fucking tired of this. Oh, this meme before and after. Humanity is long past its peak. Dude, this is in Germany, right? This has to be in Germany. Is this in Berlin? I'm not 100% on it, but like I think the DB is a good tell. The Deutsche Bank building. That's too low res to read the signs. Dude, does this guy realize? Oh yeah, Essen. It's the town of Essen. There you go. It's the town of Essen. It's written right up here. Dude, does this guy realize that the town of Essen got bombed to shit in World War II? Like, some historical centers have been reconstructed, and in fact, I'm sure Essen has a historical center that has been preserved for tourism and historical purposes. But, dude, the rest of the town had to be rebuilt, and they kind of had to like have houses and not just rebuild fucking monuments. There are some other priorities post-war. It was clearly reconstructed for the better. Brought to you by McDonald's. True. Based globalization. If no, we've progressed in living standards and norms. How terrible! I like. Look, this train station looks awesome, and it would have been sick if it survived. That I wouldn't say it's like good that it got nuked and that they had to build something new in its place, but they had to build something new in its place. Like I imagine there was a discussion, just like there was in many European cities after World War II, of like, hey, are we going to rebuild things the way they were? Are we going to build them like a modern way? And, you know, choices had to be made, depending on budgets, depending on time, depending on all sorts of things. Isn't Essen just food, though? True. True. French soldiers outside Essen railway station between 1920 and 1925. What is that supposed to mean? France was the aggressor. To be fair, after 1918, France went really hard on Germany with the armistice treaty. Good and bad news, citizens. The good news is we have rebuilt our obelisks and statues of Duke Lothar VIII. The bad news is we are going to freeze in winter. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Good news. Oh, yeah, this is, exactly. Fucking, you nailed it.
Yes, I see. Good news, everyone!
Good news, everyone! We are all going to freeze in winter. The only thing I will agree with is how depressing parts of Central Eastern Europe can be with the high rise of high-rise commie blocks. Nations should reinvest in. Oh yeah, and like going back to my own personal history, which is anecdotal, admittedly, but and that's like there's a million studies on and like proof supporting this statement. Commie blocks are horrible. they're better than homelessness. I'm like, don't get me wrong, but I think it's okay to want to resolve problems in better ways if those better ways are accessible. Like, it's okay to criticize solutions if the solutions are not perfect. I still would prefer them to homelessness, but I think we can resolve homelessness in better ways than the horrible commie blocks for sure. And yeah, like I've seen what communist depression looks like in Poland firsthand, and I've seen the societal effects of it as well. Like it's not just like, oh no, my neighborhood is ugly as shit. It's, oh no, my neighborhood is depressing. My neighborhood is like a shitty place to live at. That affects the way people live, the way people experience the city. How old am I? So there's this amazing thing, Landphobe, or Bolsonaro, or I don't know how you would rather I call you, where first off, the older people in my family can tell me what their experience was and within communist Poland. And also, on top of being able to talk to people who've lived there, you know, it's happened in, like, not that far back. That's not firsthand. No, my firsthand experience was going to Poland. I have family there. I've spent a lot of time in Poland, and I haven't lived there, like living and working and stuff, but I have spent a lot of time there, and I've been in communist blocks. No, dude, the communist blocks still exist. A lot of people still live there. Like, you realize they didn't fucking demolish them when the Soviet bloc fell. The people who are living there, people are still living there. Most of them are still up. The blocks are still there. You can yourself go there and visit them and see what it's like to live there, and talk with people who live there. That is something you can do. But the society changed. Yes, the society did change since then. But the people who live there can tell you about their thoughts about living in a commie block. And so, yeah. So you're claiming that people were happier living in those same blocks when they were living under communism. And what you actually were trying to do was, like, nail me on the first. I experienced it firsthand. Me referencing having visited the commie blocks firsthand. But now you're, like, changing back to, like, dismissing the talking to people who actually lived under it and who didn't really enjoy it that much back then either. So alcoholism and such could be partially contributed by architecture. And if you ask architects, they'll tell you that the architecture can like cause and address all sorts of problems. I wouldn't go that far. I think alcoholism was, honestly, to be fair, endemic to a lot of Eastern European societies pre-commie blocks. Yes, criminality was lower. Education and social services were better. Depending on the countries, yeah, for sure. And there's also, to be fair, there's also a lot of people in Eastern Europe who do have nostalgia for communist days. The movie, there's this really good movie about it. Lenin, is it Lenin is Dead? No, that's not Lenin. Oh, Goodbye Lenin. Goodbye Lenin. That's a fucking good movie. Goodbye Lenin, I think, makes a really good portrayal of how an older person who's lived in the communist blocks has nostalgia for the commie blocks. Seeing the suffering and the disconnect when they realize the changes society has gone through, when all the things that they like remember, like, for those who haven't seen the movie is about the plot where a person fell into a coma before the fall of the Iron Curtain. They were in East Germany, and they wake up like a decade later, basically. And their family decides to not because they're afraid that the shock will kill their I forgot if it's like a grandpa or grandma, their grandparent. So the shock doesn't kill their grandparent. They start reenacting life under in East Germany. And like LARPing, buying old products, all that's needed to be able to reconstruct the to reconstruct the life that their grandparent knew. And it's a really sweet movie. It's about the family drama as well, but also about how society has changed. How no, it's true. Not everything was bad under communism. There was employment for everyone. There were social services. As far as commodities and amenities went, you did have to wait in line for stuff, or wait like 15 years to get to your Lada. But there were also advantages. She goes into a coma after seeing her son in one of the protests preceding the fall of the wall. Oh, is that the specific? Okay, I forgot about that specific. Lots of people hating on Atomic Heart, but it did a great job showing the horrors of communism. You know what? I don't know what that is. We're just like going from topic to topic. I'll just rename the stream. I don't know what title to put. It's a Russian-made game. Oh. Atomic Heart combat trailer. Is it like basically Wolfenstein, but about the USSR? Okay, this combat looks more like what's that wacky Serious Sam. The combat really looks like Serious Sam. Like kiting hordes of enemies with wacky weapons. Oh, but then you have like powers. Okay, so it's reminding me of what it's called. The, like power combo stuff reminds me of BioShock. It's definitely inspired by that. Now, to be fair, like we can criticize communism, but there were no cyborg zombie hordes running at you to murder you in communist Russia. Just a little reminder. I just started Atomic Heart. Pretty cool so far. People are not liking Atomic Heart just because Russians made it and potentially money goes to the military, but it's actually an anti-Russia game if you play it. It's also funded by Russia's state-owned fossil fuel companies. Lol. Interesting. Wolfenstein/BioShock in the USSR, I believe. You're in the USSR and they shit on the US. It's communism BioShock, yeah. It was called to be boycotted by some Ukrainian YouTubers, which came right at the height of the Hogwarts Legacy release storm. So it was an interesting discussion to be had, I think. Oh shit. I mean, considering I think it's okay to play and stream Hogwarts Legacy, I think I'm definitely not going to call for boycotting this game. The sexual overtones of that cinematic are fucking weird, by the way. With the two, like, android women and the penetration thing. It made me feel funny, yeah. I think it's supposed to make you feel funny, but it's successful at that. And the combat seems really fun. Now it's like the boss fights are more looking like Doom, with the dashes and everything. Oh yeah, shove your tentacles up his ass. Now there's like Doom music too. More penetration with wands. Oh, this is the Hogwarts Legacy part. Oh no, it's keys. Oh shit, it's Cyclops from the X-Men. I always knew those X-Men were commies. Okay. Doom reskin, nice work. Wait, are they both girl bots? That's boycottable, true. Game isn't great, but it's a cool setting. It features communist political power dynamics and is plot without spoilers. Okay. I've never heard the songs before, but there's some bangers with Russian singers. Nice. Oh, and they did a live action trailer, which was a direct punch at Hogwarts. Oh no. Can you link me? The robots are created to destroy America in the lore. I see. This is a classic. Oh no. The Russian X-Men.
Команда X. Циклоп.
Oh no.
Росомаха. Шельма. Гроза. Зверь. Гамбит.
Gambit.
Джубили. Джин Грей и профессор Икс.
Wait, Professor X, is that the guy from the from RT? Kind of. Almost. I don't think it is, but yeah, he looks a bit like him. Dude, Russian fail videos are a precious, precious resource.
В сериале X-Men.
There's a lot about robots for terraforming other planets and shit. Still better than the Russian The Guardians movie. Okay, you can hear the Hogwarts parody in the music. Wait, is that? Yo, it's a dude from the TV show. Or it almost looks like him. Fuck, the guy from Supernatural. Like a bit less in this angle. I'm not sure it's him. Dude, I think it's him. I think it's him. He's also in The Boys recently.
How are we going to survive the robot apocalypse?
Watch and learn.
It is him! I recognize his voice. It's the guy from Supernatural. Michael Bubbly. Very bubbly. This is a great role for him. TBH, they should have just made a movie.
That's how you do it. The atomic way.
Honestly, yeah, if they were gonna hire him, they might as well just make a fucking cool action movie. That's a pretty cool trailer. Did you see the Russian Five Nights at Freddy's? No. How they popped the spy balloon, Drew. What am I looking at? Oh, yeah, I know what this is about. Isn't this when they put the surveillance cameras in the high density housing, and the people were like really pissed about it? So they're like attacking the cameras. Except him. That guy's just rolling down the stairs. Soviet bloc dwellers like their privacy, yeah. Okay, this guy's just drunk. That guy was just completely blasted. Big tech censored Americans for questioning the COVID lab leak theory. Dr. Fauci denied the lab leak theory. Evidence pointed toward the lab leak theory. Now the lab leak theory has been confirmed. It's not being confirmed. It's accepted as a hypothesis. There's a difference between confirmed and accepted as a hypothesis. By the way, according to footage, it took him 1 hour to go from first position to the next. No way. Oh, that is some hardcore vodka sports. Lab leak theory revival. So, okay, so Kino was here for the start of the stream. I went over this article, which is really interesting, basically showing that the lab leak theory that we've been told for years now is a wacky conspiracy theory is actually seriously considered by U.S. governmental agencies. So, notably, the U.S. Energy Department believes that, let me get the exact quote down here, they came to the conclusion that it's more likely that it's a lab leak than natural causes, but their level of confidence is still low. So, you know, like more likely means, you know, it's the likeliest hypothesis in their analysis, but it's still low confidence. There are other hypotheses that are almost as likely. And the FBI in 2021 already determined with moderate confidence the virus came from a lab leak. So it is fucked up that we've been told for all this time that the lab leak theory is like a wacky conspiracy theory. I hate to say it. I hate to say it because I know I'm lining myself on the side of the wacky conspiracy theory people, but I wish like governments felt secure enough to say like, hey, we don't know. How are we supposed to take their word for it when they couldn't even tell us what the balloon was, and they say they still didn't know, just lying to our faces? Troll face. I mean, they did say that what the balloon was. What do you mean? Or are you like trolling? Why did Fauci deny it? I'm assuming a lot of things, but I'm pretty sure that the government would basically treat this as a crisis situation, and governments in crisis situations, you've seen that when Chernobyl happened, you see that time and time again in history. Governments in crisis situation consider themselves to be the engineers of, you know, public opinion. They believe that more important than the truth and transparency, it's important to manage public opinion. We've seen that, for example, I don't remember what happened in the US with regards to that, but in France, at first, we were told not to use masks. We were told not to use masks, not because masks aren't good to protect against COVID spread. We were told not to use masks. Allegedly, publicly, we were told not to use masks because it was told to be unnecessary against COVID. The real reason was because the government didn't want us to buy masks and to deplete stores of masks, to make sure that the medical personnel could build up their store of masks as a priority. So we were lied to in order to manage our behavior, to then contradict themselves and be like, wait, by the way, you should all wear masks as well, like 2 or 3 weeks later. I don't think that stuff is very good. Unfortunately, it gives a lot of ammunition to anti-vaxxers, for example, as far as trust in the government goes. It makes it so that a lot of people just outright, like even people who are pro-vax lose confidence in the government. They lose, I don't know. It's not a good vibe. It's a one-time trick. People will only follow you once through it. Yeah, it sets a terrible precedent. It sets a terrible precedent. Is the FBI? We should have known what the balloon was when it entered U.S. airspace. Thus, no reason to blow it up. My understanding was that the reason why it wasn't blown up right away is because we knew, like, the government knew what it was and wanted to, like, manage it for intel purposes rather than just blow it up and lose intel. Also, like, not blow it up over territory so it doesn't, like, land on someone's house or whatever. When the FDA says weed is dangerous, but McDonald's isn't, I don't blame people for not trusting the government. Yeah, like time and time again, the government has made the mistake of either like outright lying or patronizing or trying to manipulate opinion, etc., which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because it's a dangerous game. It's a dangerous game. The government is also correct on a lot of things when it comes to health, and there is a strong incentive for the government to be correct on health. But yeah, what else is the government not telling us? I didn't wear a mask as much as possible because of cancer-causing materials in the mask 8+ hours a day. Yeah, and if you're working from home, then you can definitely avoid a lot of it. Back then, if you were like traveling a lot or working at an office, you didn't really, at least here in France, you didn't really have a choice. You had to wear the mask. They lie so much, even common sense stuff they say gaslights you into thinking it's wrong. Like if a politician says the sky's blue, I'm questioning whether it's actually been green my whole life. Yeah, and that happens on the like counter government side as well, right? We are seeing that with global climate change. I just today was reading an article where they were telling how for people who have experienced the same weather, like two neighbors, one of them votes blue, Democrat, one of them votes red, Republican. The two neighbors will report a different lived experience of last year's weather. Like the Democrat voting person will report having felt the heat wave, whereas only like 20 or 30%. So it was something like 80% of Democrats reported feeling the heat wave last summer, and only like 20 to 30% of the Republicans did. That is wacky as hell. Mac chickens don't make you astral project though, unless you like them so much. Hey, dude, I've had crazy like intestine experiences with McDonald's, okay? Sometimes when the digestion like hits you just right, you can hallucinate. You can get, once the food poisoning like hits the right level, you can see some crazy shit. Masks causing cancer seems bullshit to me. Do surgeons have high rates of lung cancer or something? I'm sure there's way more shit exposing you to cancer than a mask. That's a fair remark, actually. Yeah, actually, yeah, I didn't even question it, but you're right. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense for masks causing cancer. Yeah. 6 McRibs will make you see stuff, exactly. Have you ever smoked a McRib, my dude? Astral projection is way harder on weed than sober, LeMayo. The microplastics making you trip out, yeah. Anyways. Oh god, I got sidetracked so hard this whole stream, but it was fun. Let's see, what have I not covered today? Because I have like my notes here for the stream. I also need to start the Outer Wilds DLC, but I guess we'll do that tomorrow. Oh wait, no, tomorrow I'm seeing Clowncore live, by the way. Tomorrow I'm going on a concert. Maybe I'll do a short stream, or like a short early stream. But I'm seeing Clowncore live. It's yep, it is tomorrow. Just reconfirming. It's gonna be sick. Do you guys know Clowncore? Let's listen to some Clowncore for the end of the stream. solo hits so hard. That's Clowncore, for any of you who didn't know. It's like a secret project by the what's his name? The guy who plays in oh fuck, my brain, dude. It's like 2 a.m. It's like 3 a.m. here. My brain's blasted. What's the name of the drummer again? I've seen a Cole. Fuck. There's so many Coles in music though. It's not Nate Cole. It's oh god. Louis Cole. Okay, so this guy's the drummer. It's never been confirmed, but it's like 99.99999% sure he's the drummer in Clowncore. And the sax player he always plays with in his like different bands. This is Knower, the band he's playing with here. This is fuck, what's her name again? Genevieve Artadi. He always plays with her as well. And then the sax player is like, yeah, I don't remember. But yeah, there you got Louis Cole right here, doing the bass line, and then he's gonna go on the drums. Knower is hype. Yeah, I prefer his other bands mostly, but I really like Genevieve too. I actually saw Louis Cole live here as well a couple years back. And Genevieve, it was supposed to only be Louis Cole, and Genevieve showed up, and they played some Knower songs too, like for the encore, which was sick. Because I didn't even think she was gonna show up. Yeah, they're Californians. What do you think he knows? What he needs to know?
Don't know what I'm doing, but I want to do it. Don't know what I'm doing, but I want to do. Yeah, yeah. My friends asking me what's up.
Sounds like his voice is a bit burnt out. Probably like towards the end of the tourney. It seems. I think he's like an octave lower than he sings it usually.
All right, everybody. All right, let's go fucking crazy. I need everybody to fucking jump. Are you ready? 1, 2, 1, 2.
Good vibes. He's got a less impressionist version of your facial hair. True. True. Oh yeah, what did you link me, Laughing Fish? Keyboard. Oh, more Clowncore. Nice. Oh yeah, also, tomorrow is the 28th of 1st. I mean, tomorrow is the 1st. Yeah, so, oh wait, so actually I am streaming tonight. Fuck, yeah. I was wrong on the scheduling. Wait, okay, fuck. Like, streaming past midnight gets so confusing. Right now, it's 3 a.m., and later on this day, I will be streaming. On the 28th. And next day, on the 1st, I will be at the Clowncore concert. That's the... There you go. Poop is an instrument. Or actually, we don't know if it's dog poop. Poop is an instrument. For context, Beckdorf, there is a clip that I cannot play because of TOS. I'm censored and stuff, but I still shouldn't play it. Where the guy like pulls out his dick and like uses it to press down on the keyboard. It's so yeah. They go there. Hopefully not live. I don't. I don't care. I don't care if it's part of the show to like show his dick and go like cock and balls on the keyboard. I'm okay. I'm actually okay with that. I respect that. Not gonna hate on that. Okay. Well, regardless. Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream now. This has been a lot. I've been like pooped for a while actually, just kind of like driving myself further, but I really should have just gone to sleep. Let's raid out. Are any friends streaming right now? Oh, Curly's streaming Mahjong Soul, but I doubt y'all want to watch Mahjong. Rhizome is streaming. Asmund said just move, bro. Oh yeah, we talked about that. Oh, Freems is streaming. Yo, what's up with Freems? Yo, that's legit. Well, he's not what is he talking about? What's happening here? Okay, it doesn't seem like there's much going on in the stream, but haven't seen him stream in a while. What is Universal Discourse doing? Open panel on religion and sex.
Worth trying to do anything right now. It's taking a lot of time and not getting anywhere. A lot of people we platform never reciprocated either, so we're pretty upset.
Okay, yeah. You know what? We have been platformed by Universal Discourse.
And we have really massive problems.
While we're talking about that.
We have to leave. But
okay, maybe you don't want the chips smacking
we have the place
experience,
to go
but good luck with that, okay?
Impossible for us, so we're literally homeless.
And the reality is, we all know how it happens. It's you raid off, all your viewers leave and go go watch something else. That's also the reality. But hey, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We've had a lot of new viewers today, which is really cool. I always like seeing that. I hope to see you again. And yeah, next stream tomorrow. Bye bye.
We have no options, but thank God a friend invited us to stay with them for a while.